Hey, 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 what is going on, fam? We are back and we are going to hit this hard. This is day 2 of the Mountain Summit Virtual. Ignite the spark. The time is now. How's everybody doing this morning? Yesterday, we had an incredible day, right? We talked about igniting the spark and we heard story after story after story of working on loss and grief and how everybody pays tribute to their loved ones. And I talked about the different memories that I share and still share today after the passing of my older brother Joe. And what I hope that we all ended the day with was this burning within your soul, this burning within your heart, that it's time to step out from the shadow of the mountain. We kicked it off with Ashley Burking sharing, trauma from her past and how she decided to lift a boundary and to begin opening up a relationship with someone within her family and how that's blossomed into being able to be a part of her family's life and interacting at birthday parties. We heard stories from Michael Faber on creating those new beginnings and to pushing forward and never giving up on what you wanted your dreams to become a reality. We heard stories from Elena Rodriguez as we got close to wrapping up yesterday about discovering what her first husband did and what ignited that spark within her to get her to build her empire, her queen status where she is at now. And I know about you, I went to bed last night fired up. And I knew within my heart and my soul that what we were going to bring today was going to get us to the summit. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we could stay in the shadow of the mountain. The snow could blow sideways, feet of snow could pile up, the fire we could keep stoked and stay in our tent and stay in our comfort zones. Or we could depart from that base camp with those that understand what we have been through, those who will always have your back. I don't know about you, I'm not going to stay in base camp. Base camp is where we can enter and grieve and remember for a time. But it's not to be meant to stay there for the remaining parts of our lives, to be isolated, to not love again. This is the moment where we make that decision that we want to have that courage to connect again, to reopen our hearts, to forgive those, maybe somebody that have hurt us. I don't know. There have been people in my life that I've needed to forgive over the years. And forgiveness is easy for me because I've always been a very forgiving person. But maybe trust is something that can be worked on as we continue this climb and to have that courage to connect. So this is the point where we take what we've learned yesterday from all the amazing souls, the hearts, who had the courage to step on this mountain, the Mountain Summit Virtual Mountain, the New Beginnings Mountain, and to take those next steps. So let's get out of our own way and let's take a famous saying that my brother had on his Iron Man dog tag that said, if anybody in our lives are going to tell me that I can't do something, Let's take on that mindset that he said that I use every single day, is that don't tell me I can't, and the time is now. And how we're going to start to continue that fire that we ignited yesterday, to continue it today, and to continue it for the rest of our lives, and spread this like an avalanche across all the mountain peaks here all over the world. Is I'm going to introduce a very, very dear brother of mine. This is Chris Morrison. I met Chris back in Nashville, Tennessee, back in 2025. In, I just said, March 2025. And I wish I could take credit for this one, but I give credit where credit is due, like I said throughout the day yesterday. Austin made this amazing connection, and I am truly grateful that he did, because Chris and I have become very dear friends, and I consider him an older brother. I'm going to tell you, folks, buckle up, lace up, put your crampons on, because Chris's story is going to shake you to your core. The stories that we're going to hear throughout the day are going to reawaken a part of yourself that maybe have been laying dormant. So let's get this summit going. Let's get this summit pushing, and let's get to the mountaintop. Chris, the summit's yours.
Thank you, David. I'm going to ask for a little bit of grace in this, as this is the hardest thing I've ever wrote. It was the hardest thing I've ever, probably not the hardest thing I've ever done. And I was playing with this until about midnight last night, so there's going to be a little bit more reading today than there was in past. So, but with that, I'm going to jump in. You see, I don't believe that there's one right way to grieve, but I know there are a couple wrong ones. You see, I know because I've lived them. When I was 12 years old, sitting in a church pew, the color of faded gold and brown, I remember staring at the carpet. White flowers at the front of the room, and the air had that heavy feeling that one, like everyone was holding their breath, and I was trying to do the same. And there was this man, he walked up to me, he puts his hand on my shoulder. Chris, you got to be strong, man. You got to be there for your mother, for your brother and your sister. You're the man of the house now. Man of the house. I was 12 years old. The last thing my dad taught me was how to shave. I didn't have a driver's license. I didn't know how to lead a family. I didn't know what a man actually was. But I know what I'd seen. Men don't cry, at least not the ones that people respect. So when I felt the tears rise up, I blinked them back. I took a deep breath and I swallowed. I can still remember the feeling of it going down my throat and into my stomach. And I thought that was strength. And you see, no one meant me harm that day. That wasn't what he was trying to do. He was passing down what had been passed to him. Be strong. Hold it together. Other people are counting on you. And that message works. It builds responsibility. It builds discipline. It builds companies. It builds leaders. But it does not teach you how to feel. When you swallow grief, you don't eliminate it. You store it. And stored grief waits, building in the background. At 17, I lost my dream of becoming an airline pilot by 0.2%, 0.2%. It came in a manila envelope from the Army. Across the front was one word stamped in bold red ink: disqualified. Not because of any mental capacity or anything that I could do, because of a lung capacity test. You see, I have asthma. There was nothing to train, nothing to improve, nothing to fight. It wasn't about effort. It was just biology. And that might have been the hardest part. And at that point, I didn't rage. I didn't argue. I just collapsed. I found that sometimes grief isn't the death of a person. Sometimes it's the death of who you thought you were going to be. And so I collapsed. I flailed. I flunked out. I ended up at a vocational tech school, the one where the bad kids go. Other schools had decided they didn't want me anymore. My grades had slipped. I had become violent, angry in ways that I just didn't understand. You see, those unprocessed feelings don't just disappear, it leaks. I didn't say I'm grieving. I just stopped dreaming. And quietly, I stamped something on myself. Not good enough, not chosen, not for us. When my identity collapsed, most people don't call it grief. They just call it I'm figuring something out. And then they go quiet. So in that time, I stopped chasing the sky and I started performing on the ground. I threw myself into learning how to be a machinist, and then into manufacturing. I worked and I worked and I worked. By my mid-20s, I had built a serious career. In 2010, I was making $180,000 and one of the very best in the world at what I was. 28-year-old kid. On paper, I was successful. I was skilled. I was respected. I was valuable. But achievement can silence doubt, but it cannot heal grief. Underneath the success was still that envelope, still the word disqualified, still that feeling of unworthy. So I did what I learned at 12. I swallowed it and I kept going. And then I lost my family, not to death, but to conflict. There was no funeral. There was no ritual, no moment where everyone gathered and said, "We see your loss." Just distance, silence. And you see, that kind of grief is even more dangerous because it's invisible. And this is where I slept. Sex, hard drugs, isolation. I moved into this 480 square foot apartment in downtown Seattle, small on purpose. I made sure that no one could move in with me. I made sure that no one could be there for me. I kept everyone at arm's length, even with money, even with success. You can make almost $200,000 a year and still be bankrupt emotionally. Most people don't fall apart loudly. They decay privately. Escaping pain does not remove it, it compounds it, and eventually collapse brought me to my knees. So at 30, I found recovery, community, honesty, accountability. For the first time in my life, I let people see me. Not the capable version, not the high-functioning version, the real one. And it changed everything. I built friendships that were honest, friendships where no one was pretending, friendships where people knew my story and stayed anyway. For 7 years, I showed up. I stayed. I let myself be supported, and slowly I began to believe something I had never believed before. Maybe I don't have to do this alone. Then one of my best friends, a man I sponsored, took his own life. It didn't just break my heart. Remembering time after time how he sat on my back porch on his final day, holding that door handle, looking back and saying, "Chris, I love you. They're the best friend I've ever had." It drumming something else out of me. It was hopelessness. The kind that whispers, "Here we go again, another loss, another funeral, another person gone." This time I talked about it though. I cried. I didn't hide my emotions, but underneath all of that, I had made a decision, a quiet, conscious one. If this is the place where the self-proclaimed sick and dying go, then maybe building my life here is like walking into a cancer ward. You know, the ones, the room where people are sitting there getting chemo? And I felt like maybe this wasn't the place to make friends. I thought if I attach here, if I build here, I am just signing up to lose more people. And for me, it all made sense. And maybe it wasn't compassionate, but it was my truth. I was tired of losing people. So I decided to protect myself, not dramatically, not angrily, just a strategy. I stayed a little less. I shared a little less. I depended a little less. And I convinced myself I was evolving, outgrowing it. But what I was really doing was isolating yet again. And my isolation doesn't always look like collapse. Sometimes it looks like self-sufficiency. Sometimes it looks like strength, and sometimes it feels like wisdom, but it's still isolation. And isolation distorts grief. And here's the part I don't say out loud very often. I am fucking tired of grieving. Ron, my biological father. Rick, my grandpa. Even my stepdad, Peter, who disappeared overnight one night. Dave, my adoptive dad, the campground where I learned to be a boy. Eric, lost to drugs far too young. My dream of becoming a pilot, a family I once knew. Amy, who drank herself to death at 32. Cameron, my sponsee. Tim, my marriage. And my son, Oliver. This one's different. It's 7 o'clock at night. I've just gotten back from Flagstaff and my phone rings. His mom says he's having an asthma attack and she needs me to take him to the hospital, so I get in the car. And it's only 10 minutes from my house to hers, but by the time it took me to get there, the EMTs had arrived and they're working on him. But I know he's not with us anymore. And as the police show up to give the EMTs space to continue to work on him, they take me into the back. And that's where I see it, the foil sitting there. The burn marks, the track marks. And I am so mad. This isn't theory anymore. This is my son. And he's everywhere I go. The park across the street. His juice boxes in the pantry that I can't throw away. His laugh in my head. And alongside that grief, the anger. Anger at the system, anger at her manipulation, anger at myself for not doing more faster. And what I'm learning right now, not years from now, is that I don't have to amputate that anger to be loving. Because anger exit for a reason. I loved him fiercely. And he loved fiercely. He loved his brother. He loved his mom. He loved his friends. And he loved me. He didn't ration it out. He wasn't timid with it. He didn't live anything halfway. And I can feel that energy even now. It presses me on in the best way. It pushes me to choose love every chance, every place I can. Not soft love, not passive love, but fierce love, that love with a spine. A couple days after Oliver died, my friend Judy said something that shifted me. She said, grief is meant to be witnessed. And even though I didn't understand that at first, I do now. When we grieve in isolation, it hardens us. And when we grieve in the open, it softens. When we let our griefs be seen, we give others permission to be honest about theirs. So let that grief be witnessed to become human. Grief that is hidden becomes distortion. For most of my life, I've tried to be strong by swallowing it down, by pushing everyone away and doing it on my own. And now I'm learning that strength might look like letting it be seen. And I wish I could tell you that I've made sense of all this because I haven't. 35 days is not perspective, it's just present with this moment. Some days I'm steady. Some days I'm angry. And some days I just stand in the kitchen and cry. But I know this. Closing my heart will not bring him back. Numbing this pain will not honor him. So I'm choosing each day imperfectly to choose love, to choose forgiveness, to choose compassion and understanding, to stay open, to let it hurt, to let people show up for me, because I have never done that before, to feel everything, to love with a spine, and to live fully anyway. Not because I feel strong, but because he did. And that is how I will carry him forward. Whatever you're carrying right now, grief, shame, failure, anger, something no one else knows about, you don't have to carry it alone. Thank you guys.
Wow. Chris. Yeah, Josh. Yeah. Brother, I'm not a father, but I am a godfather. And I know that's different. I want everybody on Facebook, Zoom, and YouTube. I know a lot of fierce, resilient, strong men in my life. And you're all here on the Zoom. And there will be many more joining us later as the day goes on. And you know, the strongest man in my life is the man that I created this mission for. But I want everybody, before I hand this over to the Zoom room, to take a second here. This is the definition of empathy and love. Chris, I can't even fathom, dude. Like I said, I'm not a father. But what I will tell you this is Oliver is damn proud of you. And I am fucking proud of you for what you just did today. Zoomland, what do you got for our brother?
Chris,
Josh.
listening to you speak, watching your lives on Facebook is so hard because it's way too real. And I think, though, that's why it's so necessary. Because, as you said, grief not only deserves to be witnessed, but demands to be witnessed. And it's by sitting with each other in even unimaginable pain that we honor the love that is the other side of that pain. And I am angry at what happened to your son. I am angry at a world that allows it. But that anger is also righteous and also calls on all of us to fight for a world where that doesn't happen. And it's there are no words. There are no words that make sense of it, that make it okay. It's a level of pain that is unimaginable. But we see you, and we're not turning away. Sending love. And it's we say it's funny, but it's not funny at all. Funny's the wrong word, but we use it in the wrong way all the time. It's it's kind of crazy how people talk about how when we speak, when we motivate, we should speak from scars but not from wounds. And that's bullshit. Because there are wounds that never scar. There are hurts that never go away. We just learn to live around them because of how deeply we love.
Thank you, Josh. Oh, man. Dad, what you got?
Um,
Take your time.
love, gratitude, sharing. Thank you for allowing us to bear witness for Oliver. Love you.
Thank you, Deb. Go ahead, James.
Um, my brother, since Movement Maker Live and the in-depth conversations that we had about parenting and fathering and, you getting to meet my little guy and just having those moments, I'm very much an empathetic and I very much can put myself in someone else's shoes. And even that, just the synapse of what I feel like I understand probably isn't even close. Like when I lost my sister, I thought that was it. But the thought of losing someone as close as that hurts beyond anything. And that's just the thought. So the real experience, I'm not even going to pretend because I won't. And I know in the conversations that we've had and the exchanges that we've had, I know what kind of a father you are, and I know what kind of a man you are, and I know what kind of a person that you are striving to be every day. And while it's impossible to get up and roll out of bed and look at reality, you're doing it. And while it's impossible to sit and go through the motions and still be present and still be a father while you're going through your own stuff, through all of the external chaos, you do it. And I want to bring you back to something because I've been thinking about it a lot, even before all of this, and I've been praying about you a lot, even during all this. And it's simple. It's so complicated, but it's so simple. And it's just making the choice every day to be you. And let me tell you, every day since I had this, I read this to my little guy. I read this to my little guy. I read this for me. Because no matter what external circumstances happen, I get to choose. And I will tell you, this is one of my son's favorite books. It is one of my favorite books, low key. It takes a lot to be present in storms. It takes a lot to be present, period. But just know you're making a massive impact without realizing it, my friend. You have people that are willing to carry you if need be to wherever you got to go or wherever you want to go. So if you need to be carried to a safe space, well, I'll make one for you. If you need to go to a Starbucks, it's going to be a long drive, but I'll get there. All right. And Starbucks is not the greatest coffee in the world, but it's still good, but we get to choose, man. And even in the misery, even in the heartache, even in the stress, even in the unfathomable, You get to choose. And I am massively, massively inspired that you're still choosing to be present, even when every part of your emotional being's telling you to just sit in a corner, to be alone, to figure it out yourself, to, do all the manly things that we're conditioned to do, right? It takes a real man's presence to do what you're doing. And I want you to know that um, if there's anything, and I know I sent you this message a while back because I don't want to push, I don't want to press. That's not how I operate. But very much here, very much present, very much open. My family to yours, we love you because you got to meet them. And I just want you to know, brother, like you're not by yourself. You might feel alone, but you're not by yourself. All right. Phone call, text message, anybody here, I know they will definitely hang out and resonate with you. And I know I said this to you in the beginning, and I'm going to say it to you again. I'm still jealous of that damn beard, brother.
James, I love you, bro.
Got a lot more gray even just in the last year, man. There's been a
Oh,
lot.
dude. I know. I'm so
The
jealous.
whole
Mine's like
this whole thing.
stuck here. Like I'm stuck on small. I can't even get the medium. Like,
Way to get the heaviness out of the room right there for James. I love you.
I never said I was an appropriate timing. I just know I have timing. However, that looks is perspective.
What do you got for us, Austin?
Chris, man, thank you for that. We have a lot of similarities. I lost my father 7 or 8 years ago. And I have a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old boy. And so, just like James said, that you are making an impact with just the way you grieve. And I know we message each other back and forth, but just know that you are not alone. Just like James also said, you are in a community here that want to support you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Austin. And I really haven't shared this much, but in June, when you can make a trip out here to Colorado, maybe August, if you want to, I've got a friend that has a cabin up in the Rockies where you can get out into nature and go be with yourself like you've been doing and reflecting and spending some time. I'll be more than happy to set that up so we can get up there. I know you and I talked about this about a month ago. I just need a couple of months because I'm having a full shoulder rotator cuff repair on my left shoulder coming up in April, and I won't be able to do anything for a couple months after that. But seriously, Chris, I'll reach out. You've met this friend of mine, and he knows what happened, and we'll set something up so we can get you. And I'm spacing on your second boy's name.
Asher.
Asher. We'll set something up where you and I and Asher and Joe, maybe I can get Austin to bring Marshall down, and we'll go up into the Rockies and get into the country and get out of town and just be up in nature. So I echo what everybody says here, man. You truly, truly have inspired and making a massive, massive impact, because I can resonate with anger and temper, and when mine goes, it goes. But what I've seen through you has really seriously impacted my life to help me realize I need to really put some work into that area of my life. So I really love and appreciate you for that.
Can I say something to that real quick?
Sure.
You know, that I was in a conversation this week, and the guy asked me, he's like, Chris, how are you feeling? And I've been afraid of my anger for a long time, right? Because at one point in time, I was an extremely violent human being who his outlet was hurting people. I was, in MMA, but I also took it to other places that weren't appropriate. And so I've been very, very afraid of my anger. And I was suppressing that. I've been pushing that down because there's a dogma. I realized that there is a dogma in the personal development world that shuns anger, that pushes it away, that, oh, everything must be love and light and butterflies flying out your asshole. And it's fucking bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, to be enlightened is not to amputate some aspect of who you are. It's to fully accept who you are and then understand how do you transmute and how do you use that energy. It's not to push something down. It's not to hide something. Now, you can't just let it blow up and go wherever the fuck it's gonna go. But it sure as shit isn't something that you hide from, because we are all whole ass human beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I fucking am totally okay with being mad around the conditions that happen with my son. Now, I don't get to go burn down the fucking house, but I sure as heck can make sure that I don't stand in the way of the consequences that those people have created for themselves.
Thank you
I
for
don't
sharing.
stand in the way for, all of that. And so that's something that it really kind of hit me like a full body truth this week as I was trying to stuff anger and hide from it and push it away.
Thank you for sharing that, Chris, because taking a stand is very important, especially in a situation like yours. And I hate saying situation because that's not the right word, but
There's no right word. Situation is as close as we can get, my man.
yeah, in every aspect, man. And no, thank you for sharing that. Go ahead, Deb, and then
Chris, you have done what few people can claim to do. You rendered me a speechless puddle. Yeah.
and I
Having
and,
found my voice, don't applaud at that, David.
and I
Oh.
will say this though, Chris, I love Deb because she always pours into our community and supports everybody. And in the past two summits, to have those few words that Deb offered it right after your amazing, powerful talk, I have not seen that. That's how big of an impact you were making.
Chris,
That's
you
what,
the man.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Um,
drive home here. So go
mhm.
ahead, Deb.
And Oliver. Um, with regard to, I want to say two things, and then we can like skedaddle on to the next things. But anger, completely agree. You need to have some sort of control. Like you said, don't burn the house down. I would love to go to one of those places. I don't even know if they really exist much anymore, but you can go and you can spend some money, and not even a lot, I don't think, and you can like break everything in the room. I just think that would be so wonderful
Rage
because,
room.
yeah, rage rooms. Yes, yes. Let's book some rage room sessions. Hey, maybe that's something for the NBM. Uh, Anywho, because anger feels so much better than despair. It's part of the emotional scale. Despair being the lowest, love being the highest, and you've got all of it coursing through your system at any given point in time. And what I also want to use, using you as one of the poster guys in this room full of modern age men We talked numerous times yesterday, David, and these gorgeous men who are, back today in this room. And what I am loving so much is to see machismo redefined. You all are incredible examples of this. We see what old school machismo, bury the feeling, everything, shake it off, don't cry. We see where that gets us. It's not pretty. You guys are the leaders. And I'm here to support you guys in every single way possible. And I couldn't be more thrilled to see that sensitivity, that being in touch with your feelings, that all of this is the new badass. So Chris, you are my badass friend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Chris, for coming back to the summit and opening day 2. I wouldn't want to be the one to follow you. Bro, I love you, man. We're all here for you, and I'll be messaging you, and stay in touch. We're going to do many more things down the road here. And if you can tune in throughout the day today, tune in as much as you can. I know you got a busy schedule with what's going on Saturday. And if there's anything that you need, just reach out in our group DM. And we'll help you in any way that we can. Okay, bro? So,
Love you all. Thank you.
love you too, bro. All right, y'all. We are going to keep this summit going and continue the avalanche that has already started. What an incredible way to start day 2. And powerful stuff, emotional, raw. And this is why this community is here, to give a space where men like Chris can open his heart and share his emotions and his feelings surrounding the loss of his son and the losses that have come before him. And that is what true courage is, true strength is, in my opinion, is what we just witnessed there. Coming up next is the smartest man I know. He has read every book that is behind him. He has worked at the White House that I didn't even know up until about a year or 2 ago. When you listen to this man's voice, his cadence, his tonality resonates like James Earl Jones when he read the Bible. And I have a copy of the James Earl version Bible. Josh Aronovich has become a very, very dear brother who has been a part of 4 climbs with us. And I agree with what Michael put in the chat here in our Zoom room. He is truth. And he does have one of the biggest hearts that I know, and that everyone here in Zoom land knows, and everybody in Facebook land that knows Mr. Aronovich. He has one of the biggest hearts out there. And trust me, when you get the opportunity to tune in and listen to Mr. Aronovich, you want to get your notepad out or turn on your recording device on your phone, because the nuggets that he is going to drop is going to blow your mind. I competed against this guy in Niagara Falls, and he was in the top 3 of that competition with Elena Rodriguez. The odds were stacked against me. There was no way I was going to win that thing against those 2 powerhouses. I love sharing that because that's where we connected. With that being said, the man with the biggest heart, the man with truth, the man with the wealth of knowledge, and the voice of James Earl Jones. Josh, the summit is yours.
Thank you so much, David. And thank you for creating not necessarily this stage, but this circle, this community. Because this feels less like a speech and more like a conversation. And it's a conversation that's taking place over these 2 days. And I do have to correct one thing, though. I've read about 90% of the books on the 8-foot-tall bookshelf behind me. I have not read them all. I don't want to give that misperception by standing by and not correcting it. Also, when you call me Mr. Aronovich, I wonder, is my dad about to come on the Zoom? Because that's who I think of as Mr. Aronovich. I'm just Josh. And in a lot of ways, this talk, this conversation, this moment is a reaction to 2 of the speeches that I've heard over the last 2 days. The one we just heard and cried to by Chris, and the one yesterday by Meredith. And the story and the message at the end of it, and if you haven't seen Meredith's speech from yesterday, I highly recommend heading over to YouTube and checking it out. But it reminded me of a song. And so many of the moments and the talks and the experiences in my life come back to music, come back to songs. And this song, I became familiar with from one of my favorite movies, Moulin Rouge. But it was originally recorded by Nat King Cole. And the line at the end of the song is, "The greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return." And people don't really understand love. They think of love as something small, as something intimate, and it can be in a relationship or a romantic relationship. They think of love for family, but love is world-changing. Love is truly the greatest force, the most powerful thing in the entire universe. And it's not always love and light. Love is entwined with our darkness. And our ability to emit light is only limited by our ability to embrace our darkness. Not just accept it, not just tolerate it, but embrace it. See, people talk about how some emotions are higher or better than others, but all emotion is valid. All emotion can be supportive if it's honest and if it's channeled properly. And I truly believe that anger is like fire. Uncontrolled, it can burn down everything. But properly contained and channeled, it emits light, it emits heat, it allows for energy, it makes things possible. Properly channeled anger is one of the biggest forces in service of love. When I think about people that are lost to drugs, when I think about cancer, when I think about the Epstein files and the horrific abuse that children have been subjected to by those with power, I get really fucking angry. And I think that's a good thing. I think when we let ourselves become numb to horrible, tragic, terrible things, we lose a piece of our humanity. We should embrace that anger and use it to fuel change. We should embrace that anger like that spark that ignites the tinder and fuels what needs to be done. One of the things that I live my life based on is the idea that either or is flawed but common thinking. That most of the time we're thinking either or, we're being forced into a false choice. When we're confronted with either or, we're limiting our options in a way that's not appropriate. And so many of the things that seem to contradict each other actually don't. Grief and love are not opposites. They're flip sides of the same coin. Because how can you grieve something that you didn't love? That grieving is a way of honoring the love which never dies, even if the person that we're grieving did. My friend Justin speaks a lot about discipline. Discipline's important, even though it's something I definitely get to work on. But also rest and self-care and slowing down is important. But discipline and slowing down and honoring your needs aren't opposites. They're in creative tension, and they help each other to expand. Because more discipline creates more time, creates more space. Discipline doesn't mean hustle and grind, doesn't mean wear yourself out. Discipline means be as disciplined as getting rest as you are about working. Discipline means giving to each part of your life what it needs so it can be in creative tension. I hate the word balance because balance is a myth. Balance is a lie. Balance does not exist. And balance is used to suggest that things should be equal. They shouldn't be equal, but each part should get what it needs. And in some seasons, you need more of one than the other. In some seasons, you need more discipline. In some seasons, you need more ease. And saying that you have to choose one over the other limits you inappropriately. It's about a dance. It's about a dynamic equilibrium. It's about having all the pieces of your life serving you. And what is it I mean when I say you? You are not your accomplishments. You are not your roles, your titles. You are not what you do. You are not your thoughts. You are not your feelings. So who are you when everything else gets stripped away? If you were marooned on a desert island with no technology, no hope of rescue, and it was just you, who is that you when you've got nothing to numb, nothing to distract? In the yogic tradition, and I fell down this amazing yoga rabbit hole a couple years ago, there's a concept called the Purusha, the soul, that sort of in the sort of depths of your heart, when you sort of tune everything out and withdraw the senses and just focus inward, that pinpoint at the center of everything, the Purusha, the soul, that is you. It doesn't change. It has experiences. It's the loving witness. It goes through your life, but it doesn't get damaged or changed or altered by the world. You are who you are. And that core may be buried, may be forgotten, but it doesn't go away. It doesn't change. And the theme of this is Ignite the Spark. I believe that that Purusha, that soul, that spark, that everything else, our bodies, our minds, our emotions, everything else sort of swirls around, that spark is a part of the divine. That we have God within us, within that spark, that soul in our hearts. And that when we recognize in another human being something ineffable, beyond words, something powerful, something beautiful, that moment of recognition is when the spark of the divine in us recognizes the spark of the divine in them. And that is where depth of connection, that is where an opportunity to express and experience love with another person begins. But the invitation for this moment in human history, I believe, in the depths of my soul, is to expand who we believe is worthy of our love. Because progress, moral progress in history, is defined by who do we mean when we say we. Is it just my family? Is it just my town? Just my state, Jersey Pride? Is it my country? Is it my religion? Is it people that look like me? Is it people that think like me? Is it people on my side of the political aisle? Is it people in the entire world? Because the broader we consider inside the circle, who we define as us changes everything. Because at the end of the day, every single human life is an entire universe. And every single loss is a tragedy beyond tragedy. So what are we doing at the end of the day in service of that divine spark in each of us to improve the quality and the quantity of people's lives? What are we doing to contribute to research against menaces like cancer? What are we doing to prevent child abuse and neglect? What are we doing to literally change the warp and weave of history to become a society that better takes care of our members? What are we doing to embrace love as the motive force of our action. How different would the world look if our daily actions were motivated by love and not by fear? How different would the world look if our actions were motivated by love and not distrust and not hate? I don't say and not anger, because I think anger is an expression of love. When we get anger at things that are unjust, that is love. It's just love wearing a different cloak. What is the spark that fuels our actions, that fuels our decisions? How much are our daily choices and our daily actions and our daily structures created intentionally to support our deepest desires? Our wishes for our future, for our children's future, for our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren. How is the world going to be different 200 years from now because we lived? That may be the most important question you ever ask yourself. Because so much of what we so focus on in our lives is absolute bullshit. So much of what we focus on and waste our energy on isn't going to matter a day from now, a week from now, let alone 200 years from now. So what would happen if we actually got our heads out of our asses and focused on what matters and put our energy behind worthy goals, bigger goals, things that actually have the power to light our souls on fire? What if we learned how to dream again? Now, that doesn't mean not to have fun. That doesn't mean not to binge a show on Netflix. Because I've seen shows on Netflix that make me think about the world differently. I've seen shows that actually make me interrogate my worldview and deepen my philosophy of life. It's not either or. It's both and. We get to think deep thoughts and be silly and ridiculous. And it's not a contradiction. We get to embrace all the aspects of who we are without shame, without guilt. We are created in God's image. That's a core of my theology and my philosophy. That means that we too have the capacity to create. That means that we are capable of making the world significantly better than it is. There's perhaps nothing more important than that. There is no contradiction between being fully present and mindful, I'm looking at you, James, and thinking about the future. Because the future, when we look at it right, is not a distraction. Because the future is the moment. If time is an illusion, every moment matters. So being fully present in this one does not prevent us from maximizing all the ones that come in the future. I like to say, I am going to fight like hell to never die, and I'm going to live each day like it could be my last. Because those, when done right and with your full heart and your full soul, are not in contradiction at all. So my invitation to you is to dream bigger, think bigger, love bolder, and honor every single life and every single moment as the beautiful universe that it is. Thank you all.
No, thank you. I had to do the no, thank you. I think that's going to become a new thing, Josh, between you and I. Because, you always make me smile. And you give the best hugs, I think, ever. You rile James. Because only
It's amazing when
three
James and I hug each other, it's like we're both being lifted off the ground at once.
I know. That's actually where I was going with this, because there's only 3 people in my life that can actually pick me up and give me a bear hug like I typically do, and that's you, James, and Austin. And, I was like, that looked weird. Like, captivated by your speech, your presentation, bro. I mean, seriously, you and Meredith, I'm going to add you into this. You two should maybe do a collaboration on doing voiceovers for reading books.
Ooh, that would be fun.
And you know, Deb gave me the idea before we went live, and maybe we'll do this 2 to 3 years down the road. But I want to get a studio into an MBM office where, with Basecamp and future books coming out, that either you or Meredith can do the voiceover for the reading, and after James cheers his butt off and he has the Mickey Mouse voice and the laugh, he can do kids' books.
It's like
for-
if Mickey Mouse and Melissa Etheridge had a love child.
Yeah, I agree. Because every time he laughs, he sounds like Mickey Mouse.
Fake laugh hiding real pain.
But brother, absolutely love that. Absolutely love what you brought to the table. Not to the table. I don't know why I keep saying that. Brought to the summit.
I'm sitting at a table.
That works. So am I.
My office is basically my former dining room and living room turned into an office, so the table is my desk.
That works.
And the bookshelves behind me block off the kitchen.
That's fantastic, dude. I'm just reading Michael Hummel's comment. If I give you a bear hug, I'm falling on the floor. And I love you, Mike. But not James, but Josh, absolutely love you, bro. You know, your heart, your power behind your voice, you know. And what I love about you is, you know, I don't think I've ever heard you raise your voice, but there is so much power behind it when you do what you just did here, or when you're on the Movement Maker live stage, or when you're with us on the virtual stage. And when we get back into the live event space down the road, I can't wait to see you do what you do, because you always change people's lives, and I love that. So, and what I'm going to do here now is we are going to hand this over to our Zoom room. And I don't know who wants to go first here, because Deb already has herself unmuted. James is laughing. So I'm going to leave it between the two of you to decide who wants to go first.
James,
Deb
thank
will
you
always
so
win.
much. Josh, I adore you in so many ways. Let me count them. Being well read, being well traveled. I adore your spark. We all have divinity within us. I like that we're throwing open the doors, you know, of global inclusion. You know, nothing against, you know, not throwing shade in any of the buckets of religion. They all have their place. I've studied them all. Well, not all of them, but I did take world religion at Edgewood College, run by the Dominican nuns. Sister Joan she was on point. That said, I stepped away from subscribing to any organized a long time ago. And I like your vibe. It's just reminding me of the paper I did based on Joseph Campbell, The Masks of God. And the fact that, you know, the concept that we are divine. I don't know if any of you guys saw, because I'm totally dating myself here, but Shirley MacLaine, Out on a Limb. And there's a point in the movie where she's with her guide, David, and comes with the name. And they're standing on the beach, and he's telling her, you know, just shout out to the ocean, I am God. And she takes the stand, she goes, oh, David, I can't do that. She does end up shouting out, I am God. And where I'm going with all of this, just to wrap it up, is I adore the don't box yourself in. Don't box yourself in. It's not either or. It's not black or white. It's not this or, you know. We live in this wonderful quantum quirky world. And somewhere in your and you do have the most gorgeous speaking voice, somewhere in there, and talking about, how the life is a universe, you know, unto itself, and all of that. And it just made me think of, I don't know if we still have Chris, but Oliver. For, this gorgeous universe, Oliver. So young, but whole and deep and cherished. That's all I got. James, over to you, buddy.
I love how everyone thinks I always have something to say. This is amazing. And I'm not going to lie, Josh, I had something nice to say about you until no, I got to be the guy that ruined the vibe, right? Josh, man, the evolution of you and the subtleties, like you, when I first met you, you were a very predominantly present person, and that's something I appreciate. And you and I always have talked about just showing up and being like, showing up and being. Actually, I could just end it there, because we know buzzwords like authenticity, like genuineness, like that people a lot like nowadays use those things as buzzwords. Very few people actually live and embody them, right? And I love the depth of what you're doing now, because you've been intentionally present for so long. And I don't know if anybody else picked up the subtleties in his conversation today, but when he mentioned that all feelings are valid, that's the next step after presence, is depth. And how far do you explore that? How far do you go into that? It's okay to be angry, and it's okay to be sad. It's okay to do all of these things. We're never taught how to handle these things at times, because they become our mask. They become our crutch. They become our things, right? And what I love about the embodiment of what you're doing is you are living world experience. You are not narrow-minded in just your own. So which means I know that if I have a debate with you, or if I have a conversation, all of which are healthy, by the way, there is no negativity between us whatsoever. But if there is a disagreement that arises, I know you'll go and research the point that I was trying to make, and I will go and research where you were coming from. And we actually meet and we have an understanding of each other. And even if we don't agree on whatever topic it was, we are still respectful of each other. We are still free to go our own way, and we still choose to be kind and love each other. And that is something that we've embodied and that you embody that changes the world. And I know you've talked about that in virtual earlier, and I know you've talked about that a few times, but to fully live it is something that's really rare. And I love how you bring it with such eloquence and just simplicity. You don't try to make it sound smarter than what it is. You don't try to make it sound like it's bigger than what it is. It's just here. And if any mind can digest it, if any heart can accept it, then great. If not, I still love you. I still care about you.
What's the line from the Bible? He who has ears, let him hear.
Yes, right. And also what I love is too is another line in the Bible. It's one of my favorites, is don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow has enough troubles of its own, right? Today is sufficient for worry. Once we get into the variables, we lose our presence, we lose our realness, we lose our being. And so, Josh,
What's interesting too, though, is when you say don't worry about tomorrow, you're focusing on the tomorrow. I'm focusing on the worry.
Right.
Don't worry about tomorrow doesn't mean don't think about or plan for tomorrow.
Correct. And that actually, you just stole my sentence, so I appreciate you.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's all right, man. This is what I love about dialogue with you. It flows naturally, and we almost finish each other's sentences, as much as I don't like that at times. But no, man, I'm really proud of you. I love how you show up. Keep showing up. People need it, even if they don't think so. So just congrats, man.
I agree. Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. And I just said I'm sorry. Wow. Look at you, James. You started
That's
something.
strike one.
I got it. I remember the chat from last night. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the reminder. I agree with my brother James there. Sometimes when I do talk with you, Josh, I kind of feel like I'm a deer in a headlight. And then I go back like on the cruise I go back to my cabin and I sit there. I'm like, okay, what did he say? I'm sitting there feeling like a deer in a headlight. I go to bed, and one night I sat straight up and I went, Eureka! That's what he meant. And that's what I love about you, because you always have that heart. And like James was saying, I can disagree with you on certain things. And, I will fully admit this. I still at times get defensive. Faber can attest to that. Austin can attest to that. Hummel was raising his eyebrow over there, and I think he was going to agree with that, but I don't know. But one of the greatest things I have learned from you and from James and all the amazing men here, sorry guys, you're not as good looking as me. That one doesn't count, James. You guys, they're all amazing, good looking guys here. I'm still the best looking one in my opinion. Now, that's what I love about you, Josh. You are incredible. That's going to stir the pot a little bit there. So thank you for that. Anybody else got anything they would love to say to Mr. Josh? I didn't say Aronovich. All right, folks. Wow. I'm pumped up and I'm fired up. Chris set the tone this morning with his powerful, amazing, I don't know if amazing is the right term, but that's just what came out of my heart with his powerful testament. Here's what I mean by amazing. Choosing love and forgiveness. That's where I wanted to focus on with Chris. Then Josh coming in and pouring love into us with his wealth of knowledge and his beautiful way on how he delivered that. I am already fired up for what this day is going to bring, because I never know, like I said yesterday, how these summits are going to run, how they're going to unfold, lives that are going to be impacted because of them. But I can already feel it in my heart. And I cannot wait to welcome our next speaker. But before I do that, I want to give a shout out to all of our amazing sponsors. Thank you, Tish McDaniel, John Lester, Eric Yusko. I said Tish McDaniel, May Scott, and Tim Gillette. Thank you for believing in this movement, believing in everything that I built up into this point. Thank you for spreading Joey's legacy across social media and honoring his legacy. Our next speaker that's coming up is our main sponsor, our Mountain Summit sponsor, and Sierra Grana. I just got in trouble for that one. Sierra Grana is also part of our legacy sponsorship. And I apologize for that, Sierra. Thank you for the reminder. I don't have the list in front of me. Yeah. Thank you, James. Thank you for the blues. Our next speaker coming up, as I mentioned, is Michael Martin Hummel. I have been working closely with Michael over the last, I want to say, year with stories of diversity and what we have been building over here with the Mountain Summit Virtual. And our relationship has gone beyond friendship. It's become a true bond of brotherhood. I've seen this man continue to fight even through challenges when he's in the hospital. I'll never forget, while I was on the cruise, he messages me and tells me, "Hey bro, I'm in the hospital. I had a stroke." And let me tell you guys, when you get tight with a brother like that and he becomes immediate family, here I am in the middle of the ocean, right? And I can't do anything. And my heart immediately sank. A couple days after I knew that he was okay, that they were taking care of him, and he was where he needed to be, I reached out to him and I asked him, hey, bro, we're doing our stories of diversity here after I get back in a couple of weeks. Do you want to push this one off until the next month? His immediate response was, F no, I don't want to be a hypocrite. And that blew me away because this man never gives up. When you want to talk about resilience and strength, this man's got it. And when he reached out to me last week and said, hey, sign me up for the Mountain Summit main sponsorship, immediately the tears came flowing. Then I jumped out of my recliner, started to do my version of the Carlton Happy Dance, and started dancing around the living room with my puppies. My version of the Carlton dance is pretty lame, but it was pretty funny to watch, in my opinion. But I am excited. Maybe later, Doug. I am excited to welcome the Mountain Summit main sponsor for 2026, the CEO, the founder, our fearless leader of the stories of diversity, the man that someday I know will do a backflip and side flip and front flip, Mr. Michael Martin Hummel. The summit is yours, brother.
Hello, sir. Thank you for that introduction. I appreciate it. I want to start off my talk with just thanking you because what you're doing is important and what you're doing is deep, and especially this theme time is it made me think about um it made me think about grieving and how I don't think I grieved any loss I've ever had. And the first big loss that I had was in 1989. My grandmother, my mother's mother. She was the first dead body I saw. She was the first person I lost. And then from there, 9 years later, I lost my grandfather, and I was literally like his mini me. There's a picture of me and him. I was like two, and we had both of our crutches are walkers because when he got older, he had arthritis and he couldn't walk. So we both had our walkers, and it's a very special, important picture to me. And he ha- he was probably where got my love of storytelling because he would be able to recite he recited poems from memory. He told stories that were like 60 years old, and he didn't miss a beat. And up until the last 6 months of his life, he was always on point, always on the ball. He just knew what was going on. And then a little after he died, my my second cousin Danielle died. And that was probably at the time, I was in my early 20s. It was probably the most impactful death of anybody I lost because she was only 3. And what happened was I my mother told me that she was going to the hospital because my cousin and my sister daughter was in a car accident. And that was in the morning. And that night, I was in the um, theater room, and my brother-in-law, who thankfully is not my brother-in-law anymore, came in and told me that she died. And what happened was they operated on her. They opened her up and they noticed that all of her organs were obliterated because of the accident, and there was nothing they could do. So she died on the operating table. And then in 2017, my cousin Randy died, and it was very unexpected. Um, he was only 38. Um, and one thing I loved about him is I'm crap about checking in. I've always been crap. I'm better now, but I used to be really bad. And he called me 2 weeks before he died, and we talked. He checked in. We caught up, and he always told me that he was gonna come out and to Vegas and visit me. Never got a chance. Never did it. And the last words I heard him say were, "I love you, cuz." And I think after that, in 2020, my wife's brother died, and he had a heart condition, and he had a transplant. And then one day, he just passed because of his heart. And I think, thinking about how you grieve, it's different for everybody. I always thought that if you don't cry, you're not grieving. And when I got older, I realized that's just bullcrap. It's everyone grieves differently. It's I hold on to memories like the because my niece, my second cousin. What I hold on to her with is she was like 2 or 3, and my mother would go on a bowling league, and I would be the babysitter, and we would just go to this game room and play games for like 3 hours, and that's what I hold on to. And her most times when I would go to the game room, to the bowling alley, I would look out into this crowd of people rolling back and forth, and I would see this little girl running to me through people's legs and things, and then she would grab onto my knees because she couldn't jump onto my chair, and that's what I hold on to. And I think for me, it's memories. And in 2016, a friend of mine committed suicide, and for the he was in Vegas, then, and then he moved back to Alabama, where he's from. And the last 6 months of his life, I didn't really talk to him because, again, I said I'm crap at checking in, so I didn't call him. And then all of a sudden, I see on Facebook that he was gone, and that's one of the things I hate about Facebook because I found out about multiple people who've died. But this is a funny story. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning one time, and me, him, and another friend of mine was in a pizza shop 1 in the morning, and it was the first time I'd ever heard a song by Imagine Dragons. And I don't really care about the band. I don't like the band, but like whatever. But every time I hear them now, I look. Every time I hear them now, I look up at the sky and I think of him. And it's just, I have two things that I think grieving are to me are the memories that you hold, the memories that you have, and honoring who they were and the relationship that you had. Because, like I said, you don't have to cry to grieve. You just have to remember them. And like when my second cousin died, my brother-in-law came in and told me, and if he wasn't there, I would have literally tore my room apart. I was about to fall apart. I was going to destroy it. And that was just my initial outburst. But I think like I can't talk about her without like getting emotional. I can't talk about a couple people without getting emotional. But I think the spark that happened is, like I said, the memories. My grandfather's his storytelling is why I love storytelling. His my and my cousin died. My second cousin, when she died, I think she was only 3. So I I do what I do for kind of for her. Like she never got a little like I do what I do, but I never like called it passion. I just called it what I like to do, what I'm good at. And then I never went deep, and I never played full out like I should. But the more and more I think about it, I have to for her because she never got to live she never got to live the life that I did, and I am living this life, but I'm not living it fully. So I need to live more for her, which is part of the spark. And that's all I got.
That's all you got? Come on, brother. Seriously, dude, you are absolutely incredible. Remember the movie, the animated movie with Mr. Incredible?
Yeah.
For some reason, the movie's name is escaping me.
The Incredibles.
Thank you.
Get
That
Get him,
you
Michael. Get
are-
him.
Thanks, James. Um, you are a living legend, in my opinion, bro. You have become one of many adopted big brothers of mine. And every time you take the stage, I was wiping tears away from my face. I've been crying since 7 a.m., so um, I have a feeling I'm going to be crying for the rest of the day. But, bro, you know, every time you roll onto the stage, you rock it. And I thank you for that. I thank you for your heart. I thank you for backing New Beginnings. I thank you for having me as your co-host. Your what are we, like the mischievous brothers, as you like to call us?
Yeah.
And I just thank you for everything that you stand for, bro.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're gonna open up Zoom World over here, and well, Deb's off. Got her mute off. Like, man, she's like a ninja when it comes to that. Go ahead, Deb.
Click draw.
And that is the only time I will ever be compared to a ninja. Thank you, David.
Welcome.
Michael, mwah. Oh, hello, gorgeous. How are
Yo,
you?
I'm good.
Oh,
I'm sick,
excellent.
but I'm good.
Well, one of the things that you just mentioned was living, in part, almost like aggregating, sharing, uh, lending, loaning, doing some living for your sweet 3-year-old cousin who checked out way too soon. And for as many things as I heard and hear, I think that's the first time I heard something like that. I hear a lot about, we honor, right? We build legacies, right, David? We build legacies, in honor of, and we do various things to honor someone who is on the other side of the veil. But this was the first time, for me anyway, and it resonated with something. I believe it was Eric yesterday who talked about, or I scribbled on a page under his name, so it may or may not have been Eric, about lending courage. And I just like the sound of all of that, because we all cycle through emotions and grief and love and success, and we're just this ongoing mashup of stuff. And if you're maybe struggling, you can lean on me. I guess, full circle, it comes back to the lean on me concept. But I thought that was beautiful, and I'm opening it up to everyone here. It's like the concept, of what Michael just said, as far as doing some living on behalf of his cousin. I love that. Anyway, thank you, Michael, for everything and always.
Thank you, Michael. You're amazing, bro. Who else? Who else wants that? Oh, Ninja Man. Go ahead, Mr. James. Actually, you're Batman.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that.
What?
Nah, I want to make Mr. Michael Martin almost sweat a little bit knowing that I'm about to talk to him. No, brother, day one, man. We've chatted. Love you. Always love you. Always appreciate you. You show up and you're like, yo, this is it. This is me. This is how I'm feeling. This is what I'm going through. You're not afraid to tell your story, and you're not afraid to hide the parts of it that, aren't always pretty. Which is powerful, man. Like, not a lot of people say the things out loud quietly, or the things quietly out loud. So I love that you're able to be that, like, hey, it's okay to do that. And what I love is, like, you're holding on to memories that fuel you. That's important, because some people, especially when they go through the process of grief or loss or suffering, they hold on to the memories that hurt them. They hold on to the memories that cause the negative feelings and emotions surrounded by the issues, especially if it's like a traumatic event of a death or a passing. And I speak from experience with this. I used to hang on to what happened, not how that person lived. And that took a transition, and that took work. And for you to be like, hey, this is how I do it, man, thanks, bro. I appreciate you being awesome. I appreciate you being real. And I appreciate you doing it no matter how you feel. That is major for me too. It's cool. Like, you're not 100%, man. We know that you've been having it rough the past like couple weeks to a month, but you still show up and you still give whatever it is you have to give to other people. That's freaking all inspiring, brother. So I just want to say thanks, man. Keep it up.
Thank you.
I second, third, fourth, and fifth that. You always show up, even whatever's stacked against you, bro. And that's awesome. So, James, always bringing the fire, bringing the heat, and appreciate that, bro. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
Michael,
Yes, sir.
now I'm aware of being on a men's panel with you last week, I believe, or the week before. And one of the things about you is that you show up. I know that people have already been saying this, but I don't know if you actually get how important that is sometimes, because you get to lead by example of showing up no matter what it looks like. You were in your hospital bed as we did our interview. I mean, that if that isn't, you had to mute because a nurse came in. Come on. So that's huge, man. And your bravery to just live your life as open as you have is inspiring to anyone. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Michael.
Thank
Always
you.
love you, brother. Thank you. Go ahead, Mary.
Hi, Michael.
Hello.
Thank you so much for that heartwarming presentation. I appreciate it. And I have a similar experience, although not quite the same, but it is with grief. And I have a question for you.
Okay.
I'm glad that you held on to those precious memories, but what did you do with the other memories?
You mean like the how they died, or the hard ones, or what?
Yeah, how did you manage the hard ones? Did you put them somewhere? Did you?
I probably ignored them, to be honest. I probably just focused on the ones that make me feel good and happy and support who they were, and how I can move on. And like, I probably just focus on the last ones, or the most important ones, because they are the most special to me, and I just don't regard any of the other ones, not because just of them being unimportant or bad, or just there's certain memories that I hold on to that just make me feel good and happy, and pull everything together. And they are what fuels me. They're the spark, and everything else is just noise.
Thank you for your strength.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with that. Thank you for your strength, Michael, and thank you for the question, Mary. Or Raven. Raven, thank you for your question there. I appreciate that. And I will second that, Michael. Like everybody that has said here, and I've said it already, but there are certain people in life that claim they have strength, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you exemplify that. And I'm glad Jeff brought that up from the men's panel from Roxy's virtual event that the three of us were on. Because it would have been easy for you to just message and say, hey, I'm in the hospital. I don't feel great. I've got this going on. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to this one. But that didn't.
I don't do that.
No, you don't. I don't even think that question even came across your mind.
No, it didn't.
And so that's what I wanted to touch on here, because it's what Jeff said, it's what James said, it's what pretty much everybody in the Unleashing Out family and the new ones that are new to MBM and part of other communities like Raven and everybody that doesn't know you as well as we do. You have that strength that a lot of people want to have. And so I want to challenge you as we continue through today and what you shared about living more with intention and honoring your cousin and everything that you do. Embrace that, because dude, you are like vibranium that Captain America's shield is made out of, dude. That can't be broken. And you are the man, brother. And Faber just said you get better every time. And so just keep being you. And again, thank you for backing us for the 2026 year. And I can't wait to get on the stage with you again in a couple of weeks when we get ready to do this month's Stories of the Diversity. Because what you're creating there or have created is changing lives. And that is incredible and powerful, dude.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I'm excited here, y'all, because our next two speakers are brand new to the MBM stage. And one of them is going to be doing their first time public speaking engagement ever. And I am super excited for this. But that person doesn't come for a little bit. This next speaker was introduced to me by Jeremy Howe with the Moxie Mindset community. And when Jeremy reached out to me 2 or 3 weeks ago and said, I need you to meet Raven Owens, I said, cool. I love to meet new people and I love to bring new people into the summit. And with Jeremy, I didn't even question it. I've known Jeremy and his lovely wife since November of 2024. Jeremy has been on the summit with us. I think he's only missed one over 2025, so he's been on 5 summits with us. And Raven and I were able to get on a call a couple of weeks ago, and I got to hear her incredible, powerful story that I'm not going to give anything away on because I can't do it justice. And I knew immediately with the smile that, trust me, is contagious, y'all. When she smiles through the screen, she's going to make all of us smile. She's got this energy, this passion, this love for people that's going to make your heart expand like into levels that will make it resonate for years to come. And with what Raven is going to be bringing to the mountain, we have never had here before. We've had that throughout the last day and a half. But what Raven is going to be bringing, buckle up, lace up those boots, put on a warm jacket, and get ready, like I said before, Chris, because what is going to be bringing here in the next half hour is going to change your life. Raven, the summit is yours.
Okay, got it. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. And oh my God, David, what an amazing experience this has been so far. And thank you for that introduction. Oh my goodness. Wow. And thank you to Jeremy for introducing me to you. I just love him to pieces. He's been an amazing force in my life and in helping me to manage and navigate some challenges I've been having. So I appreciate you both. And hello, everyone. Again, I'm Raven. And so thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. And when David invited me to speak, I reflected on the theme of this summit being this, ignite the spark, the time is now. And I thought about what is it that ignites my spark? And it was brought to my memory of all the trials that I've endured and overcame at a very pivotal point in my life is what ignites my spark. And I realized that it was in this struggle to overcome those trials is what had been preparing me all along for this moment in time. And so my time is now to step with all confidence into my purpose and to do the type of work that I'm called to do. So how did I get here? What are those trials? How did I overcome them? And what is the work that I'm doing? So I don't know, did any one of you ever hear of The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell? Thanks, Megan. Awesome. So I'm going to do a very modified version of that as I tell my story. Okay, and keep in mind, it's really modified. And so let's begin the first stage of my journey, which begins with my existence within my ordinary assumptive world. In 2001, I was a 15-year veteran New York City police officer. I had earned my spot in an elite all-male unit. It was a tactical training unit due to my martial arts background. I had wonderful friends. I had 5 older brothers, no sisters, that loved me dearly, and an amazing mom that at 101 years old, she's still very amazing. I had strong Christian values, and I was born and raised in the church, and I served in ministry. So all was well in my assumptive world until it wasn't. So I entered the second stage of my journey, an unintentional adventure. On the morning of September 11th, excuse me, 2001, the World Trade Center terrorist attacks occurred. I was a first responder, and my unit and we got there just when the South Tower came down, the second tower came down. And so I will, because of these chairs, I'm going to spare you the gory details of my experience. But I will say that standing in the middle of chaos, covered in ash, hearing screams, and seeing so many people hurt and in shock, coupled with the fact that I lost some coworkers that were really good friends of mine, something happened to my psyche and my spirit that day. It became split off. And at the time, I didn't realize what was happening to me because I was distracted by working so many long hours at Ground Zero. But as the time went by and the hours lessened and I spent more time at home, that's when I entered my third stage, which is the darkest night of my soul. And it felt like an extreme ego death. I became angry and disappointed at God, the God that I loved so much, the God of my understanding. And I isolated myself because once those images got in me, I created my own hiding space where no one can find me, where no one can see my pain, my vulnerability and fear, and worst of all, the hatred that I had developed. And it wasn't the way I was raised. Because I remember something, I was the only woman in this unit, right? And so my reputation as a fighter preceded me. And so I refused to let the men that I worked with see me in this way and see me so rattled. And so this is part of the ego death, right? So I suffered in silence with classic symptoms of PTSD, revisioning, sensory overload. I was hearing sirens and ambulances going off when there were no sirens and ambulances. I was at home, I wasn't working. And the nightmares were consistent. So fast forwarding, I learned about a program for police officers called PAPA, and that's police officers providing peer assistance. And so because I knew something was off and that I couldn't continue in this way, I joined that support group where I learned that I wasn't the only one suffering with those symptoms. Because if you know the NYPD, if you tell them that you're hearing things that are not there and seeing things and having nightmares, they will take your guns. They will take your guns, they'll put you on modified assignment, that you may lose your pay, and your family will definitely be affected. And other police officers may not trust working with you. But this group was unique because it was supervised by clinicians, but it was all police officers that were having the same experience, and it was outside of the job. So we could speak freely about what was going on. And so the group helped me so much. I went away and I learned to become a peer support officer. And some of you might be too young to remember what a beeper is. Anybody remember? So I managed a beeper once a month where I would answer calls from police officers in crises as well, officers that were thinking of taking their lives because of heavy stressors, officers that may have been engaged in some substance use or alcoholism and other existential crises. And so I loved doing that so much and helping in that way. I also went back to school and became a licensed psychotherapist and a transpersonal psychologist. I went away to Germany for 3 years and I started studying holotropic breathwork. And I became a holotropic breathwork facilitator because it helped me so much in my healing. I mean, it took my healing to a whole different level. And no longer was I angry with God. I understood God in more of a personal relationship with the Spirit of God. And so what I found, Michael, is this type of self-care and community and not in isolation is what helped me to enter into that fourth stage, the return with the elixir. And the elixir I emerged with was my transformation. And I could only describe it as a revelation from a higher source, with a knowing that to answer a call in a different way, in a different kind of service, beyond law enforcement, is where I was meant to be. And this is where the hero journey comes to full circle, to hosting my first retreat in the beautiful Riviera Maya, where I'll be conducting breathwork and shamanic shadow work in an environment that supports healing and transformation in community. And the funny thing is, someone asked me this recently, and it was quite cynical the way they asked me. And it was, why are you hosting this retreat now, especially at a time when there's so much going on in the world? And I thought, yes, there is a lot going on in the world. And people are answering the call to what's going on in very powerful and sacrificial ways, right? The monks are walking for peace. Protesters are standing up for freedom and democracy. And even the Pope in the Vatican is speaking out for peace. And so I answered the question with all assurity, why not now? Especially at this particular moment in time. And while others are doing their part in these times, and I respect it, I have a different calling and a different assignment. It's in helping individuals manage their own internal heaviness from the energy that's spreading, like whom the tribes like the Cree, the Blackfoot, and the Obijigwe call Wetiko. And Wetiko operates by covert infestation of the human psyche, causing individuals to act against their own interests. It compels human beings through toxic selfishness, destruction for profit, massive hoarding of wealth, promoting suffering without compassion, dehumanizing others, hurting the animals, the sacred waters, the sacred land, and exploiting our natural resources. But according to the Cree, Wetiko is non-local, right? Meaning it doesn't have any substantive, tangible existence except in our minds and our spirits. And so it can be changed. It's born from our disconnection of the natural order of things that has already been set in place. And so my retreat is necessary, but definitely not for everyone. It's for the courageous who want to face their own inner demons and experience transformation on a micro level, so powerful that the light that they gain from the experience for themselves, they'll be able to spread it also like a virus. This light that will touch the greater community, starting with us individually. And so I thank you for the opportunity to share my story, and I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Raven. You know, I remember when you told me the piece about your experience with 9/11, and that hit me hard because none of us can really understand the impact that that could make unless you were physically down at ground zero when everything happened. And when you told me that you were willing to share that piece of your story, I was truly grateful for your bravery on that. So thank you for your bravery on that and stepping in and sharing everything about what you're about. So thank you for that. So
You're most
I'm
welcome.
Thank you. I am going to open it up to the Zoom room now. Everybody in Zoom, there's no political discussions going to happen during this piece. Okay, I want to make that clear. Keep that out of what we're building here, please. And let's just do what we're here to be called to do. You know, our world is very unsteady right now, and it's at a breaking point. And this community stands with loving and supporting, and I do support everyone here and their viewpoints, but I don't want to have any dialogue regarding any political discussions on this platform during this summit. So I just wanted to make that clear. So we're going to open up the Zoom room. Deb, go ahead.
Thank you, David, and thank you for that housekeeping note, which is crucial. Emotions run high. Raven, hi.
Hi, honey.
How are
Hi,
you
Deb.
doing?
I'm better now that I don't usually share that story, but it felt good. And although I got really emotional, I feel powerful in standing on that.
You are seen, you are heard, you are powerful.
Thank you.
When I had my screen off, because I was stuffing my face, I had my camera off. And when you asked, familiar with Joseph Campbell, I was just talking about him earlier. And although I was talking the Masks of God, and love the hero's journey, love. And I love how you are a modern day representation of Joseph's heroine. I'm an actor. Hero. It is what it is. 9/11. I was in Stamford, Connecticut. So, first, foremost, thank you for your service. I love New York so much. Get back as often as I can. And so, thank you for your 15 years, veteran NYPD. Whew. I mean, that alone. And then it's almost that quirky things happen for a reason. I mean, that was a big thing to happen. And fortunately it didn't just morph you, it morphed so many, many in positive as well as not. And to David, as far as not, being ground zero, Stanford seemed ground zero enough for me. I remember driving by on the Washington Bridge, going to the Jersey Shore, and still seeing everything smoldering a week after. The flag, you remember the flag?
Yeah.
On the bridge. Anywho, all of that. I have so many questions, but
let me just say one thing, Deb. I did continue on. I didn't stop. I did a little over, I'm 61 years old. So I did a little over 20. I did over 20 years. So I completed my time there. Yeah.
Dang.
We didn't quit. We kept going.
Of course you didn't quit. So while I have many questions that may have to be a prologue another time, a coffee together, whatever, but the pivotal moment, the dark night of the soul. I don't know, was there a date? What was the exact impetus? Because you'd obviously been carrying. And the system is set up in such a fashion because, what you said, they'd take your gun, you'd have, clerical duty. No one wants that. Remember that, David. No one wants that, but some people are willing to do clerical duty. I'm just saying. But was there a moment? What was the impetus during that dark night of the soul that was it just learning of the group, or you tell me?
Okay, got it. So I did 52 tours at Ground Zero from day one when the second tower came down. So those hours were long. You may get one day off, but then you had to be back early. Because I was in the tactical training unit, I was at checkpoints, right? So we weren't doing martial arts and training the recruits. We were on the street, and this is what we were called to do. And so we would show up every day, face straight, uniform squared away, ready to do the work. But when I got home, the pivotal moment was after those tours, and I was left alone by myself. And I had, and I can speak about this because I did my work, right? Many years, I didn't just arrive at this, many years of doing my work. And when I said I developed a different relationship with the God of my understanding, where I understand the Creator to be a spirit, this is my, not imposing my view on anyone else. I had my shotgun on my bed, my Bible, and 5 firearms around me with a 9mm in my mouth. I had so much hatred for people that were from the Middle East, and I wasn't raised that way. And this is how I knew something was tearing away at my spirit. But I promise you, blue is significant for me. The color blue, not only the police uniform, but a blue light that pulled that gun out of my mouth. And I never went back in that space again. That was the darkest night. All of the circumstances surrounding it, the PTSD, the sensory overload, the nightmares, the constant peal of sirens, and the hearing of bodies hitting the ground, seeing people, these were the gory details that I really didn't want to share, but they're pretty ugly. And to carry that and not have an outlet, it gets in you. Those images, that spirit gets in you. And you kind of like, if you're not guarded spiritually, and I have to, this is my belief system, it will take control. And it will take you to a dark place. But the light to me was the love of the Creator. For me, it's saying, not now, daughter, not now. And not by your own hands. That's not what, my name is Mary Raven Emmanuel Owens. That's my full name. And so I understand that blessed am I among women. And blessed is the fruit of my labor. So the pivotal moment was coming to terms that I have the power to take life and also give it. And it was in the releasing of the taking of life that my life changed, began to change. And the message and the information that, hey, you don't have to go through the job. There's a group that will help you. And that information just came to me through a dear friend. So
Clearly, you were ready to receive that message after that incredibly dark night. And thank you so much for opening up.
Sure.
You are loved.
I love you too. Thank you, Deb. Thank you so
you.
much for that question.
Thank you, Mary. Deb,
Catch.
thank you for the question. Sierra, what do you got?
So my aunt was a doctor in New York during 9/11, and she rarely talks about it. And one story I remember her saying is how she remembers fixing up, first responders for them to just go back out, and who knew if they were going to live, right? And I just sat here as you were talking, and I felt like you were just speaking to my soul. That dark night is not something that a lot of people recover from or make it through. And I'm glad you did, because the depths of your womb that you have gone to is the medicine that this world needs, right? And you're doing what you're here to do. And I'm just so blessed to witness you in this moment. And I would love to connect with you and be able to get to know you more, because you have such a beautiful story and a beautiful purpose here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sierra. I love your name.
Thank you.
And there's a reason why, like, even Austin didn't know what Raven was going to bring today. I kept this one extremely close to the chest because of the power of what Raven was going to bring. And I'm not saying I'm diminishing anybody else's story here, okay? But this one was very unique and very different from anything that we've had on the mountain. And when 9/11 comes up, it brings back a lot of memories. And I'll never forget where I was when 9/11 happened. Obviously, I was not in New York. I was a senior in high school. And when it happened, I walked into my first period class and I thought we were watching a movie. And then life changed immediately as soon as that happened. And so I kept this, like I said, I kept this one extremely, extremely close to the chest. Only Jeremy and Raven and I knew what was about to go down today. So, James, what do you got, brother?
Can I just address Sierra really quick?
Yeah, Sarah, come back on
Yeah.
if you can.
I'm here.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, honey.
Hi.
So I just want you to know that, yeah, it's a deep soul wound, but it can be recovered. You can retrieve that part of your soul, but it takes work. It takes courage to go into the depths of that darkness. But I will encourage anyone that you know or anyone that's suffering in this way and still triggered, that there is help and that they can do it. And so to come with their fear, come with their apprehension, and be ready to face that shadow, because that's where their strength and the overcoming is. That's where it is.
I love that. I agree. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Love you, Sierra. You know, you're my feisty little sister, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So you always challenge us, and I love that. All right. I don't know who went here with their hands up first, but bro, you know how I work. Ladies first. So, Tish, go ahead. He's not going to say anything until you do.
James was actually before me.
I know.
I have a little sister named Mary. So Mary,
Oh, hi, Tish.
hi, Mary, quite contrary.
Yes, how does my garden grow? With
Oh.
cucumbers? No, I'm just kidding.
It took my breath away. And I was at Richard Nixon's presidential library years ago when the Freedom Tour was there. And there was a pillar from one of the towers on a, I'm not sure I can even share this, on a flatbed of a semi, and also the foam truck 331 was there. And I don't remember the number of the other fire truck that was there. And as I walked up to that flatbed and saw that massive steel beam just looked like a pretzel, I could hear the voices.
I hope.
I could feel the emotions. So God bless you for being there and coming through. I'm not going to say coming over to the other side, because it's you just transformed into a different you. I'm not even going to say a better you, because we're all the bestest copy of our bestest person anyway. So thank you. I just
So
can't
much.
even imagine, and I pray every day for those that were there, those that fought, those that recovered. And I was at Ground Zero in Oklahoma City when they recovered the last body. And as we stood there and the 9/11 dedication was also talked about, I thought to myself, when we have moments like this, and I don't share a lot of it, I don't talk about it, but because you came on and I was just drawn to you, and I would love to be able to reach out to you as well.
Anytime.
Yes. And one of my best projects I ever worked on was working with the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians here in Mississippi.
Ah,
So yeah, what a whole new world.
thank you.
Thank you for everything.
So much. And you know, Tish, I want to, as you brought something to mind when you talked about the flatbed and the pillar. And lest I take all the glory, we had so many wonderful officers that day. My unit, ESU, emergency service units, at the fire department, a lot of us came together. It wasn't just me. There's just one story, but there's so many. And if you guys ever get the opportunity to get to the Freedom Tower and to hear the stories from others, I encourage you to do that, because the ones that were lost, they are the true heroes. They're the ones that ran into the building. We got there just in time when the towers came down, but I didn't go in. They went in. Didn't have a second thought. So I want to give respect to them as well. So thank you for your prayers for all of us.
Of course, Mary. And if there's anything that the MBM family can do for you and anyone that's been through something like that, we're here. That's why this movement, this community has been built, is for everyone here and anybody out there that has been through a trauma. And so know that you're stuck with the green and black. I know Jeremy's got his, you have Jeremy in your life, but you're now part of the green and black. And like Deb said, you've just inherited more than just friends. This is a family, and this is a unique family here because we've all experienced loss in some way. Now, this is a different area that we've experienced here before, but I hate using that word. With that being said, just know that we're always here. I'm only a message away, and you know Jeremy is, and always know that you can bring anybody here to the summits, and we would love to be able to provide love and support in any way that we can. Okay.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. James, what you got, my brother?
Let me preface before I talk. Raven, nothing that I want to say is surface level, so I hope it doesn't hit surface level. Because when I say thank you for your service and your dedication, it's coming from a place that my stepdad was in the fire department in New Jersey for a long time. We knew people in New York. We had friends in New York. We had family both on the fire and police side. And when that happened, world changed for everyone. So like, I definitely understand that. And then also in my experience, going into the fire academy in 2006 and serving as a volunteer fireman myself throughout the years, I know the level of courage that takes, because, you know, what we would consider normal, most people don't. And nothing about that was even our level of expectation, preparation. Like nothing prepares you for a catastrophic event such as that, let alone to manage it under the guidance of our creator and our savior. There's just no way to process any of that. And I know that soul dampening, soul strangulation is what I call it, because it just cuts you off from all sorts of anything positive, joy. It cuts off the relationship and connection to Christ and the creator. It cuts off, it makes you feel totally isolated, and it makes you feel that everything that you've ever done was just why, right? Like, and I don't want to kind of relive your experience because that's your experience, but I relate to that. I want to paraphrase this because this was just like, you know, like just throwing at my face when you said people are cynically asking, why are you doing this now? I'm sure you're going to know it once I start talking it, but it says, yet who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this?
As this. Mhm.
Who knows, right? We know who knows. And there is no coincidence. There is no accidentals. There is no happenstance. The circumstances, however difficult or however pivotal, they're not just occasional things that happen. They are designed, and they're opportunities for us to serve a higher purpose and a higher calling. And I want you to know that I don't know you, but I'm spiritually proud of you. I am soulfully inspired and rooting for you because and I'm not going to disrespect Dave because I love Dave, but you got to be willing to confront and challenge the issues that nobody talks about in order to go for a resonation and an understanding to grow. If we consistently ignore the things that people are emotionally structured or tense about, we'll never make a difference. Doesn't mean we have to fight them the way that people are fighting them currently, because my hero stood against accusations and never said a word.
Ah,
He loved anyway. And then when my hero was beaten, battered, and bruised and tortured, the only one of the 7 things he said was, forgive them, they know not what they do. So in a world that has no idea what it's doing, I'm so glad that you stood up and said, here I am, send me. And I just want to say absolute gratitude and grace. I appreciate you opening a side of you that you don't talk about.
mm.
And I want to let you know that that needed to be said today. And I'm glad you were obedient in saying it.
Oh,
James,
James.
that wasn't disrespecting me.
I know, buddy, but I wanted to preface, man.
Yeah.
No, Mary, I'm sorry to cut you off. That's what I wanted to hear. A lot of times I've had people in the past, not on this specific one or anything, but 3 or 4 summits ago, that stuff has happened. When it comes to JC, to Jesus Christ, I have no problem with that. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because that is vitally important to bring up, because our top core value in my personal life and in my business life with MBM is faith. And that's where it's at. That's a non-negotiable. So I'm proud of you for challenging me on that, and thank you for doing that. But just know that was no disrespect on my part. So thank
All
you.
good. Just wanted to preface and just wanted to show love for Raven.
Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you so much. I felt that, James. I felt your sentiments, and I felt it deeply, and I believe you. And I want to say that, like 9/11, and why, well, when I spoke about the monks and the people that are protesting, I think I just wanted to draw attention to the human condition. The human condition, right? And how different folk approach healing and wanting resolution without the brutality of it. And wanting, like 9/11, when everyone came together, Americans stood together, no matter what the background, no matter what the belief system, Jews, Gentiles, Christians, we all came together for the common good of restoration. And so I think when I brought attention to that, I'm so sorry, I did not want to disrespect your platform at any level. And I definitely don't want to go into the politics of this. For me, this is about the spirituality and seeing and finding God in everything.
Yes.
And in everyone. Although like I said, our assignments may be different. And I just wanted to say there is a human condition. And my assignment is to address it on a micro level, so that light shines forth. So James, thank you for that, too, giving me the opportunity to speak a little further.
And
Thank you.
Raven, there was nothing like that. So
I gotta keep looking. You guys shifting around, and y'all know I'm half blind.
And I know, ladies and gentlemen, we could keep going on with this, and maybe at the end of tonight, if people want to come back and well, what I typically do at the end of these summits, I keep the Zoom room open for a half hour, 45 minutes, so people can come in and ask questions to other speakers, because I know there's a speaker here that was in New York that impacted them in a big way. And maybe by the end of today, they might have the courage to ask that question, Raven, because your story impacted them. And so, maybe we can have a dialogue at the end of this, because I would love to keep this going, because your testimony, your story is incredibly powerful, and this can continue to go for another hour. And I have a hard time on stopping people. James, Michael, and Austin know that about me. What I wanted to clarify was just the faith side of things with me. That is the biggest piece that I always strongly encourage everybody that wants to share their faith. I highly encourage that, okay? Because I lost my faith after Joey died, and I'll share that at a later date, okay? Raven, you are incredible. You are powerful. And I knew that this was going to ignite the Zoom room because of what you were going to bring. And that's why maybe later tonight, or maybe next week, or maybe tomorrow, we'll do a bonus feature. I don't know. We'll talk about it. But
Okay,
we're gonna
I'll make myself available. So thank you everyone for listening and for having me, David. Thank
You're
you so
very welcome.
Okay.
You're very welcome, Raven. You did incredible. Now, remember when I said right before Raven brought her powerful story that we were going to have somebody that is taking virtual or a actual physical stage for the very first time to share his story? I got introduced by this amazing gentleman through Mr. Michael Faber, and I am extremely humbled and excited for this introduction, because this young man, I have heard stories about a certain person in his life throughout the years. And I remember what Travis was going to talk about. It hit my heart like a ton of bricks. And this is going to be the beginning of many virtual stages, summits, and stages to come in the future. Travis, my brother, the stage is yours.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Just want to say thank you to all the people that spoke before me and spoke after and going to speak after me. A lot of the stories have touched my heart, that's for sure. Nervous. But anyway, my story is about redemption and redeeming myself for who I am. Had a lot of loss. It started off when I was, I guess, about 2. My dad wasn't a dad. He left. He was an alcoholic, drug addict, whatever. And it was just my mom. And it hurt me inside. A little boy just wants his father. So I didn't know who I was for the longest time. I didn't know what I wanted to do for the longest time. So I battled with a lot of anger, a lot of depression, and let me see, where did I leave off at? So I guess when I really started finding the wrong influences, probably right around 12, I got involved with drugs, struggled with addiction for the longest time, and was in and out of truancy court, hated school. I hated being around people. I just felt like I didn't fit in. And when it came to family, people would leave, people would come and go. And I didn't know who I could trust and who I could keep close to me. My mother and I had some rough times. I blamed her for a lot of the guilt that I had because my father left. At the end of the day, he left both of us. And it just put a lot of pressure on me to not know what I wanted to get out of life. So I was a street guy. I mean, I ended up in jail a couple times. At one point in time, me and my mom were arguing one day because I stayed home from school and she wouldn't let me go outside. And we were arguing and kind of fighting a little bit. And she punched me in my back, and I picked up a door stopper. I didn't realize there was something in it, and I hit her. Luckily, it didn't hurt her, but I ended up going to jail that night at 12 years old. And the first time I got moved from there to a different facility, and I got a phone call one night, and it was my dad calling. And I was like, why? And I just couldn't wrap it around my head. So over the next couple of years, I met my brother on my dad's side. I met my dad 2 times, and it just never clicked. I just felt that I don't even know. He just didn't want to be a parent. My brother told me stories about how he would have to go visit him when he got his license. Um, so about 16, I went back and seen him again. It was my grandmother's funeral. Didn't know anybody that was there, and he shook my hand. And I'm like, that's not what you do. I've watched so many movies about a father and a son, and it still, till this day, it still breaks me a little bit. And we left there. I mean, I was starting to use heavy in drugs. Even my brother, we were doing drugs together, and I was only 16. 16. And then it just got worse from there. Started with pain pills. About 19, I ended up at the pain clinic. A year later, I found out I was having my first child, and I knew it was time to start doing stuff different. So right before my 21st birthday, I got sober, well, for the first time, and came out of detox. And I struggled another 12 years. That put me at like 33. So between there, I had a couple more kids. I had a toxic relationship with my ex. And then in between there, my first of all, when we moved from Maryland to Delaware, I was like 10, and I lived with my cousin Matt. And my cousin John also had lived with us when we lived in the apartment. So I was really close with them. Matt introduced me to fishing, basketball, my love for music with the bass and just feeling the bass when you're riding around in a car. And then John introduced me to Eminem. Remember the first time I was playing the CD, my mom heard it. She's like, "What the hell are you listening to?" Anyway, but they had both committed suicide 4 months from each other. Matt was first, and then my cousin Johnny was next. And I held so much anger at them because family drifts apart. And when my grandmother died, I felt like that was the glue that held us all together. And I was so far in addiction, but I'm glad I did speak at their funerals. I mean, that was one thing that I was the last one to speak. So that was one good thing that I got out of that. But I know now to keep their memories and stories alive. Like I talk to my cousin John's kids every once in a while, but Matt, I don't even know his son. I don't know what happened there with him and his ex-wife or at the time, but so when I had right when COVID had started, I had my ex-wife had left, and so it was just me and 3 girls. I was by myself taking care of these girls, and I ended up winning. I ended up going for full sole custody. She never showed up, so I got sole custody of my 3 oldest daughters, and I ended up meeting my current girlfriend Shelby, and we ended up having a kid together. And I've always wanted a boy, but wasn't in my cards. So I have 4 girls of my own, and then we have 2 girls. She has 2 girls from a previous relationship. So I see it as in God's picture as I need to show the women what a man's love should be. And I haven't always been the best example, but right after Aurora was born, she was turning 1. I had been on Suboxone, I had been on methadone, and I was at the point in my time where I was like, I'm done I am done having to wake up every day and take a medication just to feel normal. My whole life, I just wanted to feel normal. And I knew that meant I had to start dealing with shit. So I got off Suboxone. I used to smoke cigarettes. I started vaping. I quit vaping. I quit smoking THC. Um, so I've been off Suboxone a little bit over 2 years. I haven't had any nicotine in over 2 years. And my healing process has come together, and I feel better. I do. I'm not totally where I want to be, but I'm working on that process to get there. And one night in the beginning of last year, I had wanted to be searching for my cousin on Facebook, and that's how I met Faber. And I knew that they were friends, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I had already been following him because I had followed somebody who came and looked at my roof. It's how I met Bobby Jones. It's how I followed Faber on Facebook. And I sent him this long message. He responded back. I was waiting on a tax return to come back from a couple years ago that had gotten messed up. So this money came in, and I was like, "Hey man, you got a spot?" And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." So we worked it out. I went down there. Didn't even know what he was about, but it was awesome to be able to be in a room where you feel welcomed, where you can put the guard down. And we had did something there, and we burned it and let it go. And I didn't let it go. That was my fault. I put it down to let go and forgive my father and forgive myself for the pain that I've caused. And a couple months later, we had gone to Shenandoah, and I woke up that morning, got on Facebook, no mutual friends in common. My dad's name pops up, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And we had end up reaching out to each other. I went and seen him, and it just wasn't. That's where at that day I just made my peace with it. He's not supposed to be a father. He taught me everything what not to be. So now that I know what I need to be, and it opened my eyes. So between meeting Faber, meeting David, meeting all these people that I've come together with, I finally feel welcomed. I feel part of a they say surround yourself with smarter people than you, and I see that in these rooms and the people that I connect with, and just the people that speak. These are the people that I need to be with. And the last thing in my life that I was trying to get away to be the old new Travis was my job. And I had made pizza. That's where I put myself in for a long time, was working and working and working 60, 70 hours a week. And December 31st, they pulled me into the office and they laid me off. And I had already been doing something on the side, like financial advisory and stuff like that. And I knew to myself that it's time to just let go and move on. And between everybody that I've met with, like Michael Faber, Justin, I love Justin, Jeremy, we've sat down and we've come up with, plan to be able to help me move to success. My grandmother was a big part of that too. She passed away a long time ago, but I still keep her memory alive. She was my second mother, took care of me a lot. I think that's pretty much about it. I don't think there's anything else. There probably is, but I just can't think of it right now.
Travis, I got to tell you, bro, for first time, you absolutely crushed it.
Thanks.
Absolutely crushed it, bro.
Appreciate
And
that.
you're very welcome. And, I feel like I know your cousin because I've heard his name come up a lot. And I mean that in a very genuine way because I've known Michael for 6 years. And Michael and your cousin were tight. And Michael holds relationships, as we all know, very close and tight to his chest. And even though I never got to meet your cousin in person, I can feel him coming through your love and through Michael's love. And Deb, you asked a question about WTF Michael Faber. Michael Faber is a person that pours his love out in so many ways. He protects his people. What's the deal with him, right? Michael is a mad genius when it comes to helping those who want to build their own businesses. And I will tell you first and foremost, if Michael Faber was not my brother and not my business coach, what we have here today with the Mountain Summit Virtual, with over 40 plus speakers, with his constant being a thorn in my side, and I say that very lovingly, Mike, because I know you're on the Zoom right now, and threatening to throat chop me if I don't do something and not listen to him. And he says that again very lovingly, because sometimes I'm a very stubborn person. We wouldn't be where we're at today. And everybody that is in the MBM family is from the Blue and Green. That's the family, the community that Michael built in the memory of his brother Joey. And Travis, dude, I am so grateful that you were open to going to that men's retreat. I've been to one. I've been to 6 of those. And that fire burning ceremony is incredibly powerful.
For sure.
And, you know, I'm going to be back at some point. And for you to trust Mike, to trust me, to share your story on our summit, you have absolutely no idea how much that means to me. Because anybody that enters the base camp with me, I'm just talking about me, and trust me with their heart and their soul and their story and their loss, I don't take that lightly. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a counselor. I'm not a doctor, but I know the pain. I know the experience. I live it every single day. You are doing what you're doing. You said at one point that you're not where you want to be, but you're exactly where you need to be right now. Because you're taking it one step at a time. You've got Michael in your life. You've got the community, the family in your life. You've got Bobby Jones, and now you got the full force of the mountain behind you. You've got the lion roaring its head off. And you got the force of the mountain. And when you combine those two, you will be loved and you will be supported. And we'll have your back all the way. Now, Zoomland, what do you got for me?
Me first.
Go ahead, Martha.
Travis, I just want to hug you. And I got to hug you in Delaware when I first got to meet you. I was so glad that you were in that room, you and Shelby. It was great to have you in that room. But to see what you've done since that event and just following you on social, I just want to say congratulations. I want to say great job. But I also want to share my heart when I say not all of us get to win the parent lottery, you know, and we didn't get what we deserved, but we're making the best of it. And we're going to be better parents, friends, whatever to society because of it. So I'm grateful that although you didn't get from your earthly father what you needed, you're finding what you deserve. And I just want to say that's not something that I take lightly because I know that struggle. So I just want to say, keep your head up. You are making so many people proud. And I don't doubt that you're going to make your earthly father proud because he's going to see that you were better than him. And that's all we can ever want for our children is for them to be better than we were. So I just want to say congratulations, keep going. I'm so grateful that I caught your story. And I just want to say, like, just keep going. I'm so proud of you. And I can't wait to continue to watch what you get to do. So
thank you.
Yeah, Martha's hand immediately went up like halfway through your presentation. So I had to jump in front of her before her because I knew she was going to steal my thunder because with that smile and her energy, she has a tendency to do that. Deb, what do you got for us? And I mean that in a good way, Martha. You know I love you like a sister. So go ahead, Deb.
Travis, you were here all day yesterday. And and I suspect all day today. I hope so. Your story is incredible. It's one of challenge and strength, and you beating a lot of odds, to be honest. And well done. Well done. And welcome to the mountain. Mwah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Actually, let's go to James and then you, Mary, okay? James, what do you got, bro?
Hey,
My brother Trap. Dude. Dude, who is this guy right now? This is amazing. Listen, I was there at the men's retreat. I was there at Movement Maker Live. We talked a couple times, but let me tell you, if there's one thing I'm observant as anything. And dude, I'm watching you take in the environment. I'm watching you sit back. I'm watching you listen. I'm watching you just, get settled in. Dude, not what I, oh man, not what not to be, but what I need to be. Bro, that hit me because I've had similar situations in my life where I've had a ton of people tell me, or show me what not to be, what not to do, and whether they meant that by an intentional example or not. And just to see that, because it's exactly how I want to raise my children, not what not to be, what I want them to be, what they need to be in order to survive a world that's just getting crazier and crazier. And not only that, what I need to be for them, what I need to be for my wife, what I need to be to show up in my life. That's next level strength, brother. I just want to let you know I am wonderfully impressed, and I'm wonderfully freaking excited and proud, because if this is where you start, it's only going to get better from here. And I'm very thankful to be a part of this journey, man. So freaking keep going, brother. I love it.
thank you.
I second that. Mary, what you got for us?
Okay, Travis, thank you so much for that powerful narrative of your life. It has such depth that one can feel it. And it seems like you're on your own hero's journey. You are the hero of your journey. You came back with so much. And I'm wondering, because I see you as a role model. And I'm wondering what you're going to do with this powerful, where'd you go?
Probably to get it, kiddo.
It's okay.
Sorry, somebody looking for me.
It's okay. Just wondering if you have plans on maybe working with youth or other people that's suffered with addiction, or like, where does it go from here? I wonder.
That's the thing. I've thought about that. Right now I'm just doing financial advisory, I'm going into schools, helping teachers, learn about their retirement and things like that. But I'm hoping that my story, just like today, there's going to be somebody or somebody's kid. I have somebody that I work with in my bait shop, and her son struggles with addiction. And my story, I think she's watching right now on YouTube, but my story, she makes me cry every time, because she's like, oh, just talking about the strength, and I don't even realize it. I don't. But anyway, I'm not sure yet. Story's unwritten, and I'm still going. So we'll see.
Love it, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. I want to get you a little excited here, okay?
Okay.
I don't usually share this publicly.
Oh boy.
Yesterday we had 4,500 views through the live all day on Facebook. Today we're going to have the same thing. I already know it. There's going to be 4,500 souls, maybe more, than everybody that has come before that are going to be impacted. When I say views, I mean 5, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It's not the entire summit. But in those 5 to 10 to 15 seconds, your story, your resilience, your bounce back, your comeback. Think of Peyton Manning coming back after his neck operation and joining the Broncos. That's you, brother. You're going to impact those souls. And this is going to stay on Facebook and YouTube because you had the courage to step up. So I wanted to share that with you. Go ahead, Tish. You're muted.
I'm trying to fight back the tears, but thank you. Yes, I was muted. Travis, God bless you. I lost a brother to drugs and alcohol. And I spent many, many years trying to save him. He did not want to be saved. And as you sat there telling your story, I found peace in his death. So while I could not save him, you saved me. Thank you.
Ooh,
And unfortunately, when he passed, they were out drinking and drugging, and 4 other people were also killed because of all of that. God bless you. And I said this yesterday, and I say this to a lot of people that I work with. You don't have to be a perfect speaker, but you have the perfect message. Keep sharing it. Thank you, brother.
thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Tish. Thank you, Travis, for having the courage. Thank you,
Thank-
everybody. Go ahead.
No, I say thank you for having me here. I appreciate it.
Of course, man. And I'll be asking you again. We're going to be back in April. I shared this yesterday. It's going to be either April 1st or April 2nd. We're going to come back for the second one of 2026, or it's going to be April 7th and April 8th. I haven't decided yet. I had to push it up. I'm having a full rotator cuff rebuild surgery on my left shoulder from the accident from 2022. So unfortunately, we can't do it on the 21st, 22nd like I wanted around the anniversary of Joey's passing. And I wanted to share this publicly with everybody that we're coming back for our second summit of the year. So tune in, because I'm going to be asking all these amazing speakers to come back, and I'm going to be sprinkling in some new ones, because April is going to be the virtual summit of the year, because this April is the passing month of my brother. And I'll share something a little bit later in the summit for this one, why I also wanted to do April as well, that combines it to celebrate with Joey's legacy, but it's also a personal story on my behalf. But Travis, brother, thank you. You are absolutely phenomenal. Raven, Chris, man, I'm having a hard time. I have the speaker list right in front of me. Josh, Michael Hummel, thank you both. My goodness, what an incredible beginning part of the day, right? Man, I don't know how to, even follow these incredible speakers to introduce our next amazing speaker, because this amazing soul has been with the Mountain and MBM from the very beginning. I remember that phone call like it was yesterday. I was introduced by a colleague that said, you need to get to know this professional speaker. And I typically don't invite speakers like right off the bat, unless they have backing from somebody that I trust very, very highly. And I didn't even know the person, Rob, who was referring this speaker to me. And as soon as I got on the call, within 2 minutes, this beautiful woman started to laugh. And let me tell you, everybody, Megan has the most intoxicating laugh that can make the entire room erupt in laughter. And up until yesterday, she had the best ending to a speech that I have ever heard, until Michael Faber ended it with "Flame On." But Megan, you have always been very close and dear, not only to my heart as a sister, but as a massive support to the Mountain Summit Virtual. for the legacy of Joey, keeping the legacy in motion. And every time that you come to the mountain summit, I don't know what you're going to bring. And I love that about you because you have such an incredible, impactful story. And what I'm really excited about, the Unleash You Now family finally got to witness the goofy side of Megan Hurley and got to witness the greatness that I have known for a year. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming back one of the OGs of NBM and of the Mountain Summit Virtual. Megan, the summit is yours.
One step, one shift, one ordinary moment that didn't feel dangerous at all. And then the ground was gone. That fall in 2017 wasn't just a fall from standing, it was a fall from already a complicated life. My first brain injury was in 2008, and I'd been fighting back every day since then. Fighting for strength, fighting to be strong, 1 minute, 1 second at a time. That day, everything did make sense. And then the next minute, there were sirens, and then the heavy silence of uncertainty, which is life with a brain injury. The collapse on that sidewalk that morning brought me forward to the concrete. And instead of fracturing my skull like in 2008, I broke my face. The many witnesses downtown in San Diego that morning all walked away. I was with my best friend who had to hold my bleeding body in her hands until the ambulance arrived. In that hospital room, machines hummed steadily, voices spoke in urgent tones. But no one could undo what happened. No one could rewind that moment and take it away. The scariest part is I remembered everything. I remembered the ambulance ride. I remembered every single voice in that ER. I cannot get that out of my head. Beneath all of that confusion and fear, there was a quiet fight beginning. But with that came a new kind of challenge. My eyes saw everything. My eyes still remember everything. That's when they began to speak. My eyes widened with frustration. They widened with pain. They filled with tears that hurt to cry. My eyes started to tell the story of what was happening on this journey. I was seeing the world through black eyes, through broken eyes that would take months to heal. Seeing the world through painful eyes. My light had gone out. The light in my eyes, the light in my smile, because my smile was broken too. trying to heal from that brain injury was a battle in its own of trying to turn that light back on and ignite that spark. With every step of every fight, there are challenges. And there are learning points along the way. This one was not fun because, again, you don't know about something until you have to learn about it. I had never broken my face before. I didn't know what to do. We had to get a plastic surgeon. Got a referral, called the plastic surgeon. Well, his specialty was breast augmentation. I said, great. I didn't know that I needed that, but will that help fix my face? He, he said, well, no, but would you like to make an appointment? I said, no, thank you. I need someone to fix my face, but sure, maybe I'll call you in 10 years, but no. Got another referral, called another plastic surgeon. We specialize in hand reconstruction. Thanks. Can you fix my face? No, I'm not sure why you called us. Because they keep giving me referrals. Who will fix my face? Oh, you need a maxillofacial surgeon. Why didn't I think of that? I had never heard of that. I've got a broken face trying to say the word maxillofacial surgeon. That was just mean to someone already with a brain injury. My husband Bob and I make an appointment. We go to see the surgeon, and I said, hi, do you specialize in hand surgery or boob jobs? And he said, no. And I said, thank God. So that means you can fix my face. He said, yeah, that's what I do. He was really helpful. He really was. He was very compassionate. He was wonderful. I told him that beyond the pain and beyond my whole face being black and blue and so many bones broken, I brought a picture of my mom because I look like my mom, like exactly like my mom. Some of you guys, I've seen the pictures. And I said, I don't care what you have to do, but my biggest fear, what I don't want to lose, because I've already lost my dad, I don't want to lose looking like my mom. Because at that point, I didn't look like a person really anymore. And I said, I don't want to lose looking like my mom. He said the scariest thing to me next. He said, I'm not going to operate on you. I said, but you're a maxillofacial surgeon. You're the one they sent me to. Now who do I go to next? He said, no, 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 no. Any surgery that I try to do will make it longer and make it worse. The best thing for you at this point is you need to wait out the healing. You need to wait out the swelling. You need to wait out the black and blue going down. That's what will heal you the right way. I had already been to the dentist the day after the fall, and he had built in fake teeth to build back the ones that broke, which my mom was thrilled for all of those years of braces back in high school. So thrilled to have that done. But the surgeon said, look, you're going to have to fight healing this without surgery. The recovery just didn't look like a straight line. Some days felt endless. Finally, we had some hope. My eyes never stopped telling my story. Behind them came back my fight, came back my determination. Behind them was a spirit that refused to surrender to that fall and make that one moment in 2017 be my entire story. The recovery was long because in order to make my face heal, I had to sleep in my husband's leather man chair, the recliner. I had to sleep in that chair for 6 weeks in the den to keep my head propped up at a 45-degree angle for the swelling to go down and so that I wouldn't put my head down. That was hard. That was lonely. I could only drink smoothies because I couldn't chew food. It was lonely. It was isolating because Bob had to go to work. I will say he was the one who kept hope for us and strength for us when I couldn't see it. My friends brought hope and they brought strength. And as my eyes started to heal, I could see that. And I started to heal. That's how hope and strength that powered me through my healing. I survived in that courage to connect, in that presence of loved ones, a longer gaze rose, a stronger focus began. And that fall may have been sudden, but the climb back was slow. My story didn't end on the concrete because sometimes strength is not loud. It doesn't always look like standing tall. Sometimes strength looks like standing up from the pavement. Sometimes it looks like opening your eyes each morning and choosing to stay in the fight. I'm looking through the world with healed eyes now. My light came back. I found my light again, and I found my smile again. I look like my mom. That spark came back. And with that, I lit the whole damn sky. And everybody here can do that too.
You know, the way you're
That's the end.
There you go. I knew you were going to do that. You know, the way you're sitting there, Megan, sitting like this with that
That's
smile.
my little guy.
What's up, Shadow Boy? You know, sitting like that. You got a new nickname for me as well. We're going to call you Supermodel Megan.
I love that.
Okay. Absolutely crushed it. And man, I can't tell you. Megan's only missed one summit with us because she was traveling to go see family. I gave her a pass.
He even tried. He's like, "Don't you have a layover?" I said, "No, it is a direct flight to visit my brother and nephew exactly at the time." He really tried to guilt me.
I wasn't guilting. I was trying to find a way because maybe a little, but you were actually the one that felt horrible that you couldn't make it to the summit. So I was trying to find.
It's because you bring it up every time in front of everybody.
No, this time I'm not talking about the thing from the very first time. If you want me to bring that part up, I will, but I won't. But Megan, sis, gorgeous supermodel sister.
I love that.
You are absolutely phenomenal. You know, from the very first phone call to now, I can't imagine this summit, this mountain, if you're not a part of it, because you bring that spark of energy and that smile that resonates throughout every aspect of everybody's lives. And I know what it's like on a daily basis when it comes to the TBI. And trust me, folks, when she went to Delaware, she had no idea where she was going. She had no idea who was there. She kept lighting up my phone, asking questions. And I kept reassuring her and saying, trust me, you're going to one of the best places on earth. And now she has a full force behind her. And she texts me constantly about how much fun she had with you guys. And so, Megan, absolutely incredible. There are a lot of hands up, and I'm sorry, Deb, and I'm sorry, James, but Tim's hand was up first. So, Tim, you get to go first, my brother.
Megan, I got something here. I think you think you need to see that we need to go share right now.
Okay.
You know what it is, right?
Oh, you got your bourbon. I don't have my Buffalo Trace. That's our thing.
That's called our celebration.
That's how we
baby.
end each speech. We drink our Buffalo Trace.
That's right.
I love you. I forgot.
Yeah. Honey, you touched my heart today to hear you and share your story and to hear a little bit more about you. Really, really made me love you more. All right. And you're a leader in this journey, and I thank you so much for being a leader to me. All right. And you know what I mean? We do have a lot of things in common, and I thank God that you came into my life in Delaware and are a permanent part of my life now. So and today you did an awesome job. Very impressed with you as a speaker. I am very impressed with you as a speaker. And some of you know I've been in the professional world for about 15 years. So to hear you speak and the way you take command of your speech, I love it, girl. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Tim.
much, Tim. And I will admit, I have never spoken about this aspect of my journey professionally until this morning. So I, in this group, knew I could take that on. So that means a lot because you know how much I respect you as a speaker. So thank you for that, especially.
There seems to be a common theme where people are bringing stories that they've never talked about before, and I absolutely love that. So thank you for bringing that up, Tim. That has been a common theme throughout the last day and a half, so absolutely incredible. All right, James, go ahead, bro. I can't hear you. It's a first. I don't think I've ever said that to you before. Still can't hear you. What? There's constant hearts coming above you, Mark, by the way.
I'm dying
just
to
the
know
way
what he
you're
has to
sitting.
say.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. David, shh.
No.
Let me tell you that is how we greeted each other the first time we met each other virtually, and that is how we greet each other every single time we see each other, whether it's in person or virtual. It is all loud, it is all proud, and it is all with love. And Megan, I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be a part of your journey and a part of your life. It's an honor to know you to which the depth that I know you. It's an honor to just be able to give any type of feedback or insight. And what I love what I love is that you are unapologetically becoming yourself. Unapologetically. And that needs to be noticed, because even from when we first met and started talking about, your aspirations and your dreams, and at one point it started like, yeah, I'm doing this, I can't. Now it's like, I'm fucking doing this. Not I'm thinking about it, I'm doing it, and you are doing it, and you get better at it. And even our brief conversation this morning, you're nailing it. You're trusting yourself, you're being yourself, and you're impacting so many people just by doing those two things. So I want to say I love you. I'm proud of you. And please, I cannot wait to see what happens in the future. And you're gonna be wrecking a lot of people in the best way possible. And I mean that. You're meant to inspire a lot of people for a lot of the right reasons.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Deb.
Megan, hey, baby. You've had my heart
Oh,
in your hand ever since you shared about your dad and the trains to New York. And so I'm yours. I'm all yours. Today, when I mean, I adored the storytelling. You had the hook, one step, another step, no danger, and bam. And you're in a second, right? In a millisecond, your life irreversibly changed. And so yeah, I love the strengthening of the storytelling chops. I mean, you've got them anyway. But just to reinforce what has already been said, when you also mentioned that, outside of your friend, your dear friend who was holding your bloody self, waiting for paramedics, that other people just went away. I wanted to chase them down and just slap them. It's like, but there's someone hurt here. Oh, so engage. I guess that would be called engagement. You had me. You got me again. You got me again. And thank you for letting me tag along in your journey. I love you. I adore you. Mwah.
thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Megan and Shadow. Shadow, you did an amazing job during that presentation, little man. Keep taking care of your mom. I know she loves you. Megan, thank you for trusting the MBM family and, going out to Delaware in January and experiencing the full force of the blue and green. And meeting Tim. I love the fact that you guys were able to connect out there, and James and Sierra and everybody here virtually. I love that about family and community. So you absolutely crushed it once again. And what you texted me before you went live, you did it again. And you absolutely had us in your hands. You grabbed our hearts.
Thank you guys very much.
Embrace that, okay? You were a powerhouse and absolutely incredible. And we're going to keep this thing rolling. We're going to be bringing in a MMA fighter, a boxer, a man that will always have your back, and no matter what, he is a man that I am grateful that I connected with. I honestly can't remember who connected the two of us. I think it was Tish McDaniel, if I remember correctly. Last year, I had the opportunity to get to be on his podcast. And then right after that, he became a vital part of the Mountain Summit Virtual and everything we do here. Mark is a incredible soul who is a protector, a uncle, that no matter what, when you're in his circle, he will always have your back. And I told him a couple days ago that I will make it my mission never to tick this man off and get on his bad side, because he is a Papa grizzly bear and he will protect anybody that he loves and cares about. And I am eternally grateful that he was able to come back and join us for his third climb. And with that being said, Mark, the summit is yours.
No, do you guys at least hear me? Because I don't see myself. There. Oh, I'm back. Oh, you got a different background. You got all my jerseys in the background. Oh, well, you're going to have to contend with that for right now.
Apparently, he's a Rams fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of a Rams and Eagles fan. I like the East and West. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of a players fan. I collect a lot of these jerseys. There's just a lot of players out there. But I'm old school, man. You see back there, I'm old school. I like the old school football players. But so I said, what you guys were talking about, you guys got to see me a few times, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about something that you probably don't know too much about, because I really don't speak about this. Men especially, we don't get into our feels too much, because it's just not who we are. And I'm not one of these guys that like to sit around and cry and sing Kumbaya with other men and woo my stories. It's just not in my DNA. So I'd like you guys talk about me being in the martial arts, and I know my reputation out there for what it is. So I thought I'd discuss, why is it I am a sheepdog? What put me on this path? And why am I a sheepdog? And I want you to kind of imagine me being in kindergarten, a little 5-year-old kid. And I was in kindergarten. And remember, you made those handprints in the sand, and you'd bring them home to your parents. And I'll never forget, this is where my journey started so long ago on being a protector. I was putting our handprints in, and our teacher bring us down these stairs into this basement, into this school. And when I go by the school, I'll get chills in my forearm still. We go down to this kiln room, and that's where they harden the clay handprints at. And we were just kids. We're supposed to be having fun, doing all this stuff. But in that room, I saw something I should have never seen as a child. And I watched a teacher do stuff to little girls they should have never been able to do. And I was helpless. I remember like it was yesterday, like I couldn't do anything. There's nothing I could do. My mom would pick me up every day, and I'd be crying. And she didn't know why I cry every day when I was at this school. But the truth is, I didn't really fully know either at that time, being a little kid. But something at that time was being written on my heart. That moment planted a seed. And the same thing happened to me as a young kid myself at 6 years old with a male cousin. Stuff to me that he should have never done. And I remember that like it was yesterday. And I'm saying to myself, I am not going to allow this to happen to me as I get older, nor am I going to let it happen to other people. So you're going to fast forward to my 20s now. And I walk into a martial arts school because of my little brother for the first time. And I did my first class. And inside, I'm like, I always carried this anger and this frustration. So I didn't go to martial arts to learn how to fight. I was already kind of an aggressive dude. I went in there to refine my skills. And I learned very fast that it was just the opposite of that. But I also knew this is what I was called to do. That's why I'm a sheepdog. This is where my calling is. So I want to give you kind of 3 points about living a life of purpose. See, purpose is born from pain. It really is. Let me tell you something most people really don't want to hear. Purpose is born from the pain that we endured. We love the highlight reels of our life. We love to celebrate wins, but purpose, and it gets forged in the fire. The tears I cried as a little boy, they didn't destroy me. They certainly directed me. Pain has a way of sharpening your awareness. Pain will either make you bitter or it will make you better. And I've learned this after decades on the mat and in life. The people who walk in the strongest purpose usually walk through the deepest pain. So if you're sitting here today and you're carrying something heavy, I got one word for you: good. Because that weight might be the very thing that shapes your calling. Pain doesn't break you, it builds you. That's point number one. Purpose is born from pain. So point number two is purpose demands discipline, though. If you're going to have purpose in life, it demands some type of discipline that goes with it. Now, here's where most people lose the trail. Purpose sounds so exciting. What an exciting thing. Discipline, not so much. Not so much. Because that forces you to look yourself in the mirror and go, maybe I'm not as disciplined as I think I am. See, when martial arts came into my life, I thought I was just going to learn how to fight, and I was so wrong. I got so tooled and humbled in classes. I figured out I wasn't the baddest guy on the planet real quick. But I'll tell you what I was learning. I was learning how to show up when I didn't feel like it. After a good beating, I didn't feel like that. I was also learning how to keep going when the progression was slow. And it's still like that today on the jiu-jitsu mat. When I get on the mat, I'm like, man, I really suck today. And am I getting any better ever? But I keep learning how to show up when progress is slow. I was learning how to do the boring, that repetitive work that nobody applauds, that nobody sees you do, at those repetitions that no one sees you do. See, everybody wants purpose, but very few want the discipline that sustains it. See, discipline is what gets you up early. Discipline is what keeps you consistent. Discipline is what carries you when motivation packs its bags and disappears, because it happens quick. Motivation is it gets you going, but man, it disappears so fast. So if I can, let me be with you real just for a second. See, there's plenty of days in 35 years of running my martial arts school when I didn't feel motivated. But I was disciplined in my thought process. My purpose was bigger than my lack of wanting to do it. Because purpose without discipline, you want to know what that is? I'm going to get real with you now. I don't know if you want to hear this, but purpose without discipline is just talk. And you just talk about it. You're going to talk about it, or you're going to be about it. So discipline is the bridge between pain and purpose. So number one, right, we have pain born. Purpose is born from the pain. Purpose demands discipline. And number three, your purpose is going to impact others like you've never seen. Here's that part that changed everything for me. So your purpose is never just about you. Never. So in 35 years, I've helped produce hundreds and hundreds of black belts. But hear me clearly, the belts were never my mission. It was my goal to have 100 black belts one day. But the belts weren't the mission. My mission was the people. It was taking the shy kid who finally found confidence. Maybe that shy kid was me sometimes. Or the kids are being bullied in school. It was a bully, that bullied teen who learned how to stand tall, how she got beat one day, and I taught her how to stand for herself and how to fight back. Till she's one of my best students I've ever had. It was the overwhelmed adult who discovered they were stronger than they thought because the wife left him. And he cried on my shoulder, not knowing what to do. And at that time, I wasn't just a self-defense instructor. I'm a counselor more than I am anything else. I'm a sheepdog. That's when I realized something very powerful. When you live in purpose long enough, your life starts to echoing in other people's lives like you've never seen. See, that's legacy. That's impact. That's what sheepdogs do. So if your goals only make your life better, your purpose might be just too small. If your goal is only to make your life better, your purpose is way too small. Purpose leaves fingerprints on other people's lives. I'll stand here today as a perfect man. Trust me, I'm far from it. I can tell you that. I learned that they say in the jiu-jitsu world, some days you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail, and sometimes you're the board. And a lot of times I'm the board. I'm getting hammered and nailed every day. But the truth is, I was just as broken as anybody else in this room. Loss of my nephew, him dying so young, watching my sister so devastated. I was a single dad. I raised all my children. My wife and I divorced, and I raised the children. She had issues with some drugs and stuff like that, and I took on that responsibility as a single dad. And I raised some awesome adult kids at this point. I had a GED education, guys. I didn't graduate high school. I took the proficiency test to get out of high school. I had blue collar hands. I was a machinist, just trying to hold my life together for a long time. I did what my father and my grandfather did. There are plenty of moments I didn't feel qualified, plenty of moments I didn't feel ready for anything. And more than a few where quitting would have been so much easier. Isn't that? Quitting life and quitting on things is so easy to do. But I kept showing up. Not because I had it all figured out, but because I decided my past wasn't going to be my prison. I can tell you that. Over the years, by God's grace and a lot of discipline, I've been blessed to help change a lot of lives. I've built martial arts schools. I've helped others build their martial arts schools that have impacted hundreds of people. My school stood for 35 years. I'm the second oldest school in the LA County where I'm at. I've wrote some books. I spoke on some great stages. I've built stability for my family through some real estate, not because I was special, because I stay in the fight. That's why I'm talking to you today, because somewhere in this room, there's someone who feels behind. There's someone who feels disqualified, someone who's carrying so much pain that they haven't told somebody about. So hear me clearly. Your story's not over. Your past is not your ceiling, and your purpose is still waiting on your decision. So I'm going to challenge you. I preach everyone say, can I preach at you today? Can I preach at you today? So here's my challenge. Stop waiting to feel ready. Stop waiting for perfect conditions. They're never going to be there. Stop letting yesterday vote on your future today. You stand up, you step forward, and start living on purpose today to help others. Because the life you're meant to live is on the other side of the step you've been afraid to take. Back to you, my Dave.
Bro, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that side of you on what built you into the man that you are today. Absolutely loved it. We're going to open this up to the Zoom room, and then hi, Sierra, you get to go first. That popped up very quickly. I'll go after everybody else.
Mark, I mean, I've heard you speak a couple of times now during the summit, and I think this was my most favorite speech that you have given because it was about you. And I'm not taking away from your other speeches. It was nice to get to know you and understand you. And, I know you said you're a sheepdog, but I feel like this pit bull energy coming from you. And we all know pit bulls are lovers, right? And you bring that energy here. And it was just so nice to get to see this version of you and get a deeper sense of who you are. So, I've seen it in your other speeches about your nephew. The love that you had for him was who you were, when you were telling those speeches. But today it was like, I got to see such a different side of you. And it was really, really beautiful.
Appreciate it, Sierra. Thanks.
Thank you, Sierra. I'm not going to pick. So, James, Deb, you guys decide. That boy.
Okay, Mark. So today's was particularly moving. And to echo Sierra, because, it was you. The other things were you too, but you get what I'm trying to say. And we are both 3-timers. I feel like we joined, well, I mean, that means we joined the mountain at the same time, and now we've been on 3 climbs, and I feel like, you're my school chum in this wonderful universe that Mr. David has created. And I just wish. Okay, I'm going to say something that is so politically incorrect. And I'm not talking politics, actual politics, but politically incorrect nonetheless. As someone very pale, I have had issues with reverse discrimination, meaning I discriminate. When I first saw you, my first time on the mountain, I thought, geez, here we go. And then you spoke, and then you reached inside and you did one of those martial art things, and you reached in and you squeezed my heart, and it was all over then. What I'm trying to say is, and I've said it yesterday and today, the caliber of men in this group on this mountain is what we need so much more of. You guys are amazing, and you're showing us all that machismo is sensitive. Machismo is smart. Machismo is soft and well-read and tender and all these fabulous things. And I thank you for leading the pack.
Appreciate it, Deb. Sweet words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. What you got, Mr. Mother?
What's up, Mark, my brother? How you doing?
What's up? What's up?
Dude, I'll try to keep it short, man. I know I've talked to you a couple of times over the last couple of years, getting to know you, but every time you drop wisdom, man, whether it's on a stage or even in our brief private conversations, and what I love about you is you're definitely very, very be about what you be about. So much so that, like, the one conversation I remember most from you is when you came out of nowhere just to message me to ask if I was okay because of some stuff that I was posting online a little over a year and a half ago, it feels like. And you didn't even hesitate. You just sent the voice note and you were like, yo, dude, I want to check on you. I want to make sure you're okay. And we sat and we talked for a good hour and a half. And ever since then, man, I feel a connection to you, like almost like a brother, like an older brother, like a mentor. And I want you to know, for a guy that has a problem with trusting men and has a problem with wanting to open up and be not only like mentored by men, but like let someone in on a circle like that, you just do it so naturally. And I appreciate you for it. And I appreciate you for being you, man. And I always look forward to seeing you, because you bring a presence of aura, and you bring a great aura, but you also bring a presence of safety. Like, it's okay to talk about the things that are not okay. It's okay to step up and be about what we need to be about. And every conversation you have, I feel like you directly speak to me, even though there's like a bunch of people here. So I just want to say, man, I'm very grateful for you, and I appreciate you and what you do. And I loved seeing this side of you today.
Appreciate it, James. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude.
I would second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all of that. Mark, like, seriously, man, it was a godsend when Tish connected you and me. And I've been extremely grateful for that. When you told me about your nephew, it was a hit to the heart, and you could see the love and the passion that comes through you when you speak about him, especially when you told the part when the funeral procession was happening and they were driving him down the street in the fire truck, but you wanted to be on the ground, boots on the ground, and be with the people and meet everybody that you've had the opportunity to meet with and that he saved. I knew immediately that you were a man of integrity, and right there, and how much you loved your nephew and still love your nephew. And anytime that you come back to the mountain, you make it stronger and you make it brighter. So I appreciate you coming back and sharing this piece of your story. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Dave. I appreciate the time here also. And to be honest with you, I very rarely talk about what I talk about today, kind of my past. I don't live there very much, but I tell you, it definitely is what drove me into have purpose of today. And life has a way of kicking you in the teeth almost on a daily basis, and we go through it hurting. Men especially. I see we got some men on here. You guys know what I'm talking about. We kind of hide that. We don't really talk about that kind of stuff. I told you before, I'm not a real. Even at church, I don't do life groups at church. I just don't. I don't sit well. Now, what I do though at my church is we have Bible Beatdown, or we have Jesus and Jiu-Jitsu, where we will come into a Bible study and then we'll beat the crap out of each other for about an hour. And that just kind of forges this thing amongst. I can deal with that. Somebody I bleed with, I can cry and talk to at the same time. So I just have a different. That's kind of my way of doing it. But I definitely enjoy doing this. I know that I do come across as I'm kind of tatted up. I'm kind of a hard looking dude, but I do love people. I do have compassion for people, and I am a protector, like to the core. So with that being said, if we ever get together live, how about I teach you girls how to choke a fool out one day? How about that?
I think
Can David be the practice example?
Absolutely.
Yay.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Megan. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, fine.
I wouldn't mind getting a little favor around the neck a little bit.
Michael and I can be the test dummies, okay? So
we
won't do the rollerblade race. Yep, I spoke for you. So
now I got him on camera. That's good.
Go ahead, Mary. You got something you want to share?
Yeah, Mark, I appreciate you showing up today because you definitely have the dad energy, and we need more of that from men in this world. And so I appreciate that for making me as a woman feel safe with that energy that you brought. So I would definitely take you up on learning how to kick Michael Faber's ass. So that'd be great.
There you go, Mike.
We'll have our first live event here later this year, and we'll do a demonstration class with Michael as the first test dummy, and then I'll be the backup, okay? Yes, go ahead, Mike.
I invited Mark to settle this in Florida, and Mark, he declined my invitation. And all I heard was Mary call you an old man. But I appreciate it, and I look forward to the time we're together again, brother.
Oh, listen, I probably am everybody's dad up in here, okay? I mean, I'm going to be 65 next month, but I still get on the mat and tear it up with you youngsters now, okay? Don't get it twisted. It might be a little harder for me.
Yeah, maybe we'll have the test dummy be James. I think he's one of the younger dudes in the group here. So
I can take punishment. Let's go for the team and for the lessons.
So
I'll pay to watch James getting beat up. I'm sorry.
I'll fight Paul Root again.
Damn. Love you guys.
Well, now I got a new business aspect. Mike,
we need to
gotta
take
get
that.
working on that.
Hey, I really appreciate everybody. And, if we make that live thing happen, I'll definitely come down there and I'll be glad to teach people self-defense. I had a lot of fun with Emilio. We did a self-defense class on the Rocky Steps. That was so fun. That was a highlight of my day. I had little kids come and taking the class with us. It was so fun.
That's cool. Well, we are talking about doing a live event here in Colorado at some point this year. So we'll be in touch and we'll let everybody know when that happens. So Mark, seriously, bro.
Posted on that. I take my tattoo artist lives there, and that's where my nephew lived. I'll go visit his fire station if I come in.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely keep you and everybody in the loop on this. So
Appreciate everybody.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right, man.
Thanks, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another living legend. I'm so excited that he's back. I met this amazing soul back in, as the theme has been going on for the last day and a half. I had the amazing opportunity on meeting Dr. Oliver Reed in Nashville, Tennessee back in March of last year. And even though it was a brief conversation, and because he was talking to somebody and I didn't want to interrupt, I knew right away that we had another fellow mountaineer that I needed to get in touch with. And it was 2 summits ago that Oliver joined us, and we jumped on a phone call, and he shared with me about what he wanted to talk about. And bro, sisters, it hit me right in the heartstrings, and it fell right on a very special day that he shared during that summit. I'm not going to speak for what he talked back then because I don't know what he's going to be sharing on this summit, and I'm really, really excited to hear what he's going to bring. But I do know one thing about Dr. Oliver. He has a big heart. He loves to serve people. He has another booming voice like James Earl Jones, and I know he's going to be bringing the heat to the mountain. So with that being said, brother, the summit is yours.
David, man, listen, I'm super excited, man. After an introduction like that, I don't know if I can live up to the hype. With all the legends you had, I see Michael Faber in the audience. I see Mark Cox was here and dropped by and loves to choke people. I don't know if I'm going to sign up for any of that, but I will be a referee. I would like to run in and, free somebody when they tap out. Super, super excited, David, man. Thank you for everything you've done with the summit, and just the consistency of it all, man. My heart is really aligned to this project. And I know I wasn't able to make the last one I wanted to make, and because of some things I'm going to talk about today. So I'll be sharing some very, very powerful things. You might have to cut me off, so I don't know how long I got, but I got a lot of stuff in me that I want to kind of get out. And thank you for those who are in the audience. I see a lot of friends, a lot of faces, people that I don't know. But I do want to share something really, really powerful about this whole thing. When you think about what you put together, I think it's very authentic in that it really pulls back the veil or carves the onion back about life in general, and life and struggles in general. And one of the biggest things I want to really address is from a standpoint of me. I love coming here because it represents me, mountain summits, right? Mountains. So I kind of want to talk about today when mountains come back. When mountains come back, because I think a lot of times we hear stories, especially in platforms like this, about people going through a struggle or a test or challenge or some deep type of pain, and then they escape it and they become better. And we all do. We pull within whatever that may be, God or motivation or just overcoming, and we get into a place where we are, for the most part, beginning to ascend. And I was thinking and asking in my spirit, like, what would I share with these great people today who's on this summit? Because people who take time for this summit are people who are really raw, authentic. They are your people who have bad assets, for lack of a better word. You are those people that are kick butt, that really want to really get to the heart of a matter. And I thought about this, man, and I really want to be very transparent. I love this because a lot of times I'm not able to be, because when you're great, give me a fire emoji in the chat or a heart in the chat if you have been considered great. Somebody's told you great. You've done something powerful. I enjoyed your keynote. I enjoyed your club. I enjoyed whatever you put together, and that's all well and good. It gives us that dopamine rush in our minds. It gives us that, oh my goodness, that self-fulfillment. But I want to talk to the person, or even to myself today, David, Mike, that even at the pinnacle, you're still locked in certain prisons. And even when you are vulnerable, people say good job, but they don't even understand the process of the pain that you're dealing with to show up. Let me stop there really quick. I wanted to really deal with showing up part because a lot of times, man, I'll just be very transparent. I'll pour my heart in the post. I'll pour my heart on the stage, and people will be like, "Oh, that was so great. Ah, that was so good." But they don't know what it takes for me to personally get to the level of vulnerability to be able to share that. Now, I want to share something really, really quick. I speak around the world, speak around the country, and it's been a blessing. I've learned to take my pain and recycle it. I've learned to take my heartache and recycle it. But sometimes, I want to talk about the gut punch. What I mean by that is a lot of times, I'm around great speakers, y'all, and they, everybody's like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to speak about. I got to get my presentation together. I don't know if my slides are going to work. I'm going to do this. And I remember, oh man, being at Michael Favor's summit. Powerful, powerful time, man. Nashville. Anybody knows Mike? He does it in excellence. That's how I met you, David. I was just like so many powerful, and I think it was like Hell Day or Hades Day. I didn't know what I was stepping into. I didn't know what Hades or Hell, the Underworld Day was. But as I sat there, speaker after power after power after excellence, and I got to talk to some speakers in the back and or on the side in the lobby, and we were talking, and I was like getting charged, and I was like, man, I was hungry, but I was excited. I'm like, this is great. I'm here in Nashville. And as most of you may not know, some people know that I've lost total sight in my right eye. So for me to see the keynote is a very different way from somebody else seeing the keynote, where people are wondering, hey, listen, what you're going to prepare and the PowerPoint, David, my thing always goes back to, am I going to trip over the step? Am I going to even be able to see when they put the lights on me? When they call my name, am I going to make an absolute ass of myself because I cannot see the stage? So I battle internally with, am I worthy enough because of the deficiencies that I have? But when I get up and I hear the applause and make, oh, Dr. Reed, that really hit and resonated, people don't know what it takes me to get out of the bed in the morning. So I want to talk about the mountain after the mountain. I've spoken all over the world. God has blessed me to do these things. But I want to talk about, hey, the mountain after the mountain. I want to talk about, listen, they're focusing on a check to speak. I'm focusing on, am I going to be able to see in the morning? What happens if my left eye goes out? What happens if I cannot see? Am I prepared to embrace the challenge of the next level? And you know what I get? I get well-meaning people who make assets of themselves a lot of times that come to me and they'll say something like, man, at least you got your left eye left. Praise God, you got your left eye. Well, at least when your brother died, you have another brother, or at least your mom is still here. Well-meaning people say the most foolish shenanigans in the world. And I'm like, you don't understand the plight of what it took me to get on the airplane, to get to the airport, to walk down the aisle, to show up, to give it. So I want to talk to people. I know we're at high moments and everybody's speakers here and everybody's powerful here, but I want to talk about the prison that you are in, even though you surmounted the last mountain. Let me stop there. You made it through the last mountain, but you still got insecurities on this mountain. You still got shame on that mountain. Or maybe you don't drink alcohol anymore, but you're still addicted to porn. Or maybe the porn issue is okay, but you still feel inadequate about your eating habits. Or maybe you got in shape, but you're still missing and longing that significant other that passed away. Or maybe you got married again, but you're still focusing on a divorce. Triggers. I want to talk about triggers because a lot of times, man, I wasn't even able to make the last summit with David because I've had an injury that happened in my family. I had something to reoccur. And I want to talk about today, y'all looking at somebody right now. I had to sit in the dark last week. I had 2 double eye infections. So let me bring you up to speed. In 2023, I lost vision suddenly overnight, what they call new vascular glaucoma, which is a optic nerve issue where basically the optic nerve or the camera in my eye got fried as a result of diabetes or diabetic retinopathy, whatever they want to call it. I lost vision overnight. Anybody knows my platform is that I'm a publisher, I'm a ghostwriter, I'm a speaker, so I interpret the dreams of others. And I do that now with partial sight. So imagine me typing and trying to put somebody's book together and trying to publish somebody, and I have to really rely on my left eye seeing everything. My right eye is totally gone. I was misdiagnosed for about 3 months and told I had pink eye when I was slowly losing my vision, and I lost it overnight. And I remember them telling me I had conjunctivitis, guys. I'm giving you just a snapshot so I can really go. I get over that mountain. I think I have pink eye. Then I go to Cancun on a vacation, and I don't realize that I have this nerve damage in my eye, and I've lost my sight, David. So I'm actually in Cancun on the beach, and I have this sunlight in my eye, and I begin to hyperventilate because I don't really have pink eye. I really have lost my vision. But the doctors tell me I have something else. I want to stop real quick. Have you ever been misdiagnosed? Put a 1 in the chat. They thought you were angry, but you really was afraid. They thought you were fearful, but you really was abandoned. They thought you were upset, but you really were isolated. Have you ever been misdiagnosed by people, medical people, people that you put your trust in, your confidence? Anybody been on medicine that you've taken over and over and over and over and over and over again, but it didn't give you the result that you want? That's who I'm talking to today. I'm talking about everybody that hears the applause, but you go home and eat yourself away. I'm talking to the mountain after the mountain. So I'm in Cancun. I get an excruciating pain because my eye pressure, David, is going up. Normal eye pressure in the eye is at 20. I found out later on that my eye pressure was at 80 in my right eye, 2 to 3 times the amount of pressure. So I begin to hyperventilate. I begin to actually go through excruciating pain. It's almost like having a toothache on the eye. I get back to the States. They tell me, oh, no, we're sorry. We misdiagnosed you. You lost your sight. There's nothing we can do for your right eye. We're going to do everything to protect your left eye. I'm sitting in depression, guys, for 3 months, not wanting to get out of the bed. I didn't want to do anything because I can't drive anymore like I used to. I can't. Well, how am I going to show up for my clients? Do I really want to share with them that I'm partially disabled, or do I keep it a secret because of my income? Do I hold this? Do I get angry at the doctor? Do I get angry at life? And I want to tell you, I got angry at everybody. For 3 months, I isolated myself. And guess what? People were still applauding. Oh, the great book, great post. Wow, I went through 14 surgeries, David, 14 examinations, 14 surgeries. They're putting needles and injections in my eye every day, every other month. I'm going to the doctor, and it's not getting better. There's nothing they can do for me. And I begin to mope in the bed, and I want to talk to somebody. If you put a 0 in the chat, if you're listening to me, if I'm making any sense, I'm talking about the real you. When you look in the mirror, the real you that's eating away, the real you. You got the boyfriend, but you're still lonely. You got the house, you don't have a home. You have sleep, you don't have rest. You have examinations after examinations after examinations, and people keep telling you how strong you are. But you're on the other side of the mountain by yourself, how great you are, how wonderful you are. But in the inside of you, your own worth well is dry. I'm talking to that person today. I understood where you come from. I understood what you overcome. But I want to talk to that person that's on the other side that is still struggling in their masculinity, in their femininity, in their entrepreneurship, in their business, in their home. I'm sitting there, David, and I'm telling you, I'm sitting there. I didn't want to get out of the bed for 3 months, 3 total months. I sat there, and I'll never forget something God shared with me that was so powerful. I pray. I'm a praying guy, so I started to pray. And you know how we pray to God and we think God's going to come? He doesn't come in the James Earl voice, guys. I didn't hear the voice, my beloved Oliver, you will be okay. I love you. You know what he said to me? He said to me, who told you you have the right to see? Let me say that slowly so you can catch me. because I'm a country boy, so I get excited. He told me, who told you you had the right to see? I said, what do you mean, God? He said, just because you were born with sight doesn't mean you deserve to have sight. Oh, who am I talking to? Somebody put a 3 in the chat. I got to see some fire emojis. Because sometimes the answer that you are wanting from God, from things, from people, quit surrounding yourself with people who always give you the answer that you're looking for. God told me, he said, you don't have the right to see. He says, guess what? Do I love you more than the blind man? Do I love you more than the white man? Do I love you more than the black man? Do I love you more than the person that's born blind? He said, guess what? A blind man does not know he's blind until somebody else tells him or her they are blind. If you want me to put a 2 in the chat, I want you to catch that. They have never seen light before. They don't know they're blind. They don't know they're blind. They've never seen light before. But because you've seen light before, you're going to take the interpretation or the diagnosis of being blind. Because you have walked before. Some of you are upset because you made money before, because you were at the top of the class before. Now you pull your worth from what you have seen before, and now you diminish your worth because you're not making the 6 figures anymore. Nobody's applauding you anymore, and now you feel you do not have worth. I've been there. We feel like we don't have worth. But then he said to me, hold on a minute. Who told you you were blind? Who told you you don't have sight? Who told you that you're not a mountain mover? Who told you that Mountain Summit is not going to go all over the world? Who told you that you were blind? I'm going to stop there. Somebody put an exclamation point because I want you to remember this point. You have the ability, catch this point, you have the ability to either do 2 things with every word you receive. You either will agree with that word or you will denounce it. It's very, very powerful words. Words are very, very powerful. I want to find that person and let Mark Cox choke the person who wrote the nursery rhyme that says, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I want Mark to put some jiu-jitsu on that person. When we find that person, that is an absolute lie. How many of you know that words not only hurt you, they paralyze you for decades. They paralyze you for centuries. I work with people that can't write the book because that 3rd grade teacher told them they were no good. They wouldn't be good in English. They would never be a writer. They're 55, they're 45, they're 65. Listen, and they're not writing the book because they're paralyzed, or they're not starting the business because of the words. So words not only break you, they actually break dimensions of your psyche, which means that somebody can tell you something at 5, and you could be 55 and still hear those haunting words of what somebody told you you could not do. So I want to challenge you today. It's the first way to get over a mountain. You have to understand that the mountain will come. The mountain will be there. Quit trying to climb the mountain. Write this down. Don't try to climb the mountain. Don't try to go around the mountain. Don't try to deny the mountain. You have to first go through the mountain. Oh my goodness, through the mountain. I want you to go through the mountain. I realized something, that I couldn't stop death from happening. I couldn't stop my dad from dying. I couldn't stop my dad from dying after we reconciled. I couldn't stop him from being killed. I couldn't stop from him abandoning me. I couldn't stop all of the things that happened. I couldn't stop the divorce. I couldn't stop losing my kids. Y'all talking to somebody, I lost my kids to a custody battle. Right now, my kids we don't really associate, but I have to still show up on stage, guys. I have kids that I haven't seen in 3 years. I have kids that I hadn't talked to in 2 years. I have to still be father. I have to still embrace them. And when I get the text that comes across and says, Dad, I need money, I have to still reach down, David, deep inside of me and pull out, not the getting even, not the offense, not the oppression. I have to pull out the provision and not have a father. Not having a father. Some of you, put this in the chat. Put a 7 in the chat. If you had things that came into your lap that you said, I don't know how I got this. I don't know how I inherited this. I didn't sow this. I didn't give this off, but it came back to me. Why did the person die that I love? Why is it that I have to still be haunted by this memory? Why was I molested by my uncle? Why was I rejected by my father? Why do I have to deal with all this crap? I asked God that. I'm sitting in the bed. I said, why do I have to deal with this blindness? Why do I have to deal with whatever? I don't want to go through this. I shouldn't deserve this. I went to the divorce, God, wasn't enough. I went to the abandonment, wasn't that enough? I was molested in the closet, wasn't that enough? I lost my father, wasn't that enough? I was abused by my stepfather, wasn't that enough? I was rejected by my kids, wasn't that enough? And now vision comes. Now I'm tapped in my eye. Isn't this it? And God's like, there will always, put this down, number 2, there will always be a mountain. There will always be a mountain. This is going to be a phrase, as I like to call it. This is going to be a phrase, guys. This is hot and heavy. This is a retweetable. You can tag me and David. You can tag the Mountain Summit. You can tag this. But this quote is going to change your life. Are y'all ready for it? The pinnacle of your last level, or the pinnacle of your last mountain, is still the basement of your new mountain. I'll let that sit there for a couple seconds. The pinnacle of your last mountain is still the basement of your new mountain. What am I saying? So even when you feel like you're at your highest, there's coming another mountain. Let me break this down. You were crying about money. God gave you money. Now you have to worry about the mountain of management. You got the money, now you got to be able to manage it. Okay. Now when you start managing it, sorry about that. Lo and behold, am I back? Somebody would call me. All right, cool. So I wanted to say this, guys. Your pinnacle of your last level is still the basement of your new one. All right. So I wanted to share this with you in the fact that, guess what? I went through certain mountains. I had overcome those mountains. Some of you have went through certain relationships. Put something in the chat real quick for the vulnerable people on here. I want you to put something that you've endured in the last year. And the reason why I'm asking you to share it is a lot of times what we don't share has the ability to haunt us. What we're not open about, what we're suffering with. Somebody say heartache, stress. Thank you, James. Insecurity. What we can't say a lot of times will stay. What we can't openly address will kind of fester that mess in our lives. I've learned that. So a lot of times people come to me, Dr. Reed, why are you so vulnerable? I mean, you share a lot. And I said, because I go through a lot. And if I hold a lot in, it's not going to be good. For me, it's not going to be good for what I do. It's not going to be good for my life. All right. And I realized that, you guys, James, that opening my viewpoint of the mountain, that I have to go through it. We've been taught to climb it, to go around it. But the mountain has to go through. The throughing is the open dialogue about it. It is really the sharing and communication. It's being a part of summits like this, where you can get energy and strength and get tenacity. All right. You can get encouragement. I love James' story, how he's commemorated this. I mean, David's story, how he commemorated this whole thing. You had a loss. Now I want you to do one other thing. What has come out of your loss? We wouldn't even have this summit if it had not been a loss. So sometimes loss is some of the greatest motivators to help other people in the world. what you lost, what you've been through, is now almost a bridge for somebody else. Now, I want to share this with you, getting up to speed before I go, guys. I want to share this really, really powerful concept with you about living your mountain, having the power for the next mountain. When the mountain comes back, the mountain will always come back. There will always be a mountain as long as you're living. The mountain of sustainability. If you're great, then sustaining that greatness is going to be a problem. There's going to be an issue. There's going to be a challenge. There's going to be a struggle. All right. I want to share this really, really quick with you. David, the other summit, I had a family tragedy that happened again, right when I was going to do this summit. So you so graciously say, okay, Dr. Reed, come back. You invited me to come back. All right. I want to share something with you. Got over that with the loved one, did some things. 2 weeks ago, guys, guess what happened? The eye that I lost vision in started to pain me again. It started to flare up again. It started to come back again. I went to the doctor. I was in excruciating pain. When I went to the doctor, guys, another mountain came up. He looked in my eye. He told me, again, hey, you have an infection in your eye. We're going to give you some drops. You take these drops home. Things will get better. Anybody heard my story? It felt like deja vu again. I'm going through this trauma again. Anybody listening to me, put some type of emoji in the chat where you felt like you were over something and you were clear of it, and then it comes back again. It's like, oh, I'm back. In the chat, describe what that feeling feels like when you feel like, oh my God, it's been 2 years and now this pain is coming back. It's a trigger. Anybody deal with triggers? So I'm triggered. I get the drops. I come back home. I take the drops. I put the drops in my eye. Guess what, guys? The pain is not going away. The pain is increasing. Somebody be real with me. Any real people? Anytime people gave you advice, told you to do something, do this, take a deep breath, take a walk, and you're doing it, but the pain is increasing. The struggle is increasing. The medication that you're taking is increasing. The self-care plan is not working. I'm talking to you. That everything that the doctor told me to do a couple weeks ago was not working. It was not working. It was not working. It was not working. It was not working. I go back to the doctor. Anybody had to go back to the doctor? You go back to the therapist. You go back to the person that gave you something. No, go back to the mechanic or wherever it is. You got this problem, right? You go back. You go back. You go back. At the end of the day, I go back again. This is a week ago, guys. Maybe a week and a half ago. I go back. She looks in my eye again. The glaucoma specialist looks in my eye again. She said, "Oh my goodness, you now have an ulcer in your eye." Y'all got to understand. This is the ulcer in the eye that I lost the sight in. She says, "Oh my goodness, if we don't get this under control, we're going to have to take your eye out." Woo, guys. Listen, when you see me on social media, when you see me show up, I just want you to understand that I'm not this great guy, that I am perfectly flawed, guys. So I'm sitting up here, oh my goodness, now the threat of taking my eyeball completely out, it could actually come out. Oh my goodness, what's going on? And then I take the drops again, new drops every 30 seconds. I mean, every 30 minutes, drops. Anybody ever had to increase your routine? Give me a smiley face. If you had to increase your routine, now when you think things were easing up, is now you got to do it more, right? And so I ended up taking it. My eye cleared up. I'm sharing all of my business with you to let you know there will always be a mountain. I hope that makes sense. So y'all get that? There will always be, not for pity, I'm showing you that there will always be a mountain. There will always be some crap that you got to deal with to come up and show up on live. So while I'm here live with you, I can give you the fake version of me, the great poetic speaker, the doctor with degrees, and give you all of this. But I want to bring to you today that in the pink eye stage, in the eye swelling, that's why I have glasses on, and you can see it, my eyes are totally messed up. They're totally baggy because I said I don't want to be a coward and shrink. I don't want people to give a false impression of who I am. I don't want people to see who they think I am. I want to show them that you are still this. I want to leave you with this: mountain movers. You are still who you are. You are still destined for greatness. Guess what, guys? I realized this. Guess what? That God didn't put my power in my eyes. He did not put the anointing. He did not put the vision in my eyes. He put the vision in my voice. So what God has left you with, this is what I'm telling you with, what God has given you, what God has left you with. I know you there's been death, there's been loss, there's been rejection. If you show up authentically, people will begin to see who you really are. And it could be that you haven't gotten the results that you want because you haven't really showed up as yourself. You are showing up as the imposter. Can I get some help really, really quick? I just need you to say this. I am going to show up as myself. Put that in the chat. I'm showing up not as who you want me to be, not who you think I should be, but I am going to show up as myself. I'm going to show up. If I'm broken, I'm showing up broken. Because at the end of the day, my worth, my value is not dictated on my circumstances. Say that with me. My value, my worth is not dictated by my circumstances. I have the ability to control. I want to share this last thing, and I don't know how many minutes I got, but I want to share this last thing. I don't know because I'm just kind of just talking from my heart, guys. I can come up with a lot of things, but I really want to talk from my heart. I really, really want to leave you with this thought. How many of you use AI? Everybody's using AI. Everybody's using AI. Everybody's using AI. If you use AI, put it in. I use AI, right? You use AI. Even if you don't know it, you're using AI. You're using AI on your phone. You're using AI on your tablet. Even your message, your voice dictation is AI, right? It's artificial intelligence. And we've gotten so used to now in this generation, we're in the artificial intelligence age. Everybody's doing this. They're cloning themselves. They're doing all this other stuff. They're doing everything. They're doing all that. All right, great. So I want to share something with you. A lot of times I used to get frustrated when I was using AI because I was using AI to do certain things. And I realized certain things were crazy. Chat was giving me crazy information back, and I was getting mad at Chat. Anybody ever battle with Chat or Gemini or whatever you're using? You're like, man, that's not what I want. And you keep going and doing all this other stuff and getting upset and frustrated with it. I was getting frustrated with it. And it was funny because I realized that the problem wasn't with AI. And I want to share this before I leave. The problem is not your circumstances. The problem was really my prompt. Put that down. My prompt that I was giving it. My prompt that I was putting in was causing an outcome to come that I didn't want. I'll say it again. Could it be the results that you want or the mountain that you want to get over or through? You're not getting through that because you're giving it the wrong prompt. You're not giving it an authentic prompt. You're not showing up as the real you. So I want to share you real quick to become the real you so that the outcome can be you. Because if you're putting in something that's not you, you're going to get back something that's not you. But if you're putting something that is you, authentic, real, people are going to see the real and they'll understand who you are. Love you guys. I don't know if I'm over my time. I hope you got something out there in this, but I want you to also understand going through the mountain instead of around the mountain is what you need to do. Show up in your authentic self, your authentic skin. Remember this, the pinnacle of your last mountain is the basement of your new one. Love you guys.
Love you too, bro. Thank you for sharing that. And I love your view on that because to rebuild and to be able to rise above base camp and to begin the climb to the summit, you have to go through the mountain. I've never thought of it that way. Because everything that I share and talk about is when you enter the base camp, no matter where you're at in life, this is where the journey begins. This is where the rebuild begins. This is where you come along family and get the trust before you make the climb to the mountain, but you have to prepare. You have to build the endurance, just like getting ready for a 5K or an Ironman race or something like that. So I really appreciate that you shared that perspective on that. I love that. We're going to pick out maybe 3 or 4 members from the Zoom room before we move on to our next amazing, talented speaker. And I'm excited. Mary, you, by all means.
Okay. Hi, Oliver. Nice to meet you. Oh, sorry. Me?
Okay, it's 2 Marys, but go ahead. It's okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Mary, for letting me go first. Oliver, thank you for sharing and having the courage to share about your vision stuff. I'm walking through some medical issues, and you're giving me the strength to tackle my previous medical trauma, because you're right. Doctors don't know, and you're having to figure out solutions that work for you. What I want to say is you may be losing one sense, but your other senses are being heightened, and you're going to have what came to me during your speech is that your message, you're going through it right now, is going to be more powerful as you get through this. And I wanted you to hear that.
Thank you. I received that.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Mary. Now, Raven, you're up next.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay. So, Mary, thank you for saying that when you lose one sense, you gain another, because that's where I was going. And thank you so much for sharing your story, Dr. Reed. I just want to share with you that, not to make it about me, but I too have experienced what you're saying about a sense of loss, in terms of I have no sense of smell. And after 9/11, I had 6 sinus operations, and I cannot smell the smoke. I can't smell anything. And before, it was really disheartening. So I understand, like, it's painful. We want to think that, okay, we're going through this fire and we're going to come out and what have you, but there's some loss in there. There's some loss of self, sense of who you are, confidence, a lot of different things. But I also love that you said it's also the base of the new beginning, because there is where I've learned to self-acceptance, so that I can move on to the next mountain, or go through the next mountain. So I think self-acceptance and surrendering to what you are enduring, so to speak, makes the challenge, the fight, a little different. You still have to fight through it, but it makes it a little different. So thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raven. Deb, go ahead.
Dr. Reed, thank you so much. Inspired, eloquent, exhilarating. I was typing and trying to keep up. My question is, have you, or are you currently mourning the loss of your vision?
Yes, I've actually mourned it, and it's really hadn't really got a chance, because there's been so much that has happened after that. With injections every other month, sometimes twice a month, surgeries. And so it's almost like you want to mourn it, but then there's another mountain that you have to do. So I'm kind of grieving, and also, because we're at high levels within entrepreneurs or whatever, I'm still also very busy and productive. So also sometimes that is okay. People, and even yourself, you function at a high level, so you kind of like. Then it takes moments like the infection to come back and realize, oh my goodness, there is something wrong. So I'm in the process of trying to learn how to cope with those different things.
We've got your back, baby.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Deb.
sharing that, Deb, and thank you for sharing that, Oliver. James, you'll be the final one on this one.
The legendary Dr. Reed. It's nice
Going
to
on,
see
Dave?
you, my brother. How are you? I have to get it out, man. I just, the reason why I say it is, one, I was at I was at the event in Maryland when you first talked about this, and you were in real time. I saw you with the cane walk up to the stage. I saw you speak about this. I saw you holding on to the table, not for prop, but for support. Like you're the embodiment of this is so very real because I've seen this. And then you brought the house down again at Movement Maker Live when they had the honor to introduce you to the stage, and you came with that same fire and passion and purpose. And when I tell you that, man, it is awesome to see you just tearing through the mental blocks, like tearing through the, no, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to explain this. I'm going to, because my trials will be testimonies and my messes will be my message from him. I say that because every time I see you, brother, you inspire me. And I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that you're pouring all of the wisdom onto this mountain. And I'm so glad that you're telling us not to climb it, but to go through it. Because the fastest way from point A to point B is through, not over, not around. So thank you, man. I just wanted to let you know you are always legendary when you show up. So thanks.
Thank you. Love you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Love that voice, man. You're the voice.
He definitely is. Dr. Reed, Oliver, my brother, thank you for coming back to the mountain. Thank you for sharing your heart. I had no idea that you were going through this. You know, you've got the mountain behind you and you've got a lot of people rooting you on. Whatever you need, just reach out to us. We're always here for you, bro. And, you know, I'll be reaching out here probably in the next week or two for the next summit coming up. I've decided that it's going to be April 7th and April 8th. So, and I picked that date specifically this time on something that is very close and dear to my heart. Obviously, Joey is still going to be a big part of the summit. He always is. But this April 7th is a date that has been a big part of my life. And I don't share that a lot with everybody. There's only one, maybe two or three individuals on this call, Michael Faber, Austin Cunliffe, and May Scott, know. Because May and Austin have been a part of my life going back to those days, and I've shared this story with them. And so I'll share that once our next speaker in between the two, because got to keep things on time here because our next three speakers have a tight window, and they squeezed us in for this and to bring their hearts and their souls. And I know we were running behind before. You know how summits work. Yeah. And it's just a beautiful thing with seeing that. So Dr. Reed, thank you so much for your heart.
Thank you so much. And I'm always there, man. I'm there every summit I can make it. And I'm looking forward to Colorado, man, to hug your neck, man, whenever you do that.
Absolutely, brother. For the two of us that live here in Colorado, for me, 30 years, I can't speak for May. I don't know how long she's been here in Colorado, but it's a beautiful state. It's a lovely area, and you would love it. She's more athletic than I am, and she goes out and runs more than I do, and has 3 kids and stuff like that. So she's outside much more than I would. So if you want to know more about Colorado, May's the one to talk to, because she has all the ins and outs and all the things that you can do around here. I can help in certain areas, but May would know more. So you two should connect. But that leads us into our next amazing speaker. Like I have said, I think you guys know who is coming up next. May Scott and I go back about 20 plus years. I honestly don't know how far back our friendship has gone. I met May when my brother Joey lived near right next door to Flatirons Mall up in Boulder. And I think it was when Joey and I and a friend, Mike Kirk, we were starting to move him into the townhouse. And May came over with a plate of cookies or brownies of some kind and left that with us. I think she could tell we were all very hungry men, lifting furniture, and Joey and I were starting to bicker at each other because we get hangry. And when we get hangry, he and I never really saw eye to eye. And that's where our friendship began. And, over the years, there were times that we lost contact, because how life can happen. And back in May 2022, there was a tornado that ripped through the Highlands Ranch area. And that's where May and her family of 3 and her husband at the time were living. And I texted May to check in and see if everybody was okay. What I didn't realize in that moment was the life that May was going through. And I'll share a piece later on after May shares her powerful story, why this nearly broke me. Because the story that May has is a story of true grit, strength, resilience, a mother who never gave up, who screamed through the base camp when nobody was listening. But she had the strength within herself to stand up for what she believed. And she wrote a book that is changing the world. And she has been with us from the very beginning. And you know, when I say I'm protective of certain people within my life, May and her 3 kids have fallen under that umbrella because I've known her firstborn since she was a little teeny tiny baby when we went camping, and they have become very close and dear in my life and to Joey's life. So with that being said, family, this is May's 6th climb to the summit, and I'm always honored when she comes back. May, the stage is yours.
Thank you. That was such a nice introduction. Yeah, I see some familiar faces and names on here, so it's good to see people again or meet new people. And I appreciate, David, how you, with each of these summits, have, you know, there is kind of that golden thread of connection. You always make sure, you know, that your brother is a big part of all of the work that you do. And also, right, that we kind of focus on different things. And I know that when we talked, you know, kind of about the theme for this one, that, it, you know, it was a lot still about that grief and loss. And, you know, kind of a big part of that is what you do after the grief and loss. And about a little bit about myself, my background, I work as a social worker. I have a master's degree in social work and work with people all day, every day that experience grief and loss and trauma. And when it happened to me, I was blindsided by it. You know, I think we often know how to help other people and we don't know how to help ourselves. And we get really stuck in these ruts. And I had frequently looked at grief and loss as death, right? And I'm talking, you know, physical death, when somebody is no longer alive and breathing. And I would kind of compartmentalize grief and loss into that box, right? Of that somebody passed away, somebody is no longer living. And I mean, that was such a disservice to myself and anybody that I worked with and interacted with, because we experience so many other types of loss without it necessarily meaning death. And so at the end of 2022, my ex-husband was arrested for domestic violence and assault. He was charged with 5 felonies and 4 misdemeanors. And there was an immediate protection order put in place. And I knew at that time that there was no way, you know, on this planet that we could reconcile. It had gotten to a point, I mean, there were child abuse charges, you know, for things that happened with our children. You know, it had just reached a fever pitch. And I knew that kind of life as I knew it was over. But I didn't really think of it in terms of of grieving. And what I really had to deal with was grieving this life that I thought I was going to have and that I had poured into. You know, I was married for 19 years. We met in high school. It was like my whole life and this projection of what I thought it was going to be and what I wanted it to be. You know, I had to bury that. That was a fantasy, you know, that wasn't reality at all. You know, I lost my husband, you know, the person that I thought was, you know, my best friend and, you know, my teammate and my partner, you know, even though he's still alive, right? I mean, for all intents and purposes, like for me, he is not.
And, you know, a big part of my grief process was my children's grief. They also lost their father. They had contact for a couple of years, like through professional supervision because of all of the criminal stuff. And we had a big criminal trial. It was a week long. I had to testify for like 8 hours one day. It was not a fun time. And he was found guilty and he was sentenced to 12 years to life in prison. And that was a conversation I never thought that I would have to have with my children. Not only his arrest, but all of these subsequent things. And I have advocated to keep my kids in counseling because through each life event, this is going to come up for them, right? That their father is no longer in their lives. And not only that, but it's, you know, the circumstances surrounding it. You know, this really was a conscious choice made. These were actions he continued to engage in. You know, he was incredibly selfish, in my opinion, right? And chose himself over his children. And, you know, I think my oldest is graduating and she is getting ready to go to college. And I think about when she meets people at college, right? It's very normal to talk about, you know, where are you from? What's your family like? Do you have siblings, your parents, whatever? You know, what is she going to say? And I mean, it's her story to tell. She can say what she would like, you know, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's something very just general of like, oh, you know, like my dad's not in the picture, you know, versus diving into the circumstances around it. But that is, you know, a loss that she is going to have to continue to contend with, you know, throughout parts of her life, especially, you know, we know a lot of people whose families are divorced, people who co-parent, you know, that is not what our situation is at all, right? She doesn't have any relationship with him. There is a permanent protection order in place between her and her father for the rest of her life, right? So, you know, just kind of looking at this, you know, she had to grieve really the loss of her father, and so did my sons. And I mean, it's just got so much bigger, right? His family, who we were incredibly close with, they don't speak to us at all anymore, you know, and they lost that entire side of their family, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins. You know, it was profound. There have been times when my kids have said to me how much easier they feel like it would be if their father had died, right? That feels like a grief or something that they felt like they could handle more than what we all have been dealing with. I sometimes get frustrated when people, you know, say like, oh, but, you know, kids, so strong, so resilient. I mean, my kids, they're incredible humans. I know we all are biased. We all think our kids are great, and they are, right? And I think that dismisses so much of their experience and their journey and their healing. And so I try to make a big effort to, you know, two things can be true at the same time. They can be very strong and resilient, and they can be very much struggling with what is happening. And that was where I found myself too. I mean, I didn't want to be in a relationship where I was physically in danger and that my kids were physically in danger, you know, being threatened with firearms and with guns. And I didn't want to live like that. And I also didn't want to get a divorce. I didn't want to not have my family together. You know, it's wildly confusing when you're dealing with all of these things. And, you know, so dealing with loss from like all different angles too. We lost our family home. You know, it went into foreclosure. It was, I mean, I heard, I'm sorry, wait, where's your name now? Who just spoke before? Dr.
Oliver Reed.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Reed was saying, you know, like it is one thing after another, and we can approach those as opportunities, right? But it truly is, right? As soon as you finish something, you know, the boulders keep rolling down on you, and we just keep pushing them back up the hill, right? Because we're strong and empowered people, we're motivated to do that. And it's funny too how I've talked now to a lot of people that have gone through divorce or relationships that have ended, and how frustrated they are when people, it's like the first question out of somebody's mouth is like, are you dating again? What are you thinking about that? And it's like, we put so much, I think, like social expectations on people to just like couple up and, be in a relationship. And it's like, whoa, we really got to pump the brakes here. We got to focus on ourselves or our children, our family, right? Whatever. And what we want is a partner to add to our lives, right? And not just have somebody to fill a spot or check a box or to be able to post on Facebook, right? Like, I found somebody who will tolerate me, right? And so I just hate that question. And I always encourage people to just kind of, don't even give it credit of a response, really. Just say, like, that's not what's important here, folks. And, naturally it does, I think, come up. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about today when we talk about like healing and moving on, right? Especially like my youngest, when his dad was arrested, was 5 years old. His world was extremely black and white. Everybody he knew had a mom and a dad, even if they didn't live in the same house, right? It was, they saw each other, and he would ask questions and he would say things like, well, like, am I getting a new dad? Like, how does this work here? And, we would have a lot of conversations about that. And again, my kids are spread out in age, so their different perspectives were so fascinating to me. I loved actually getting to experience some of that with them. And, but, people do kind of want to know, like, well, what are you thinking about moving on? And I will say, for months and months, the thought of having to like engage in a relationship felt so overwhelming and exhausting. And, that was a huge thing for me to say that, like, obviously then you're not ready, right? If the thought of that is, even if it was with, like the prince of whatever, like, no, just absolutely not. That sounds awful. And it was surprising to me when after some time I thought, like, well, maybe. And I know like David and I would have conversations and I would say, it was my own insecurities. Like, why would anybody ever want to get involved in a relationship with somebody who, has an ex-husband in prison, who is a pretty threatening, intimidating, scary person who, if you're involved with me, you might be putting yourself at risk in some way, or your family or your children, and not to mention the fact that trying to get a divorce from my ex, I mean, it cost years of my life. It cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It bankrupted me. The house was gone. I mean, it was extreme. And so to say to somebody, hey, I have a lot of baggage and financial stress. And, like, why would anybody want to hitch their horse to this wagon? I would get really depressed about it. And again, not even that I wanted to move on, but, just from a healing perspective, I was in the dumps about what my life looked like. And it took a lot of work and, therapy to come out on the other side of that, and to say, to really reframe things. And, like what Dr. Reed just said too, like, what did you gain from your hardship? I mean, I gained myself. In hindsight, and of course, always 2020, I am appalled that what I thought was love and safety and intimacy were those things. It could not have been further from the truth. And I am so grateful, right, for my experience that I've been able to see true love and how love shows up. And I'm not just talking in a romantic sense. I'm talking, with friends and family and, people who truly just love you because you exist, right? You are worthy of love just because you're here, right? You don't need to earn love. I mean, that was a huge, huge thing for me in my journey. And so a big part of it, like healing, moving on, learning to love again for me was learning to love myself again. And I know that is maybe so basic, and it's true. I think there is a lot of truth in those cliches and some of those, like phrases that we all hear all the time. The only way out is through, and whatever, but it's true. Even though in the moment, I feel like generally we despise like hearing those things, right? It's like, don't tell me, I don't want to hear it, but there's truth in those things. And so that was, a big thing for me, was feeling that I loved myself enough and valued myself enough to share kind of like my experiences in my life again. And so David mentioned I wrote a book and I put everything out there. And it's so funny to me, when my ex-husband was first arrested, I was like, I'm not going to tell anybody. This is going to blow over. Like, nobody needs to know. I was mortified, didn't want to admit any of these things had happened. Right. And then, now, years later, I'm like, hey, I am laying everything out in this book, and it's raw and real and vulnerable. And I'm not sugarcoating things. And I'm telling people about how I sat in the dark on the closet floor, just wanting to give up, crying, trying to just get to the next day and the thing, and it's just, I'm very proud of myself that I went from, nope, nobody can know, to like, no, this is what happened. And I really have nothing to be ashamed of. And, I'm proud of the person that I am in all of this now. And, I trust myself. And even so, then I did eventually start dating again for a lot of reasons. One, I felt, kind of that I maybe was ready to test the waters again. But I also, I do have younger children, and I wanted them to at least have the opportunity to maybe see like a healthy relationship, right? And I was not willing to, rush into anything for that, or to compromise any of my boundaries or my needs in that. But, I said, let me just kind of see what's out there. And I remember when I started dating again, I would like take notes back to my therapist and say like, okay, he like watched me get into the car before he went back inside. Is that weird? And, she would say like, no, that sounds like he was probably just making sure that you, safely got to your car. That sounds normal. It's like, okay. And I'm like, oh, he texted me like the next morning. Is that weird? Is that, because I still at the beginning didn't really trust myself to say, in the past with my ex, the love bombing started immediately, the manipulation, the control, and it is such a slow burn, right? That you don't know that it's happening until you're drowning in it. Right. And so, I would ask her all of these questions, and she was so patient and kind with me. I mean, I recommend her as a therapist to anybody that's looking, but she worked with me through that journey of trusting myself again. And, then we slowly worked in things like introducing the kids, and it has been so refreshing. With my ex-husband, I would pick my kids up from school, and we'd be in the car, and they would say like, is dad home? And if I said yes, like shoulders stay up, they stay like pretty tense. They know when they go inside, they have to find him. They need to, check in with him. They need to ask how he is. They have to give him a hug and kiss. They're not able to relax in their environment. And, to see the polar opposite then of having like a safe human in the home with them, right? And they come in, they're themselves, they throw their stuff on the floor instead of thinking, I got to put my stuff away immediately, and then because We have to. I'm like, hey, is that where your shoes go? No, okay, please pick them up. But at least they feel safe enough to, be themselves. And to hear my kids like banter or make jokes, whereas with their biological father, right, it was, you couldn't do that. He would twist everything you said. You were in trouble for existing, it was, so it's been very refreshing for me. And just, again, I feel like proud of myself that I kind of took a chance, and that, I feel lucky too, that it seems to be like healthy. And I told everybody kind of everything at the beginning of dating. I'm like, not just my therapist, but like, hey guys, this is what happened. We think this is good. Yep. Like, I'm not covering up for anybody anymore. I spent so many years of my life doing that, making excuses, just kind of even feigning ignorance if something like, oh, I don't know why that would have happened, when I knew exactly why it happened. I also have been working with some of the local schools to get in to talk to younger people about safe dating and, what that looks like, because I didn't know and I didn't have the vocabulary for it. And I think now, naturally, they're evolving in some of those like health classes. They do talk about some of these things that we now know are intimate partner violence and domestic violence, and how many people it affects, and to remove a lot of the shame in there, right? Like the victim blaming of it. And I think, that has been really incredible to hear feedback from younger people, because when I first started down that path, I thought, if I'm a young person, I'm going to see an adult and I'm going to say, you don't know. My story is different from yours. You probably did something stupid. I'm never going to end up in a situation like that. Like you don't know my relationship. He's different. I really tamed this one, or whatever, stories teenagers tell themselves that guilty, did it too. But it's been so cool for these younger people to say like, wow, that is like crazy. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that, I don't end up in a situation like that. And if I'm feeling like maybe he's calling me too much, I might question that now. Or if he suddenly shows up at places when I'm hanging out with my friends, I might question that, rather than think, jealousy is not love. As young people, the way that we confuse all of the attention, right? This is control. This is love bombing. This is potentially dangerous for you. So that is something else. I've had a lot of people reach out saying, hey, I want to give you a heads up that I'm letting my older teenager read your book. And I just wanted to tell you, because we have mutual, like our kids are friends or something. And I appreciate the heads up. But even from them, the feedback has been so great. And again, I'm biased. I think the book is really interesting. I think if I knew somebody who had been through even, like a fraction of what I'd been through, I would want to read that story. It's, if everybody pulls out their phone right now, you can buy it on Amazon. Just kidding. But I think it's so important, because we don't talk about these things. We don't know these things. And the other, like the majority of the book, sadly, is just trying to get a divorce. And that's one of the other things I've been working like through podcasts and things, is raising awareness about the for-profit method of family court and divorce court. It costs $20 to go get married, and it costs you like potentially your entire life to get a divorce. And that is so disgusting. And the post-separation abuse, the legal abuse, the financial abuse, the smear campaigns, the things I had to read about myself, the questions. I had to sit in a deposition and answer questions about what forms of sex I like, how often I like to do those things. These things should not be allowed. You know, I mean, it's just appalling. So there's that, because I figured, I knew getting a divorce from my ex, he was an attorney, his dad's an attorney, his brothers are attorneys. I knew it was going to be hard. I just didn't think it was going to be hard in the way that it ended up being hard. I thought it would be hard in that they would, you know, not negotiate things. They wouldn't really work on kids' schedules. I didn't think I was going to have to be reading about how, now that I filed for divorce, how I engage in sex acts for money, and how I am a, you know, over the counter pill popper, and how I drive drunk with my children in the car, and these things that, I mean, you guys don't know me, maybe though I do those things, but I don't. And I mean, just so many mind games, so many, you know, just a waste of everybody's time, money, and energy, you know. So trying to raise awareness of that, because truly I was a lamb to slaughter. I thought, I'm going to go talk to like the divorce attorney and maybe the judge, and they're going to say, okay, this all makes sense, you know. And what ended up happening, I was a stay-at-home mom. I was married to an attorney. I got court ordered to pay him spousal support, even while he was sitting in prison for what he did to me. Like, again, things you wouldn't think would ever happen on this planet. I will say the judge who ordered that off the bench now. There is also a new House bill in Colorado that victims of domestic violence don't have to pay their abusers. Again, like, why that even had to be a law. But yeah, I mean, these are the things, right, that we are dealing with. And you just see this corruption everywhere. And so I'm trying really hard to kind of spread the word. And, you know, when we look at like the Me Too movement, or all of these people coming forward with like the Epstein files, right? Like, it is rampant, and we need to hold people accountable. I mean, when Danny Masterson, the actor from that 70s show, was found guilty of rape and sentenced to like 30 years in prison, I mean, and Diddy, right? These things are groundbreaking. These are changing the way that society is viewing things and interacting with victims. And I'm just trying to, you know, like, keep up with that and get more help and more voice for victims. Because if you want to know why we don't speak up or why we don't call the cops, like, read like one page of my book. That's about it, right? You're not believed, you're shamed. They, you know, take your kids, take your house, take your identity. It's cruel what is done. So I'm going to circle back to the point of this whole conversation, right? I had to grieve like who I thought I was too, right? Like, I lost myself in all of this, and I have worked really hard to come back. I know David, like, you know, 3 years ago, I was like a pale, empty shell of like, I'm a kind of a thinner person already, and I was 20 pounds lighter than I am right now. I mean, it was sick. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't, you know, I'm trying to take care of myself and my kids and work, but as an actual living zombie, which I know is an oxymoron, but you know, that's what I was. I wasn't able to like enjoy the fresh air or live, you know, I wasn't actually living at all. And so, you know, I have been able to kind of reclaim myself. I know who I am. I know the things that I want. I'm working hard to, you know, achieve those things. I feel so grateful for the response I've received from the book and just, you know, from people. I mean, it's kind of never ending. I got another text from the in-laws about something else the other day. Like, it's kind of never ending, but also like, I'm in a good place now, right? This healing does happen, and it takes so much time. And that's another cliche that I hate that is true, but right, the only way out is through. You know, we have to feel all of those feelings. I wouldn't be where I am now if I didn't sit on the closet floor in the dark after everyone went to bed and just cry for hours. And, you know, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be who I am. And that's somebody that I like probably for the first time in my life. So, you know, that's kind of cool. But yeah, grief and loss are a part of life, and it's scary as we get older. I think we start seeing it more, people diagnosed with big things. We're losing parents or siblings, and it's something we have to always deal with. And I think just being mindful of the fact that grief and loss are happening kind of in all avenues of our lives, even without something big like that, and to give ourselves grace and time to really work through that. And it doesn't have to make sense to anybody else. If you need time for whatever it is, your favorite coworker moving away, whatever, that is still a loss. You are allowed to take time and sit with that. You don't need to just put on a happy face to make other people feel more comfortable. And hopefully we can generate some change on those big scales as well, and minimize the trauma and suffering people have to do when they are facing grief and loss in family court. But that's kind of my 2 cents on it. So thank you.
May, you're welcome, May. I gotta tell you, from 3-4 years ago, the person you were back then to the person you are now, I love seeing the smile. I've always told you, you've always had a very beautiful smile. And seeing the joy back in your life is been my intention from the very first dinner we had at Del Frisco's. And what was crazy, folks, was when May and I got together for dinner just to reconnect, apparently there was a PI took a photo of her going out to dinner with an old friend. That's how insane it was for her. And I've known her for over 20 years, like I said. But before we open it up to the Zoom room, just a couple things on my personal standpoint here, May. I'm insanely proud of you.
Thank you.
It brings tears to my eyes. Like, I told you the story about Joey and what he said to me the week before my birthday. Mm-hmm. That's how much he loved you and cared about you. And I felt I broke that promise from 2018 to 2022, and that's something I don't take lightly. When I saw the video a week or two ago when you were in Florida with Maddie in the gymnastics, I didn't see that for 3 years. And seeing that now, seeing the joy in your daughter's smile, in your kids, your sons, and especially in you, it's incredible. You've overcome some overwhelming things. And everybody, I dropped a Flow page link into the comments. This has a link to May's book on Amazon. It also has a link to her Facebook page. All 40 speakers, go to May's profile and start following her. Please.
Thank you. Yeah.
She's got a story.
And I added the book to Kindle Unlimited so people can, read it for free if they have that as well. And what kind of a little history of what David is talking about. My oldest is a senior this year, and after her dad was arrested and she was placed as a protected party for the child abuse charge, she was in a really bad place herself, understandably. Right. And she didn't leave her brother's room. She felt safe in her brother's room. She basically stayed there for a whole year. And what happened a couple weeks ago in Florida is she decided to switch from gymnastics, competitive gymnastics, to cheer. And we were in Florida for nationals, and she broke her foot. She broke her elbow this last year, and it's been a very hard season for her. And they did amazing, and they finished as a bronze medalist, which is a big deal. And somebody caught on camera when she saw me, and she just started crying, and I was crying, and because it was like, and I'm like, oh, she's back. Like, this is my kid. Right. And it was I'm so grateful for that video. It was very special. And we still have a lot of work to do and things to overcome, but it's been a good year.
And that's been my prayer for you for 4 years. You've been a rock in my life, a steady rock in my life, helping me through the injuries in the 8 years since losing Joey. And, you know, what you have done is incredible. So everybody get a copy of An Embarrassment of Pandas. Let's blow up this movement just like you helped me blow up Mountain Summit Virtual. I am bringing May back every single time because she has a powerful story like you. When she is willing and have time, of course. I'm not going to, have to do too much because I let her know 2 months in advance because she's a very busy mama bear. So we're going to kick this over because I can see other ladies and a bunch of hands standing up here that want to pour in, and Jeff, that want to pour into May. So I didn't see who hand went up first, so I'm going to just pick. Sierra, go.
My hand was up first. May, thank you for sharing your story. I've heard it a couple of times in different ways. I grew up with an alcoholic, abusive dad, and my parents divorced 30 years ago. And my mom, jumped into a relationship, what people say, with a great man who has raised me for the past 30 years. And he is, my kid's papa. We're resilient. I ended up marrying someone who has a very narcissistic family as well. And now we're going through a divorce. He's not, that way, but, our kids are alienated from his side of the family. And I think the more outward you are with your story and the more open you are and inviting and emotionally intelligent and aware with your kids, we end up turning out really, really good. So don't feel like, that you're doing anything wrong by being out, which I don't think you are, right? I don't think you feel that way, but keep sharing your story because, my mom was pretty open with everything throughout, the whole process. And she always worried, right? Did I mess you up? And I think I learned how to be a good parent from, I think someone said it earlier, how I didn't want to be like my dad. So I parent my kids, complete opposite. But even with my kids now, I have 3 kids and going through this divorce, like I try to stay as open with them about the whole process too. And it's nice to see you on the other side of it. And even your energy now, dating, whatever it might be, like your energy feels so different and so much lighter from like the first time I saw you speaking. And that's just a reminder how amazing and impactful like the safe love can be. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you for saying that. And I'll just I'm not an online coach or anything, but I am always happy to talk to people if they ever even if your divorce is nothing like mine, sometimes it can just be helpful, right? Like if anybody ever wants to reach out, I do check Instagram more than Facebook, but yeah, I'm always happy to talk to people about whatever.
And so before we go into the next person, everybody, let's try to keep everything to about 45 seconds because I know May is extremely busy with work and
I told them I'd be late to the next one. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I just wanted to point that out. So let's go to Jeff.
Hey, May, I just want to thank you. There was a similar situation in my family. It wasn't my father, it was his nephew. And it wasn't me, it was one of my siblings. And we did lose that whole side of the family because, they had a history of covering up what was going on. So, and there were multiple people that were abused. There were multiple people, and some of them came forward, and many of them did not. And it was weird because the family that we lost was the family that was here, right? And my mom's family was in Philadelphia, so it was like Sundays. Every Sunday we were at my grandmother's house, probably for dinner, maybe not, but most likely. And everyone was there, and there was just this big, huge family and this blended family. So losing that, I know, can be such a thing, and being able to talk about that is very powerful. And I know that there were times where it might have felt um, difficult for you. And I just want to commend you for being that and standing in who you had to be to have that happen for you, to really protect your kids, because I know that that's not always easy. And losing both my parents last year, including the complicated relationship with my father, who at the time when that all happened, my parents were divorced and they later remarried. And having that complicated relationship and the complicated stuff and having to go through all that, just being able hearing someone else having a parallel path sometimes is very helpful.
And I think that's a big part of it, is that we probably have a lot more in common than not, right? And you're right. We sometimes just feel so alone in that. And we get mixed messages, I think, too. It's like family, blood is thicker than water. And so when you choose to cut ties with family, I mean, it can feel like you really did something wrong. Whereas if, your coworker is being a turd or whatever, and you decide, like, I don't want a relationship with that person, nobody's going to bat an eyelash, right? But when it's your family, people, it's like, and I think sometimes people are like, well, what does that say about you? Right? This is your family. There's a lot of layers there that complicate things. And yeah, like I said, I think it happens a lot more. And I'm sorry. I always say this, like, I'm sorry when people can relate, but also I'm glad that you can, right? Because we're not alone in that. And I'm sorry to hear about the loss of both of your parents too in a year. That's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for that. We'll take one more. And Deb, why don't you finish this out before we move on to our next speaker?
I'm preaching to the choir. Monsters are real. And keep prioritizing yourself. Let's have a coffee, and I might have some information about how to pitch your book to Netflix or others.
That's been a goal, Deb. Thank you.
And also coordinate maybe with Mark and know how to physically protect yourself should the day come that he gets out.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying real hard, you guys, to like live in the present moment, right? And not get wrapped up in what might be happening in, 10, 20 years if he ever gets out. But yeah, that's a little bit of makes you look over your shoulder. And I think I recently did a podcast called What Came Next, because it's really like never over, right? When you're dealing with some of these things. I still feel like I have to look over my shoulder sometimes, even though he's in prison, because his family is not. And you hear stories every day about wild things like hitmen hired, and you're right. So, but I try not to focus on those things, try to keep this positive aura here. But I appreciate you saying that. And yeah, and again, I know I'm biased, but I'm like, I would want to see my story, or like, I'd want to read my book. I'd want to kind of see this documentary on Netflix, because it's like, I don't know, affluent white male who's an attorney, like in prison. Like that doesn't happen very often. Right. And yeah, just exposing some of those bad things, but I don't want to take up more time. I know you've got a schedule too, but thank you.
You're doing great, May. And I know you've got a busy schedule ahead of you. And I am always extremely grateful that you've been with us from the very beginning. But one thing that I have been working on since 2022, and I'm still adamantly working on this for her, Deb, if you have that Netflix connection, let's get on a call. I'll send you an embarrassment of Panda's manuscript, because I have a copy of it. I was one of the ones that got to read through it and help May through this journey to get her book finalized. She worked with my publisher, and it was an absolute journey and privilege. The other dream that I have for May and her daughter, they're massive Taylor Swift fans. Like, they are Swifties to the max. And I need to get them to a concert. I made this promise to her in 2022 that I would do everything in my power to get them front row tickets at a Taylor Swift concert. And I'm going to do that. So if anybody knows any way to get in touch with Swift people, forget Kelsey. Kelsey can go take a hike because he's a Chiefs fan. But if anybody can make that dream happen for these two lovely ladies, that would be incredible. So I told you this, Trish, or May. Oh shit.
You're fine.
May,
It's fine.
sorry.
You're all good. It's funny you say that though, because so in my book, if anybody has read it or wants to, I reference a lot of songs. Music was definitely my therapy. And I have a good friend who she saw the Eras tour 11 times. She flew all over the world. She's amazing. My friend is so cool. And she texted me after she was reading the book, and she was like, the only person that should have been at the Eras tour was you. She was like, I cannot believe, she was like, these parallels, right? And we all see what we want to see. Maybe I'm like, Taylor and I are like this, right? But there are so many similarities that are just like, it's kind of shocking. But yeah, I mean, we got to see the Eras tour one time in Denver. Incredibly grateful. Like, memory that I'll never forget. That was amazing. But yeah, music is so powerful. I'm actually maybe pivoting my Instagram to dive into like lyrics and the healing power behind them. If anybody is interested in that, I don't know, but yeah.
You know, I'm in, May. I'm always behind you 100%. And we've got a movement here, and the lovely Raquel helped me with my song, but hopefully we can tap into other music industries and get some help on that point. So May, absolutely insanely beyond incredibly proud of you. And I know there's somebody up in heaven that is smiling down on what you have done, from, even though we didn't know what you were going through years before this. You would know that if he and I knew what you were going through, we would have knocked that door down and moved you guys out of there and put you in a safe space. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for allowing me to come alongside you since 2022 and be a support to you and those three beautiful kids that you are raising. You're raising three amazing souls that are going to change this world. So you are phenomenal. Keep smiling and don't look over your shoulder anymore, because if anybody tries to come at you here in Colorado, there are people here that will keep them away from you. Okay. And there's an army behind you.
Well, thank you. Take care, everybody.
Thanks, May. Love you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honestly, this lineup today has been insanely incredible, and I'm excited to welcome another new mountaineer to the summit. I had the incredible opportunity to have met Mr. Craig DeWalt. I hope I said your last name right. How do you say it?
Duswalt.
Duswalt. That's what I thought. I didn't want to say that way because I thought I would have been wrong, but
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
But I remember meeting Craig in Nashville, Tennessee back in 2025. And this guy has a level of energy like nothing else. I think when he took the stage to share his story, he came up with a rock and roll song and started throwing out t-shirts. I seriously thought I was at a rock and roll concert, which I haven't been to one of those in years. And when he agreed to join us for today, I was ecstatic to the moon, where I even attempted to try to do a backflip last night, and I wound up in the couch cattywampus. And it actually looked pretty entertaining. My dogs looked at me and they both kind of went like, kind of like that. And I'm just always amazed on the amazing support that comes into this family. So Craig, welcome to the mountain, and the summit is yours.
Well, thank you, David. And May, your story is amazing. I was going to help you with the Taylor Swift situation, but then David screwed it up bashing the Chiefs. So
No. I love the Chiefs. The Chiefs are amazing. The Chiefs are okay. They've won 5 Super Bowls, so I'll shut up.
I'm so joking. Yeah, it's amazing. I do these summits and these Zoom calls a lot. Like I lose my voice pretty much every freaking week. But it's amazing to me that not every time, but most times that I'm on this, I hear these speakers that didn't know them, I never heard them before, and I'm going like, I hope you're all like paid keynote speakers. I mean, I hope you're making $5,000 to $15,000 for keynotes because your stories are insane. You just got to package it into, making them where people want to hire you, and that's basically what I do. I help speakers become rock stars in their business. So, really, really quick, a little bit of a background. This is my first time on the mountain. Did I say that right? I'm on the mountain now. Is that what you do? I'm on a mountain. So, I graduated college in 1983, got a job at Westbury Music Fair. Oh, let me just start with everything I'm doing now is impact. And I've heard the word impact a bunch of times over the last 2 days. My brand is now Rockstar Impact. I'm helping people make an impact in this world because I think, like, I teach marketing, and that's great. Marketing is great, but I truly believe that leaving a legacy and making an impact in this world is the byproduct of learning how to market and getting yourself out there. So I teach marketing, but the whole thing that I teach, and I'll be sharing my acronym for impact over the next 20 minutes. So really, really quick. I graduated college in 1983, got a job at Westbury Music Fair in New York. It's a 3,000 seat in the round theater. And my job was a gopher. I was basically getting drinks for acts that came in. I would pick them up for sound check, take them to and from the hotel to the venue. I was a gopher. I was the lowest man on the totem pole. And Air Supply, the band Air Supply, they're a pop band from Australia, just in case you don't know. Lost in Love, All Out of Love, Making Love Out of Nothing at All. If the word love was in the song, that was Air Supply. So I'm working backstage on a Friday night. Air Supply is doing 2 shows, Friday night and Saturday night. Friday night, I'm working. And again, I meet the band just like to give them drinks, put towels on the stage for them. I don't know these guys from anything, but I worked that Friday night. Saturday night, the second night that Air Supply was playing there, I was not scheduled to work, but my mother wanted to go see the band. So I'm 21 years old and I'm taking my mom to a concert, and now my dating life is over. But that's a whole other story. But I go to the concert and I'm sitting there in the audience with my mommy, and she goes, you work here, you could get me backstage. I'd like to meet the band. So great, I'm thinking my mother's a groupie. But okay, I get her backstage because I work there. I introduce her to the band, of which I don't even know these guys. I just met them last night for like minutes. And all of a sudden, a 6'5", 350-pound guy walks up to me and he says, "You were the guy that was working here last night." I'm like, "Yes, I am, Mr. Very Large Man." And he goes, "How much do you make a week here?" And I'm thinking to myself, it's none of your business, but you're huge, so I guess I should answer the question. So I said about $150 a week. And he said, "How would you like to quadruple that?" And so many things went through my mind of what this man wanted me to do to him for $600 a week, but I figured, I'm in, I'll do whatever you want. And he said, "The band saw you working last night. They loved your positive attitude and your energy, and they want to know if you want to go on the road." And I'm like, yeah. So to make a long story short, the next day, they sent a limousine to my house. I took a Learjet from John F. Kennedy Airport to Wallingford, Connecticut, met up with the band, and toured with Air Supply for 7 years, simply because I was always doing my best just in case someone was watching. So I teach this marketing. Everything is marketing that I do. But you know what? If you don't have the right mindset and you're not a positive influence and have a positive attitude, no one's going to want to work with you. So I learned that at a very young age, and my life has been defined by that because of everything that happened since then. After Air Supply, I got a job. The security card for Air Supply became the manager of Guns N' Roses. I don't know if anyone's heard of Guns N' Roses. They're a little band. They kind of have a couple of hits. And anyway, so he goes, the manager's my friend now. I toured with him with Air Supply. He goes, Craig, you ready to go back on the road? I'm like, what do I have to do? You have to babysit Axl Rose. Doesn't he go to jail a lot? Yes, but I'm going to pay you a lot of money. All right, I'm in. So that's how that happened. So I got the job as Axl Rose's personal assistant, did that for 4 years during the biggest tour in the history of the world to this day, the Use Your Illusion 4-year world tour. And again, I learned so many things. And I learned how to get fans. How do you get 80,000 people in a stadium cheering for you and going nuts for you? And that's what I teach at my seminars. That's what I teach at Zoom calls. How to create a community of fans that, because you're known as the rock star, whatever, the expert in your industry. But everything I do now for the next 2 years is based on impact. So I use the word impact. I have an acronym that I'm going to share with you today. I do everything in frameworks and acronyms so people will remember. So the I in impact is Ignite Your Way. Now, I think the name of this summit has something to do with Ignite Your Spark. Am I right, David? Ignite Your Spark? Okay. So Ignite Your Why. Not way. Ignite your why. It's all about your why. Everything is about your why. I'm going to share really quick about my why. In 2006, I owned an advertising agency, and we had 3 kids, my wife and I. We had a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. And my wife had this dry cough that would not go away for about a month. And to make a very long story short, we went to a doctor, about 5 doctors in one night. And the last doctor goes, we see something in here in your neck. I'd like to do a fine needle aspiration. So we're like, first of all, we're thinking she has a cough. Why are you going in her neck? So anyway, so this doctor takes the needle and does that and goes off and then comes back. We'd like to do another one. So they do a second fine needle aspiration. It wasn't a doctor, it was a nurse practitioner. And comes back and says, okay, the doctor will call you on Monday. This is Friday night. And with what we have found, and we'll go from there. And my wife is like, no, I am not waiting till Monday. You know something because you took 2 things out of my neck. I need to know what this is. And the nurse is like, well, the doctor has to tell you, it's not my place. And my wife is, look, I can handle this. You tell me what, I'm not leaving until you tell me what you saw. And so after a long battle back and forth, all right, the nurse said, all right, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is you have cancer. The good news is, though, it's Hodgkin's lymphoma, and it's a curable cancer if we caught it early enough. And my wife did this. Now, when you hear that, is the worst thing you could possibly hear when your wife is diagnosed with cancer. But I was cracking up because this is what happened. They say, you have cancer, but it's a curable cancer. And my wife said this and screamed at the nurse. I didn't have cancer when I walked in here. I know I was laughing. I'm like, oh my God, Tosh, I think you did have cancer when you walked in here. And it was the hardest thing, that horrible diagnosis, and then something funny, like hysterically funny. And you're looking at yourself like, oh my God, what do I do? Do I laugh right now? Do I cry right now? And it was this thing. Anyway, so our why, I won't say I was materialistic when I toured with Guns N' Roses, but basically I flew first class. Everything was given to me for free. Status was very important in my life back then. And then your wife gets diagnosed with cancer and the materialistic crap goes away immediately. Gone. I just want to have my wife grow up with my kids that are 5, 3, and 1. That's all I want in my life. And so that's my why. And all I do now is help people become rock stars in their business. I do seminars, I do Zoom calls, and I have one focus. I just help people do that. And I help people make an impact in this world. So once you figure out your why, everything else becomes
very clear, which leads to me to my M in impact, which is magnetic message. We all have a story. I just heard a bunch of stories over the last 2 days that I'm amazed that I've never heard these stories before or heard of these people, because their stories are so good. But most people, the disconnect is they have great stories, but there's no clarity in their message. You need a story, but you need clarity in your message. So I always, I write this down and I teach this at my seminars, and you could just write this. This is for you to come up with what you do. I help blank achieve blank without blank. Now we fill in the blanks. So I'll say it again. I help blank achieve blank without blank. So mine is, I help entrepreneurs, speakers, and authors turn their message into more visibility and revenue without feeling salesy or overwhelmed. So that's my message. That's the thing that I teach. That's the thing that I do. But if you don't have that core mission, that core thing that you do, then everything else, if you don't know what you're doing, no one else is going to know what you're doing. Here's a big thing for speakers. Anyone that speaks or does Zoom calls or speaks on stages or does lunch and learns, I see this all the time. And then Instagram Reels, which I'm really focused on right now, doing Instagram Reels. This is what most speakers do. They get up on stage, they thank the audience, they talk about the weather, they ask, how's everyone doing? They say, give yourselves a hand. Sorry. And if you do those things, I apologize up front, but stop. Right away, first thing I say when I get up on stage is, how do you make an impact in this world? That's the first thing. I go right into my talk, right into very clear what my message is, and stop with all the fluff and all the BS. Just get to the message. People live in bullet points. We live in bullet points. Give them fast, quick information. So I'm doing a bunch of Instagram Reels right now that are 20 seconds, 30 seconds to 60 seconds long. I ask one question, I talk about, and I answer that question. I always start with a question. And it gives people clarity of what you do, and then it gives you clarity in what you do so that you can actually make some money doing this. When your message gets clearer, your audience gets closer. So magnetic message. The P in impact is put it on film, capture proof, not perfection. So I think Deb was saying to May about this Netflix thing and getting a documentary on Netflix or doing something on Netflix. I also, coincidentally, have huge connections on Netflix, with Netflix. And so I'm doing a documentary right now as well. It's called Impact. Go figure. I'm all about branding. Everything I do right now for the next 2 years is all about impact. But a documentary, anything on film, and that's also you speaking on stages, but getting the message out there. And here's the key. It does not have to be perfect. Perfection is bad. It's unauthentic. It's not real. So people, I hate when everything is edited perfectly. I love a mess. I just love chaos. I love a mess. And because we all live in a mess, and our job is to fix that and not live in a mess anymore. But proof, when you do film, when you have videos of stuff, it gives you street cred, automatically puts you as an expert in the field. So put it on film, capture proof, not perfection. A in impact is amplify through service. So we have a nonprofit called Band Together Foundation. Everything I do as Rockstar, Band Together aligns with that. And what we do is we raise money for foster children in Southern California. We provide instruments for them, music lessons, mentorship, and jobs for foster children. We are having a fundraiser on March 5th. And I have an event coming up March 4th, 5th, and 6th in Los Angeles. March 5th, the second day of my seminar at night, we're doing a Band Together fundraiser to raise money for foster children. The reason why we're doing foster children is because, again, of my wife. Now, I've mentioned her twice now, the cancer, and then this is the second story. I lived a very charmed life, but as a speaker, you have to go rags to riches, tragedy to overcoming tragedy. I'm going to be honest, I really didn't have much tragedy in my life. I really didn't. I lived a pretty charmed life. So I have to use my wife's uncharmed life in the beginning of her life to share our story. So I'm going to just go into her story for a second. This is the most incredible story out there. It's unfathomable what this poor girl went through. So her name is Natasha, and she was, as a young child between the ages of, let's say, 2 and 10, she used to sleep in her kitchen cupboards. She used to sleep in hidden areas around the house because her father would abuse her. And her father would also abuse her mother. My wife is Russian. They were from the Ukraine, I think it was. But abusive father, her whole young adult life. She had to go eat. She had no food in the house because the mother was beaten. Father was doing that. And she lived on her lemon tree in the backyard. That's where she got her food. So she had a horrible, horrible upbringing. And 10 years old, she flies to, I think it was Budapest, Hungary, to go visit her mom's family. It was her mother and her flew to Budapest, Hungary. And she loved her mother. Her mother, went through hell her whole life with this husband. But she flies to Budapest, Hungary with her mother to meet her mother's family. On her 10th birthday, on my wife's 10th birthday, she is sleeping in a bed in Budapest, and she wakes up the next morning on her 10th birthday, rolls over, and her mother has passed away on her 10th birthday. She now has to fly back to the United States to, the wife was divorced at this time, but back to the United States with no house now. She lived with her mother and the new husband. She had to live with the new husband who she didn't really know. But imagine the flight back by yourself at 10 years old without your mom, because she just passed away in a foreign country. So there's that. When she gets back, the new husband leaves, and now she has to go back with her abusive father. She goes to court at 10 years old, goes to court and files to get emancipated from her father. And she had to sit on the stands and look her dad in the eye and say, he abuses me. And she won the case. And she became a foster child. And that's why we have Band Together Foundation to raise money for foster children. Because one of the most ridiculous things in the world is aging out. When foster children age out at 18, they're like basically thrown to the wolf. Here you go. Have a nice life. Good luck. So that's where we're stepping in and making a difference in these kids still in their world. So the reason why we do that obviously is because we have a story about it. And she lived with foster parents for a while. And then her grandmother from Michigan flew out and then took care of her. And then, everything, there was other things Natasha went through, my wife, and then she gets cancer and she got mad at God, but we're Christian and we believe in God and Jesus and all that. But she got mad but now she is an advocate for people that are going through cancer. And she actually never says that she had cancer. She will never own. She goes, the doctor's diagnosed with the big C, but I don't believe him. But she did the work. She had to go through chemo and stuff. But, it was pretty tough. The C in impact is commit in public commit in public. And this is where the time is now. I think that's part of the Ignite Your Spark. The time is now. Draw a line and commit to something today. I teach people how to do a podcast. You have to podcast at least once a week. At least once a week. You got to write a book. You got to speak on stages. All of you, it's my understanding, have amazing stories. You just got to learn to package it into something that corporations will want to hire you to share your story because you're correlating it somehow how your business or how your business can do better by learning what I teach. Now, there's also the entrepreneur audience, making an impact, empowering women, empowering men. So many opportunities to be a paid speaker. And with the stories that I've heard on this 2-day summit, all of you should be getting $5,000 to $15,000 for keynotes. And if you're not, I don't know, maybe come to one of my seminars. Anyway, Rockstar Impact, my brand is a movement. It's, like I said, it's a book. I wrote a book called Impact with authors, contributing authors. It's events, my next Rockstar Impact event, March 4th to 6th in Los Angeles, and the documentary. When you brand something, stay consistent on the brand. So commit in everything that you do. My current focus is Instagram Reels, in and out. You do 30 seconds, 60 seconds, and just get known. Create content. You know, Gary Vee, a lot of you probably know who Gary Vee is. He says 100 to 500 pieces of content a day. A day. Now, I don't know if we're going to do that, but that's what they do. They create content and give your best stuff out there for free in the world. It's like a movie trailer. You watch a movie trailer, the best stuff is in the movie trailer, and then the movie sucks. But if you give your best stuff out there in the world, people are going to come to your things, whatever it is, because if they're giving me that for free, imagine if I go to an event of theirs. It must be so much better. And last thing is the T in Impact is take the stage of your life. Take the stage of your life, meaning get out there. I always say this, do everything on purpose. Do everything on purpose. We get one life. My wife and I have the worst case scenario situation. We are blessed right now. We live in a very nice house in California because we love paying state income taxes. Ugh, makes me sick. But anyway, we have a very nice house, and I'm going to name drop for a second, and I apologize up front, but only because I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm saying this to you guys. We bought Joe Montana's house, if that gives you any indication of what my house looks like. We are blessed beyond blessed. Now, I know Joe Montana, some of you will think was a San Francisco 49er, but the last 2 years he was with the Chiefs, so I consider him a Chief. Anyway, but we always say this, though. We live in a nice house. We are blessed. We have 3 amazing boys that are killing it in this world. But you know what? We get one life. And my wife and I risk a lot. I risked a lot to become a speaker. I'm not going to go into that whole story, but you have to risk. You have to take chances, especially if you believe in what you're doing. And my wife and I have our worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, everything goes bust. I don't speak anymore. My wife owns a modeling agency. That goes under. Everything is horrible, right? You know what? We'll get a 3-bedroom apartment somewhere, and my wife and I will have 1 bedroom. The kids will share rooms, and but you know what? We'll be closer as a family, and we're still alive, and we're still breathing, and we're still able to share our message. So the materialistic thing, you know, I do live in a nice house, but we're blessed that we can. But it's not the end all. If we lost it tomorrow, we're okay, and we're going to be okay. And if you can have that mindset that I need to go for it in this life to help make an impact and give back in this world, which I envision most of you are, all of you are, Otherwise, you wouldn't know David. Everything we do should be all about giving back. David, thank you so much for bringing me on here. Love your group. Yeah, I met you with Michael Faber, who's one of my favorites, and you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Brother, thank you for jumping in and joining us. I made this a goal last March, and our schedules never lined up last year because of all of your amazing travels that you've been doing with your family and everything going on. And I'm just really grateful that when I think I emailed you back on Sunday or Monday, and I'm glad we were able to make this happen because, you're a living legend. I give the Chiefs a hard time. I'm just not really a Travis Kelce fan. I'm more.
Yeah, but he's your Taylor Swift connection. Come on.
I know. Oh, I love Travis Kelce. I mean, the guy can catch a football like left and right. In my opinion, I still think the best tight end in football is Shannon Sharp because I'm an old school football fan.
That's fair. That's fair.
So that's why I'm not a Travis Kelce fan. So I know you're tight on time.
You know what? It's really funny what I'm doing right now because I'm doing this Band Together Foundation gala and concerts, which we have amazing people coming, a lot of Guns N' Roses people. That's March 5th, but I'm literally driving right now in this horrible rain for 2 hours to go to Orange County, California with a guitar because the lead singer of Air Supply is flying out tomorrow. So I'm going to get his autograph on a guitar so we can auction it off. So I have to drive 2 hours there, 2 hours back to get an autograph on a guitar for the Band Together Foundation thing.
Are you trying to add guitars to my collection again?
Dude, I have 3 guitars coming this time.
Yeah, that one there was his last event right there. That black one where I won it. I won it at the auction, that last event.
Yeah, a member from Toto, the band Toto, Steve Porcaro.
You just brought up Craig before we hand this over to the Zoom room. I started this whole movement, this whole mission in the memory of my brother Joey.
Yep.
And when Tim is the first year-long sponsor of the movement this year, which I was extremely for the legacy sponsorship that he jumped in and did that for us. So big kudos, shout out to you, brother. Toto in Africa was my brother's favorite song. And he was a 14-time Ironman racer.
Wow.
And he was going for number 15. So every morning when I would be driving into Cummins, where I used to work when my father owned the business, I would call him at 5 o'clock in the morning because he asked me to make sure he was up and going out, even when the snow was flying the train. And that was the first song that he would click.
Wow.
And Tim brought that story up during our live back on Sunday about that guitar, so I just wanted to throw that story in. And we're going to open this up to our Zoom room. Craig's got a little bit of tight of a schedule, so he can hit the road. Who wants to pour into Craig before we let him get back to his busy schedule?
I'm going to chime in because the man's my coach. All right. He's in this community because of me. I'm going to admit it. I introduced him to Michael, who introduced him to a lot of you guys. I've known Craig for 15 years now. Probably most people consider me his right-hand man on his left-hand side. But anyway, he's been a great impact, and hearing the stories here, and I'm looking forward to how much impact, as we're changing now over to the Rockstar Impact, looking forward to where this is going with you and with the events, and really excited to hear it. And I did put a link down there in the chat for any of you who want to join us here in March.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Yeah.
Yep, I'll drop that in there because, Tim, I remember you telling me about that. So go ahead, Megan.
I also just want to say thank you so much. His impact. I'm a TBI survivor, and impact is where I am not focused and need to get focused. So I learned a lot today, and I live in San Diego. So I really want to try to be able to make it to your event. So I appreciate Tim dropping the link there.
And Megan, on my website, my wife yelled at me because I did this. I'm trying to do a give back thing. My VIP tickets are $197. You get lunches and all that. But get this, just to attend for the 3 days, if you just want a general admission ticket. It's $1.97.
Did I read that right?
Yeah.
I already
It's
went.
this, it's
I
this,
already looked.
it's
I
this
didn't
funny,
know if I read
it-
that right.
it's this funny thing that I'm doing. And it's really weird because I think $197 is totally worth it. And I could easily do free, but free doesn't make people actually put in a credit card.
You need
So I
their-
think at
you need
least they
skin in the
take a
game.
step for $1.97, but it's such a weird thing. I sold 22 tickets yesterday at $1.97. I don't care about the money coming in. This event's paid for. I have to pay speakers. I have to pay a bunch of things, but $1.97, it's like a no-brainer. It's like kind of funny. So yeah, anyway.
Thank you. Before we go over to Kristen, Kristen, go ahead, and then I'll go after you, and then we'll let you go, Craig.
But hope to see you, Megan.
I just wanted to jump on here and say thank you so much for the support you give to the foster care community. I've been a nurse for 13 years, so I've definitely seen that community and how much help they need. And then over the last year and a half, I took in a foster child myself.
Oh, wow.
And I just round of applause. I mean, just thank you from the bottom of my heart, because
No
those
crying,
kids-
Kristen. You're driving.
I know, stop it. Those kids go through so much that the world doesn't know about. And then you're right, they dump them when they're 18. And when you're 18, you're not grown, you're not mature yet. You're not ready
No.
to especially when you've come from the foster care system, because you don't have the set of skills that most children learn from their families growing up. You know, you didn't get that opportunity until X age when you entered into the foster care system. And so just thank you.
Yeah, and I'm partnered with a company called Raising Hope. That's their sole mission is foster children. And I met the lady that runs it, and when she shared the stories, and because of my wife's background being a foster child, we're like, you know, this was a no-brainer for us, because the stories of these kids, what they go through, these foster children, is insane. So when they're 18, like we're gonna try to help them get jobs in the music industry. If they want to be in bands, we'll give them free instruments. My partner and I, we manage bands as well. I have a company called DAM, Disrupt Artist Management Network. So we represent bands, and we have all these connections. I know everyone in the music industry, like everyone. And so I said to myself, how am I not using all these connections to help to whatever? But then the foster children made sense. So we have these breaking into music seminars, and we invite all the foster children to come for free to meet all these music executives. And so our next one, I think, is in July, but there's no date yet. But that's what it's so good.
That's just incredible. I mean, the kiddo that I had recently was 17 years old, and she needs help, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and so it definitely came to light, like the lack of resources that even our states have to give these kids, the foster parents that exploit the system sometimes and do more harm than where they came from. And it's just crazy. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Kristen.
So thank you for that, Kristen. Craig, thank you for your time. And before we move into our legacy sponsor, going into our next speaker, just want to share everything with everybody that's going on here with MBM and what we're building here on the mountain. We've been doing this consistently now for over a year, and we have absolutely been touched by the level of souls that have entered this mountain. People don't just get to come onto the mountain and speak. They have to share their hearts. They have to resonate with what we are building here. And one of the biggest things that we're doing here at New Beginnings, like I shared from yesterday, is that 5-day challenge that we're going to be doing here in the next 2 weeks. And that's going to be from Lost to Legacy. And remember, guys, that $10 off deal that I'm doing is only lasting until the end of this event, which ends at 6:30 tonight. And then on top of that, I talk about the sponsorships that we have been doing and all of the amazing sponsors, starting with Sierra Grana, Tim Gillette, May Scott, Tish McDaniel, and Eric Yusko and John Lester. Having you guys back this mission, this movement has been an incredible feat. Seeing Joey's legacy spread across the mountains, like Dr. Oliver was saying, was you don't just stay on one summit, you go to the next. There are going to be times at night when you want to reach for that phone and make that 2 a.m. phone call, or you're going to get that cancer diagnosis that you don't want to get. You're going to get that phone call potentially in the middle of the night when everything's happening. So if you want to get behind the movement of New Beginnings, sponsorships are going to be available for the top 2 going through the rest of the year. If you want to get behind this movement and support real, true impact, jump in with us, because Tim did that, and being our first legacy sponsor was something I have dated into my phone. And with Tish McDaniel being the theme song legacy sponsor last year, we wouldn't have had a theme song if it wasn't for Tish McDaniel and believing in the movement and in the mission. Okay? This mountain is not going anywhere. This mountain is going to stay here way beyond after I am gone. And because of the collaboration when Tish introduced me to, as she calls her, the unicorn of music, Raquel Soto, who we got to hear her beautiful story yesterday, who brought the Mountain Summit theme song to life. That's why this movement is here with that theme song, so that everybody can share their hearts, can share their stories. Tim is our next speaker coming up, and I wanted to share that stuff with you because this goes beyond just this summit. This is a 2-day event. And I don't want everybody to just leave this summit and go back to their everyday life. Fear and anxiety, those kind of things are going to come back and are going to hit at a moment's notice. We heard that from May. We heard that throughout the last 2 days. So I strongly want to encourage and invite you guys, come jump in with us during the 5-day challenge. Everything that is built in that, you will get a community, emotional resilience. You're going to get clear next steps. You're going to get clarity in the chaos and the courage to connect again. You're not going to stay isolated. Remember what May said earlier about where she didn't feel like she was worth being loved again. And look at where she's at right now. She broke free of the fear that her ex-husband put upon her. That's what this movement is all about. That's what the 5-day legacy is all about. Where we're going to take the loss and create it into a powerful legacy and going to have a meaningful and impactful journey going forward for the rest of our lives. So if you put in the chat or you hit me up or Austin up until 6:30 tonight when this summit ends, you'll get $10 off on the challenge. If you want to get behind New Beginnings Motivation and sponsor the year for the Mountain Summit or the Legacy Yearly Summit like Tim Gillette did and come alongside us, we'd love to have you. So let's hit it, guys. We're going to bring in another heavy-duty rock star, Mr. Tim Gillette. I have not had the privilege on meeting this guy in person yet, but I remember seeing him live on, not live, but virtually on stage back in January when he took the stage and offered his story. And I remember after that happened that there was an opportunity to reach out to him. And before I could even reach out to the guy, he reached out to me. And we started having a conversation and we both just instantly connected as brothers. And I am super excited that Tim, like I said before, that he is our first Legacy Yearly sponsor of 2026. and truly honored and humbled with that, Tim. Love you, brother, and the virtual summit is yours.
90% of the people in this call right now, that's 9 out of 10 of you, will do nothing with what you hear today. You're going to go away feeling inspired. You're going to nod and say, hey, great, thank you for coming. But you're going to drive home. You're going to forget about things. Life's going to take over. Life's going to throw you some punches. Life's going to throw you a lot of punches because I've heard some of your stories. But you know what? There's 10% here who will actually do something with what they learned today. Now, I'm not here to talk to the 90%. I'm here to talk to the 10%. Now, I'm not putting down the 90% because you could become one of the 10%. See, most people in this life, they don't fail because they don't care. They fail because they assume they have time left. You have time to fix it, you figure. Hey, man, I still got time to forgive that person. I still have time to start over. I know that's what you're saying, aren't you? Well, I want to talk to you about a little bit of my history and loss. Over the past 25 years, I've lost some pretty important people. We can go back even further than that and go maybe 35 years I've lost some very important people. Now, in 2014, I lost my father-in-law and became the real man in my wife's life. In 2010, on New Year's Eve, I lost my father on New Year's Eve. Try celebrating New Year's Eve after that. Then we go back to 2005. I lost my grandmother, my mom's mom, someone who was very much close to me, and I loved her growing up. She's my favorite grandparent. In 2003, I lost my best friend. And I want to tell you, he was leaving here on his 1-year anniversary of his wedding to go on like a honeymoon finally. When his wife came back with his body, she'd asked me for where the keys to the Ferrari were. That's how well I was friends with him. And I thought that was a huge impact on my life, and I couldn't figure out, man, I was trying to grow in life and couldn't get past it. But that wasn't the one. Now, I lost my grandmother. My grandmother on my dad's side, I lost her. And I carried her casket in 1993, even though that woman never owned me as her grandchild. You see, my father adopted me. Yes, my father adopted me, the child of the woman he married. And I became his oldest son. I became the person who led his funeral service. But those grandparents weren't the impact. And before I go to the person who was the impact, I'm going to tell you the story. See, my daughter lives here in the house with me. If you've seen my grandson pop up here. In 2023, my daughter moved here because the gentleman who got her pregnant tried to beat her and kill her. And I'm a pretty furious type person. My dad, as a dad, I sent people to Philadelphia to get my daughter and get her here. And the joy came out as that year went along because my grandson was going to be born on December 31st, New Year's Eve. And I was going to be able to celebrate this. Finally, I was going to make that day good again. I got excited. January 31st came and went. You see, that little boy decided to wait until a different day. And it wasn't him that decided, it was God who decided. Because God had to make me revisit this. He was born on January 13th. January 13th, 2003, the day my grandfather died, who I carried his casket. My mom's dad. I carried his casket. The last time I spoke to him before that day of carrying his casket was 1978. You know what the last words I said to that man was? I hate you and I will never speak to you again. Because my cousin Barry and I, we went outside, we were playing in the snow. And we didn't hear, because if you ever hear the windy snow on those big mountains in Pennsylvania, you can't hear on a windy night in the snow. My grandfather came out and he was yelling, come inside, come inside. We didn't hear him. When we finally came in, we were greeted by an angry grandfather who punched us in the face like a boxing match. A 60-year-old man punching a 12-year-old like he's boxing him, drunk as can be. That was the last time I spoke to that man. And my last words were, I hate you, and I will never speak to you again. Pretty impactful, because that became true. That's something I have to live with for the rest of my life. Those were the last words I ever told my grandfather. See, death is final. I kept thinking, you know what I mean? His last year, I'll get up there and I'll apologize and I'll talk to him and I'll ask for his forgiveness and I'll forgive him. But I never got there. Life got busy. I had different things I had to do, so I couldn't go do it. I had to hold back. Hold on a second. Someone wanted to break into my room. I had to hold on to that in my life because of the fact that I did not forgive him. And it wasn't until later in 2003 that someone said to me, Tim, you know what's holding you back is you've got unforgiveness. Do you know what unforgiveness is? That's you drinking the poison, hoping they die. Do you know what hate is? Hate is letting them control you for eternity. See, I don't choose hate anymore. That was the day I decided I would never hate anyone ever again. I had to learn that because I still have to live the rest of my life with the fact, the last words I said to my grandfather was, I hate you, and I will never talk to you again. You see, I refuse to give anybody that power anymore. I choose now to love, to forgive. You know, I may never agree with you on everything. As a matter of fact, majority of the world I don't agree with. I've interviewed more people, probably 1,800 some odd people on my podcast, and majority of them I disagree with their philosophy in life, but I interview them and I make them think like I'm the greatest supporter of what they do because I love them. And just because I may disagree with how you help people doesn't mean that I don't agree with the fact that you're helping people. I choose to love you. I choose that if you step on my toe to forgive you. I choose if you accidentally hit my car to forgive you. Now, I may be angry at the moment, but I'll forgive you. Because I'm not going to let another person leave this earth with that being the last words I ever say to him. I didn't forgive him, and that really, when I finally learned to forgive him, I did it when I was in a safe zone. He can no longer hurt me, so I guess I can forgive him now. It's still going to haunt me. It's still going to work in the head because we don't know if we have tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow. You don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow. What's the words that you want to leave with impact in today's world that if this was your last time to talk to someone, what would it be? You see, that moment of forgiveness taught me something that I wished I'd have learned sooner in life. Starting over or fixing up what you've got to fix, it doesn't happen when the pain's gone. It happens when you make the decision. And it happens when you decide that you're not going to live with the regret anymore. Most of you in this room right now are delaying something. You're delaying a business decision. You may be delaying the fact that you know it's time for the divorce. You may be delaying the fact that you know that it's time to actually maybe propose. You may be delaying the fact that it's actually time to say, it's okay, Dad, I forgive you. It's okay, Mom, I forgive you. It's okay, ex-spouse, I forgive you. It's okay, child, I forgive you. It's okay, granddad, I forgive you. But everybody, probably most of the people in this room are delayed. They're delaying it. You're delaying your decision. You're delaying the conversation. You're delaying what you're going to have as your new beginning because you think you have tomorrow. See, loss has a way of removing the illusion of later. You see, when later disappears, all you have left is now. I was asked a question at a random thing at a networking meeting yesterday. If you had the choice, would you, in time travel, would you rather go back to the future or go back to the past? Think about that. If you had a choice, the future or the past, which would you do and why? You see, because both of them are out of reach. You only have right now. People think they need some sort of new motivation to start over. They think they need to be inspired by somebody like Tim or Craig or David speaking to be inspired and start over. No, you don't. Here's the truth. That we like it or we don't like. No matter how much I love you, David, I can't change you. No matter how much I love you, Megan, I can't change you. No matter how much I love my mom, can't change her. No matter how much I love my wife, can't change her. There's only one person on this planet that I can change, and that's me. That's me. I can choose to change me. Hopefully, my change in me will impact enough other people to make their changes. I delayed for a long time before I started my speaking career. A long time. So I sold my last car wash business in 2004. All right. And kind of said I was going to be done with the car wash business forever. And one of my customers was a guy named Zig Ziglar. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the guy. I knew Zig personally. I never knew Zig the speaker. I never knew Zig the author. I never read Zig's books. I knew Zig the person. And Zig Ziglar sat down and said, Tim, you need to get up on stages and speak. And I'm like, dude, nobody wants to hear this. I delayed it. From 2004 to 2010, I put it off. I can do that tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow. What if I never, ever, ever took Zig's advice? Craig, who just spoke here, I would not know Craig. David, I would not know David. Michael would not know Michael. There's a lot of people in my life I wouldn't know. Because I wouldn't have taken action. I wouldn't have been in the place to meet them where I was meant to meet them. So people think they need motivation to start over. See, most people aren't broken. They're just kind of stuck in the wrong gear in life. They're waiting for permission to move.
Mm-hmm.
I give you permission if that's what you're waiting for. If any of what I've said here, guys, kind of inspires you, all right, or makes you think that, yes, I want to be that person. I build websites, and then David will put something in there about that. I'm not here to speak about the websites today. I was here to share with my story to relate to what the mission of this, of being on the mountain was. But I mean, over the years, I've created content, and I always keep creating content based on what I learn. I'm in the self-help industry because I'm here to help people. I have been around people in this industry who are not interested in helping you. They're interested in how much money of yours they can help themselves to. And there's a lot of speaking engagements that you won't see me at because I'm not the guy who goes there. I'm the guy who creates the content based on what I learned or what I helped you learn. I'm in the business of helping people because I'm never going to have somebody else walk off that I hate them. Never going to have any of you, where I'm not going to forgive you. Because I learned the hard way that once that person is gone from this earth, I can't hug them and say, I forgive you. I'm sorry I said that. Because it was too late. I started off this speech by telling you 90% of the people will do nothing with what they hear today. And I'm not just talking about my speech. I'm talking about every speech you hear today. 10% of you are going to change. And of the 10% of you who are going to make the change, 3% of those, three of those people will become highly successful in life. See, because I went to my first self-help course in 2003 when I was trying to figure out why I couldn't get past certain things. And that's where I learned that the biggest obstacle that was holding me back was the fact that I never forgave my grandfather for what he did to me. At my grandfather's funeral, the priest asked me, "Tim, tell me about a story with your grandfather." And I said he was a drunk who hung around the basement. Every one of my cousins had fishing stories, hunting stories, tracking stories, growing the garden stories. I didn't, including my other cousin, who forgave him and basically same age got punched as well. He forgave him and moved on. I would find out later in life that when I was 2 years old, like my little grandson here, I was the apple of his eye. I was the one who lit him up to spend the rest of his life not talking to me and me not talking to him. I never talked to him as an adult, ever. Ever. So, as I said in the beginning, 90% of you will change. Won't do anything you won't change. 10% of you will. The question that I want to leave you with is a very simple question. Are you going to be that 10%? Thank you, David.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Absolutely, again, incredible. And there's a big smile from a certain blonde that got to hang out with you in Delaware. But before I let her say anything, and Kristen had her hand up first, absolutely love it, brother. Your heart is pure gold, man. And over the last two phone calls in the live that we did back on Sunday, you're stuck with the green and black, and I love what you do. Sharing about your grandfather and what you're displaying to your grandson. Now, I had a very close relationship with my own grandfather. I never knew my other one. He passed when my mom was 18 or 19 years old, so I never got to meet Grandpa, but my grandfather Pop-Ops, I was always his little guy who he always had cherry Coke in the fridge when Joey and I would come to the house, and he had Sunkist for Joey, and he always made sure he had shrimp because they lived in Naples, Florida, and that's where my love of shrimp came from. And one of the proudest moments of my life is out of the four of us, the grandkids, Missy being the older one and me being the youngest, out of the four of us, I was the only one that picked up one of his biggest passions in life that he did with my father up until he was about 82 when he got diagnosed with mesothelioma cancer and Parkinson's, was we got to go big game hunting together. And I got my first elk with him before he got sick. And when you talk about the relationship that you want to build with your grandson, I see a lot of Pop-Ops coming out of you because that's what he did with me, Joey, Holt, and Missy. And he knew Ella, the firstborn of my cousin Missy, but he passed away in 2007. So he was 88. So just what you shared today was truly beautiful. And thank you for being a part of the movement with us and, supporting Joey's legacy and doing what you're doing, bro. Now we're going to open it up to the Zoom room because I know there's a bunch of people that want to pour into you. So I don't know. I'm not going to pick because I don't want to get stuck in the middle. So have at it, ladies. Whoever comes off mute first.
All right, I got it. So first of all, thank you for everything you said. But I have a question, and I know I've asked this question before, so some people may hear that I still haven't found my answer. What would you say to someone that still needs to keep boundaries with a person, but needs to forgive them who's continuing to do harm to you? How would you answer that?
You forgive them. It doesn't mean that they're allowed to get in close. You know what I mean? You don't allow them to get close until they can be trusted again. But that's not the forgiveness part. The forgiveness part is, you know what, you're never going to change. All right. You're not the idiot whisperer. Don't try to change them, but forgive them. But they don't get close until they prove they can be close again. You understand what I mean, Kristen?
No, yeah, I understand what you mean. I mean, I'm not afraid to say it publicly. A lot of people know. My ex-husband is who I'm talking about, but he physically hurt me to the point where, like I'm still not recovered from it, like years and years later. And, but to this day, he tries to control and manipulate me. But we share a son together. So I have to continue to co-parent with him. And it's just been one of the hardest things for me. I genuinely have a very like open, big, forgiving heart towards people. I forgave the man that hurt me at the hospital and gave me a traumatic brain injury. I mean, like I've worked on that like forgiveness, but I don't like I've forgiven him, but then he continues to like do things to me, not because I'm letting him close to me, but because that's just the kind of man that he is. And I'm finding it really hard to continue to be like, I forgive you.
You just keep forgiving him, all right, but don't let him close without someone, all right. If he's not earned the trust, he doesn't get close without someone near. You know, in my case, like my daughter, in dealing with the gentleman she dealt with, that man will not set foot on my property. I've forgiven him for what he tried to do, but he will not set foot on this property until he proves different. You know what I mean? And that's it. You know, you got a co-parent situation. You need to have, a brother or, you know, an uncle or something intervening anytime you have to have a reaction until he can be trusted alone, because he can't. Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Kristen. What do you got, Meg?
This was, where am I? Oh, you were awesome because this was a totally different side of you than I saw in Delaware. And I appreciate being able to learn from two totally different aspects of you, especially sharing other sides of your family. And I have a billion notes again. And thank you, because this really was motivating and impactful and is giving me the direction to be the 10%. And I want you to know I heard you, and thank you for that.
Good. Honored to meet you, and honored to be honored to be my celebration buddy.
Me
So I do
too.
I do this little celebration thing when I'm done. There's three things I love, as you guys told Javi yesterday: coffee, bourbon, and Dr. Pepper, and that's my celebration. Three. She's my celebration
It's our
buddy.
secret.
Well, it's not a secret anymore.
Not a secret anymore. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. Thank you,
ahead,
Megan,
Megan.
and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to cut you off, but go ahead, Megan.
Mary?
You're muted, Raven. I got you.
I don't.
Go ahead, Raven.
Okay. Thank you for that moving presentation. I have a question. I heard you said that one of the ways that you were able to forgive was saying, I choose not to, I guess, be this way any longer. Was that a process involving accountability? Or was it just something you arrived at? Like, I just choose right now, because for me, I need accountability in that process of forgiveness. Because I feel I'll revisit it over and over again if I don't have true accountability before the gentle releasing of forgiveness.
Raven, I choose to say it every time. Doesn't mean the feelings aren't always there. I mean, it takes a long time for the feelings to go away. But I choose to say it every time, and I choose to claim I'm healed from it. You know what I mean? And I think the reason why I always choose to say it is because of the fact that I am still haunted by the last words I said to my grandfather. I mean, it haunts me, right? And I never want to be that again to anybody in my life, because And I've met some people who've harmed me. I've met some people who dissed me, but I just chose not to hate them. I hate the actions they did, but I don't hate them. And I make the decisions. It doesn't mean the feeling's not there going, come on, just sock them one time. You know what I mean? No, it's the feeling's there, but you just, okay, I choose not to let that happen. And I move forward. And sometimes I got to say it a million times. And sometimes I've got to go hide. And sometimes I've got to, you know what I mean, not go say anything to that person for a bit before I go back. But it's a decision that when I walk into their presence again, I am not going to let my emotions control that and harm the situation further.
Thank you, Tim. We're only going to take one more question, and go ahead, Ms. Tish.
So, Tim, I want to thank you for accepting my Facebook connection.
You bet.
You can blame Michael Faber for introducing.
Yeah, he's evil. We got to watch out for that guy.
I know. I applaud you for just being that front in your face. This is who I am, and challenging us not to be a better person, but to be who we are. So thank you so much for that.
You bet. So thank you so much. All right. And being part of the group. And David, thank you so much for it. David, I've got this new thing coming up that I can get people that they want to opt in and get for free. Do you mind if I put that link in the chat?
Yeah, free link is fine.
Okay.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah. All right. So I'll put it in the chat. It's something new that coming from Michael's event, I figured out that where I'm supposed to go with my final things. So it'll be in the chat there that you can go opt in and find and watch the message as it goes, because this is part of it. So
yeah, that's great, man. Michael, you turned your screen on. You got anything? When you turn your screen on, that typically means you have something you want to say.
No, it's a great job. I was just hearing them talk trash about me after a beautiful presentation.
Okay. Just
want to let them know I was here and hearing it.
love you, bro.
Love you too.
All right, Mr. Gillette, like the razor that I use to shave my face. Thank you for that amazing, beautiful presentation. And brother, once again, thank you for backing my brother's legacy. Like I told you, that means so much to me. And to spread this like a wildfire to those out there that are hurting, who have been through what we have been through. It'll be a beautiful thing to continue this. So thank you for the backing. I love you, bro. And looking forward to connecting and getting to know you more. All right, fam. We're going to bring an amazing soul. A woman that has a ton of energy. I love sharing this story because when we were at Movement Maker Live back in 25, I attempted to try to keep up with the Zumba class that she was doing. And this young lady was up on the stage breaking out the dance moves. And I was about 30 seconds, 45 seconds into this thing, and I was gasping for air. And that's embarrassing to admit because I live in Colorado and I live at about 7,500 feet is where the house is at. And Nashville is a hell of a lot lower than 7,500 feet. And that just told me back in 2025, I was way out of shape. And Allegra Pacheco has become a very, very dear friend, but most importantly, a sister. And I love that this is her third climb with us. I could be wrong on this. I have a feeling it's the fourth climb, but every time that Allegra comes back, lives are impacted, lives are changed, and she has a smile of gold. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, lace up your boots, put on your crampons. The climb is going to get even steeper because Allegra is back on the mountain and we're getting closer to the summit. So, Allegra, my sister, the summit is yours.
Thank you so much, David. It was such a pleasure to meet you at that event, and I thought you did amazing. Thank you so much for having me back. And I'm not sure, I think it is my fourth. I'm not too sure on that either, but either way, it's always such a pleasure to be here with everyone. And many different faces here, many different backgrounds here, many different stories here. But one of the things that I'm sure of, almost positive, that if you're listening today, you have either been through some serious pain at one point in your life, or maybe you're going through it right now. The pain of grief feels different for all of us, every single one of us, as you have shared. Some of us may carry it in our chest, some of us in our heart, some of it on our back, and some of us carry that hurt in the depths of our soul. Today, I want to start off with a beautiful, beautiful quote that I found that resonates totally with me. I have endured. I have been broken. I have known hardship. I have even lost myself. But here I stand before you today, still moving forward, still growing, stronger and stronger every day. As we've heard in this summit, grief is very different for all of us. It can come from the loss of a loved one. It can come from the loss of a relationship, a job, maybe our health. And sometimes expectations of what we thought could be or we wanted to be, what could have been. My earliest experience with grief occurred when I was 12 years old. I learned at 12 years old that life can be very unfair, unpredictable, and extremely short. I grew up in a home full of love. As a family, of course, we had our challenges, but one thing I was sure of, I was always loved. Those challenges were nothing like the moment we faced when 2 police officers walked up to my parents' house to deliver the news that my only brother, Paul, was involved in a car accident earlier that day. And unfortunately, he didn't survive. The pain in my heart, in my ears, in my soul, the words that I have to describe it are none. It's indescribable. The shattering of my family as I knew it was devastating, so devastating that it's taken my whole life to heal from that. And I come before you letting you know that I don't consider myself perfect and I don't consider myself healed. I am still on that journey alongside every one of you that is going through that right now. So I'm here to let you know that if you have ever experienced a devastating loss like that, I would like to take this moment to recognize you, to recognize the pain that you have been through, the hurt that you have carried, and to let you know today, you are not alone in this. Some of you in this space might know what CPTSD is. I didn't know very well about what it was until about 10 years ago. Childhood trauma isn't just something that stays in the memory. It leaves fingerprints in the brain's architecture, like wind carving itself slowly into canyon walls. When stress becomes chronic instead of occasional, the breath shifts from growth mode to survival mode. And I definitely was no stranger to that. I'm going to walk with you today as far as what happens to the brain neurologically. What does that look like scientifically, neurologically? So first of all, the amygdala, which is the brain's threat detector, becomes hyperactive. That may mean hypervigilance, anxiety, strong fear responses, feeling on edge, quick to react. The hippocampus, which is the memory part of the brain and safety mapping, also suffers because now we have difficulty with memory. We have trouble concentrating. We have flashbacks. And sometimes we blend our past trauma with what's currently going on in our life today. Old fear suddenly feels like our best friend, always beside us, always by us, telling us lies. The prefrontal cortex, which is the decision maker in the brain, is the part of the brain that is responsible for impulse control, emotional regulation, and reasoning. Trauma during development can slow its maturation. Effects may include impulsivity, emotional overwhelm, difficulty regulating reactions, challenges on planning, challenges with trusting people. Stress hormones and the body are also affected. Trauma can keep cortisol and adrenaline elevated over time, and over time that can affect your sleep, your immune system, your digestion, and your cardiovascular health. So while many of us can sit here today and we can look at grief and loss as a single faceted impact, how it impacted us, how it impacted how we feel, it's so deep that trauma literally alters your makeup. It alters your neurosystem and your nervous system. And I am no stranger to experiencing that. So many symptoms that we experience as childhood trauma survivors are not just in a person's head. They're real to us. They are as real to us as the computer that you are sitting on right now or the phone that you are watching right now. And I can tell you that when you experience a loss, you may not have no freaking clue where to begin because it feels like your world was just shattered, just jumped, just empty. Like, what the fuck just happened? But I'm here to tell you that when you begin, the place to begin is to start. And the good news is you're here today because you made the effort to show up and you made the effort to be present, no matter how uncomfortable it was for you. You're here today. And I want to give you kudos for that, for showing up, for being brave enough to face that. Thank you so much, everyone who is here today. If you experience trauma at an early age, trauma may sculpt your landscape, but let me tell you what, it never gets the final say so. The brain is neuroplastic. That means that it remains capable of growth, renewal, and yes, for some of us, what's extremely hard, connection. Now, how many of you have ever broken your grandma's favorite ceramic dish, or maybe an heirloom that you had that was absolutely amazing? And you're sitting there like, oh my gosh, what did I do? So you grab some super glue, you put it together, and guess what? It's still the same heirloom. It's still the same piece of china, but it's broken and it looks different. No matter what you do to it, it still is different. That's how it is with grief and loss. And for me, I'm not too sure that that ever goes away. It hasn't for me. The only thing that I have learned to do is manage it better. I'm going to share a word out here, dysregulation. Now, if you're comfortable with that word, then you know that dysregulation can lead to an angry person, a depressed person, a person with suicidal thoughts, a person who does not want to be here. That was me. And I do know one thing. When we do not address our trauma, what we have experienced, it compounds and it compounds and it compounds. And suddenly, the friendship that you just lost, the breakup that you just lost, feels like the world just fell on your shoulders because you never dealt with your original wound. And that is something that I experienced in my life. Although my parents did the best to try to get me treatment for my trauma, to try to get me to therapy, to try to get me help, they tried everything that they could while they were trying themselves just to survive. The resources that we had in my state were not the best. I went through years of not understanding why I was different, why I reacted the way I was, why was I who I was. And after a while, I had so much pain from failed relationships, friendships, getting bullied because people didn't understand why I was different, narcissistic abuse. And my cup overflowed. My cup was done with it. Now, if you've ever read the book, The Body Keeps Score, let me tell you, it's all true. Trauma is stored in the cellular level, and it's real. And for me, the first step in healing is acknowledging the fact, acknowledging that it's real, that it's not something that you're making up, that you're not weird, that it's not something that's just out there, that it is actually something that you are going through. For me, I started going to therapy about 10 years ago, and I found a woman that helped me out with my diagnosis, and I started on my healing journey. But let me tell you, in my culture, mental health has a certain stigma. I'm a very culturally involved person. I was raised in my culture, and those of you that know me know that I absolutely love my culture, but we have some downfalls. We have a lot of shame. We have a lot of guilt. We have a lot of judgment attached to our mental health. In my culture, when you talk about your mental health, people say is, ¿qué va a decir la gente? Te van a creer que estás loca. That means, what are the people going to say? They're going to think you're crazy. Qué vergüenza. What a shame. Right? So all of those things that I've been hearing from my peers kept me in this prison of shame. And until I decided to take my healing journey into my own hands and make changes, nothing ever changed for me. And the choice to heal is something that is available to every single one of us. Now, today, I'm going to talk to you about resilience. Resilience is something that I am very familiar with. Resilience is something that helps you through your trauma and through your grief. Today, I'm going to touch on 8 points, so you're welcome to write down these notes if you feel they will be of benefit to you. Here are a few ways to build resistance, and I'm going to start off talking about the obstacles. So, first of all, strength is not denying what you went through, not ignoring what you went through, not putting what you went through on a shelf and numbing the shit out of yourself. It's actually facing it and saying, yes, this is something that I experienced and I'm going through. Now, the first obstacle is fear. Fear is that hamster wheel that keeps us stuck in our head, that tells us that we're not good enough, that we can't do it, that what is going to happen to my loved ones, right? Are they going to be okay? Next is physical sickness. In people that have experienced trauma, they have a higher chance of experiencing physical illness, because their system is under so much stress. Next is paralysis. Paralysis is when you're unable to get ready to go to work on time. It's when you're in bed and you can't get up and brush your teeth because you just don't have it in you. Next is avoidance. Avoidance is when you don't want to take action because sometimes showing up can be extremely overwhelming. Fifth is confusion. Who to trust, what to believe. Isolation is the next on the list. Isolation, feeling lonely, having difficulty connecting with people because of your fear that they are going to leave. Discouragement, permanent hopelessness, that feeling in your stomach that you just don't want to be here anymore. Emptiness, consumed with grief and fear. And I feel that those two go along. And if you're someone that has struggled with grief and with trauma, maybe some of those you can feel, you can resonate with. Next, I'm going to get into ways to counteract fear. I'm talking about the fear that keeps you trapped in your own mind. Fear of what people might think, fear of what might happen, fear of what will occur if you take this chance, if you go here, if you talk to that person, if you start that business. It's basically like living in a scared fantasy. The fear is consuming and debilitating. But I want you to know that there is a solution for you to recognize that you are not your trauma. What happened to you does not define you. Separate yourself from your trauma, knowing that you are not broken. You are not damaged. Your story started before the trauma that you experienced. And guess what? It will continue after. When you let go of fear, you are free to connect with more people. Your natural talents start to show. Your purpose starts to show up. You start to get to know more of who you are before you took on that title of a person that was diagnosed with a mental condition. Physical sickness. Now, many of us experience physical sickness. Self-care. I used to think that self-care was pedicures, chocolates, and bubble baths. That's bullshit. Just want to tell you that. Self-care isn't a pill that you take. It's not an antidepressant that you pop into your mouth and hope that everything goes away, because believe me, doctors tried to give me pills left and right, and they never worked for me. That's my story. They never worked for me. Healing is more like a stack of pancakes, several methods layered on top of one another to bring you to that pace, to that place of re-regulation. And those of you that are familiar with dysregulation, it's a horrible place to be. It doesn't feel very good. And dysregulation occurs when you forgo things like rest, exercise, which, by the way, exercise is one of the most powerful healing tools for those of us that suffer from CPTSD and PTSD. It's my medicine. I don't take a pill. I work out, and I swear by it because it has saved my life. Food. When we eat things like sugar, junk, we're drinking too much alcohol, all of a sudden, we're not fueling our body properly. So when we don't fuel our body properly, just like a machine, it's not going to work properly. So even if you have one of those three components, and I only went over a few of those off, it is going to affect your regulation. So part of that is becoming in tune with mastering regulation, with saying to yourself, you know what? Some days I wake up and I tell myself, man, I feel a little off today. And I'm okay with acknowledging that. I'm okay with saying, man, I feel a little off today. I don't feel like myself today. And that step of letting that be okay, that you don't feel today okay, because you're human and you went through some shit and it's all good. You can stand up and you can start now to take control of your health and your destination. And for me, becoming best friends with your body, knowing it, knowing the signs is so important. Procrastination, which is also a symptom of trauma and grief, which also sometimes we find ourselves in paralysis. The solution is not to avoid things that make you uncomfortable, not to avoid things that are really hard to do, but rather to take action. Now, if that means for you, getting up this morning and brushing your teeth and combing your hair, that's how we start. Step by step by step, just like this mountain that we're climbing. We take a step, we get up, we brush our teeth, even if we don't feel like it. And that begins starting our brain in the process of movement, of doing it, of action. So how do we overcome procrastination? We overcome that with small, consistent steps every single day. And if you just do 2 or 3 today, way to go. Avoidance, and this is something that I am so familiar with. We often feel like outsiders. We feel left out in groups. Being part of something really feels fucking weird to us. It's probably like the most uncomfortable thing ever. Being in a group can be too much because it's like the high school story that never ends. And I don't know about you guys, but I didn't like high school. We always tend to keep one foot outside of the door in safety. Now, if that is something that you struggle with, I challenge you to be brave enough to be part of something that is greater than you, even when isolation feels more comforting. And for me, I can tell you that I made that decision 4 years ago when I joined Michael Faber's Unleash You community. And I would not be here today if it was not for Michael Faber. And I want to give him kudos for all of the support and all of the help that he has given me and that the community has given me, because it literally saved my life. I felt like such a freak. And basically all you can do is start one thing every day. If that means you go to the post office and you talk to the person that's in line, say hello, good morning, even as awkward as it may feel, do that. If you go to pick up some groceries, ask the cashier how she's doing today, even when it feels really weird, because I'm one of the most independent people that I know. And let me tell you, I know that I can't do this alone. I know that I wouldn't be here today had it been me alone. I have people that love me, and I am so grateful for that. Many of you are on here on the screen today, and I just want to tell you thank you for loving me. Community is essential for survival. Without it, we really can't succeed. Confusion. When we have loved and lost, we become confused about our reactions because sometimes some of us have extra strong emotions and we don't know what to do with them. So the best way to counteract confusion is to develop discernment. First of all, with honesty, with truth. Stop the bullshit with yourself. Stop being dishonest with yourself, first of all. That's where it starts. Honesty is huge. Honesty has been a huge part of my healing journey, of looking at myself and pointing out the things that I really didn't like about me sometimes. Then, when we have self-reflection, it's always good to have one person that you can trust and ask for clarity on how you are feeling, because discernment equals clarity. And all of a sudden, confusion becomes something in your rear view. Loneliness, defendedness, And I'm not perfect. I still struggle with this. I have a hard time connecting with people. And if I like you, I like you. And if I don't, it's pretty hard for me to change that. And thank you, Tim, for the speech that you gave today. That was really heartwarming because that left something in my heart and in my brain. Defendedness. We block everything, the good, the bad. And with that, what happens with that is that when you block everything, basically you're putting yourself in a prison. And let's face it, nobody here wants to live in a prison. I certainly don't. There is a way to love and be loved and still keep yourself safe. Last one I'm going to combine is discouragement and emptiness. Sometimes when you've been through grief and trauma, you have this empty feeling that you carry around with you. Connecting with people is hard. Abandonment is prevalent. Fear and shame is also part of your life. But when you start discovering that we weren't just put on this earth to work, to make money, to talk about everything that we have, but rather to gift each other with the gifts that we were all given by the grace of the man upstairs. Most High is who I call him. Many of us were given gifts like healing, and many of you in this room, I know that you all have it. Healing, teaching, writing, dancing, art, wisdom, knowledge, leadership, hospitality. And I've seen those traits in many of you that are here today. And trauma can suppress your gifts because it keeps you locked into a world of pain. And one of the ways to get out of that is to start to pay attention to where is your passion? What do you enjoy? Who are you besides that trauma that you've been dragging around your whole life? For me, it started by asking myself questions like, what do I really like to do? I like to dance. I like cars. And on and on and on. So getting to know yourself, getting to know what your passions are. And then when we get to know them, not judge them. For the longest time, I used to really just judge the fact that, oh, all I really do is dance, like, oh, I made it like if it was something less than, and it's not. I'm owning that. That's my gift. That's what I came here to do. I came here to move with the world, and that's what I am going to continue to do. And I want you to know out there that if you can relate to this, there's nothing wrong with being you, no matter what they try to make you think, no matter what they say about you. There is nothing wrong with you being you. And those of you that have been through some shit, just know that every time that you go through something, it's really not there to destroy you, but rather to build you into who God intended you to be. And in the words of Bob Marley, I'm going to end this quote with encouraging you all to light up that soul of yours, light it up. And that concludes my speaking for today. Thank you so much.
Flame on! I had to do that. It just came out. Absolutely love it, Allegra. I love seeing the fire this time round. Yeah, you could tell right away that you were pumped up, you were excited, and I've seen that other times over the last 3 mountain summits that we pushed for, and you are a incredible soul, and you lit the fire under my ass. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Maybe in Movement Maker Live in 27, I'll be up and ready to shake my ass and attempt to do the Zumba with y'all and do better at it than from 25. So we're going to hand this over to everybody in Zoom land because there are a bunch of hands that have gone up. And I said this before with May and other ladies and guys in our family here. I might just keep talking and not let y'all say anything because, you know, I have control over.
How do we mute you?
You can't. And so I could just keep going and going and going, but I won't. So I'm going to go with my Portuguese sister to the left over here, and we're going to let Miss Sierra hit it. I haven't done that yet.
No, I was hoping you wouldn't, but that's all right. Allegra, your storytelling and like the visual, like sensual or sensuality that I could feel everything that you were saying, and your cadence, like your speeches are getting more and more powerful. And I think it's showing how much you have healed and how much work you have done. And it was so beautiful to sit here and like witness your power and you fully stepping into who you are. It's such a beautiful thing. And I'm so proud of you. I remember, you know, one of our first conversations in Nashville, you know, we really just clicked. And, you know, you have a lot of people that have your back and a lot of people that are here to lift you up. So keep going.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Thank you.
I got to keep cutting people off. I've been doing that a lot this summit, so I got to work on that. So, Kristen, what you got for us?
I just wanted to say, as I've been a nurse for 13 years and my roots are in neurotrauma ICU, and I just want to say thank you for bringing forward and explaining to people how powerful the brain is and that it can actually make your physical body sick, because that is the absolute truth. That is a lot of what plays into the disorder that I have as well, called CRPS. I hold a lot of trauma in my life that I'm working on getting rid of. But I went to a program last year and just they taught me that there. And I didn't even know, like I was a neurotrauma ICU nurse and treated so many patients and like thought I knew tons about the brain. But what they failed to mention, and they often leave out, is the part where the brain can literally be so powerful that it can make you sick physically. And I just really appreciated that take in education for everyone, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. You're awesome. Raven, what you got for us?
Thank you, Allegra. I just wanted to know if you are familiar with survivor's guilt. Because
Yes.
that's something that I experienced. And if so, what was that like for you?
So for me, it's just a feeling of like I should have gone instead. Like basically, you know, you kind of feel like if you weren't here, it'd be easier because of everything that you have to see, everything that you have to experience. For me, it was watching my two strongest people who I absolutely loved and looked up to fall apart right in front of me. And yes, I have experienced that, and it's something that I definitely had to work through. I even remember telling my mom at one point, you know, I wish that I would have been the one that died, because when Paul died, everyone died in this family. And I can definitely relate to that feeling. And for me, it was just a matter of processing it through time. But the huge turning point for me was when I actually realized that this wasn't something that I made up, that I decided to choose that day. Like my reactions, the way that I was, the way that I felt, it wasn't something that, I mean, there's physical evidence that shows that it changes your brain and the way that you operate in this world. So for me, yes, I have experienced that, Mary, and I'm understanding of what you are going through. And if I can ever help you in any way, please let me know, because I would love to help you as best as I can.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I did it again. Son of a gun. Mike, what you got, brother?
Allegra. Oh, it's almost like I heard it before, but I didn't. But you absolutely crushed this. Best I've seen you yet. So real and raw, welcome people into your world, which I know you didn't love for a long time, right?
No.
To do that shows real strength and courage, and to stand in that like you did, beyond impressive and impactful. So thank you for letting us in, to see that, to experience that with you, and to change our lives in the meantime. So thank you.
Thank you so much for saving my life, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and many other people that are here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Megan. Not Megan. Thank you, Allegra. I love you all. We'll take one more and then we're going to keep the climb going. And that's Mr. James Mullard, the man that actually lost his voice earlier today because his microphone wasn't working.
There's a difference between not speaking and losing one's voice, sir. So
I know, but we couldn't hear you for the first time. I mean, I don't think that's ever happened in the history.
you should be proud of that for the moment, sir. And give me 1 second so I can give this amazingly powerful woman her kudos for being real, raw, and open. It's actually the most open that I have seen you since I've known and met you, and I am so proud to see that. And not only that, I just want to let you know that I am proud of you, period. Over the last several months, you've become like my social media spirit animal with dropping so much wisdom bombs and like not even just whether or not it's relevant or it's agree or disagree. You're just like, this is my truth. This is what I believe. This is what I'm standing for. And agree to disagree, that's fine. But respectfully, I'm living my own life and I'm doing things the way that I decide to do them. That cannot tell you how awesome that is for me to see, because it's relatable. And like you and I have been engaging a lot more because of that lately. And I'm just like, man, my girl's dropping bombs. My girl's dropping this. Like, so it's like, you know, I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing, because you're in a lane now that's yours. You've claimed it, you're owning it, and you're showing people what it's about. And I love that. So please, my dear, keep that moving forward. I'm so freaking pumped and I'm so freaking proud.
Thank you. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate you. And I appreciate all the energy that you bring. And I'm also glad that we're getting closer and starting to communicate more. And thank you for appreciating that part of me that refuses to dim my light and my truth. I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
I love that. And thank you for sharing that piece, Allegra. That's one thing that James is very good about, is pulling that piece out of us and being always accepting about us. That's what everybody
Yes.
in this, yeah, that's what everybody in this community does. And that's, once again, we've had a lot of shout outs to this man. And I mentioned this earlier today, but that's all thanks to Michael Faber. Seriously. I mean, his guidance and the level that he loves his people and the protection that he provides is something I haven't seen since Joey. The only other person I can really think of besides Michael is my boy Austin. I mean, if it wasn't for Austin, I wouldn't be here today. And I'll share about that later on, before Michael does his second deal for us today. But thanks to, you. You.
Am I next?
No, Deb's going
Oh,
before you.
thank God. Whew. I was like, oh shit. No, thank God. All right.
And
Good.
of course, he breaks the seriousness and makes us all laugh. That's what we love about the Faber. But
Yeah, thank God.
That's what we love about Michael. And thank you, Allegra. You know,
Thank you.
I'm super excited that I'm getting to know you more. And, you know, I am terrible about staying in touch with people. I've done that with a few people on this call, and I'm embarrassed about that. I mean, I reach out when I'm doing these summits, but I want a deeper friendship and, you know, brothership, sistership with all of you. And so that's going to be my new goal going forward. I hate the term goal because it's a committed action that I use, that I learned from the ERC when I was at the Eating Recovery Center. When you make a committed action, it's a non-breakable promise that you're making to yourself. And so I refuse to let friendships go because I haven't reached out. And so I'm going to make that commitment to each and every one of you here on Zoom and to everybody on Facebook. Even that person that I talked about yesterday with the tear up, not the tear up, it was the text message. And then I'm sure he's blocked me by now, but I did it publicly because he still follows me. I've lost people in my life that walked away, and I will not allow that to happen again. And thanks to James, Allegra, and everybody here, thank you for displaying that strength. With that being said, we are going to introduce a fellow mountaineer. I don't know. It's like a lioness. And I am super excited to welcome back Deb Rossman, who joined us, I think it was back in May or July, that jumped in last minute because we had a last minute emergency cancellation because one of our speakers wasn't feeling well. And Deb jumped in, and now she's become an integral part of the MBM Mountain. And, you know, she's always here for everybody supporting. And I always love having that feeling within the family. So, Deb, the summit's yours.
Thank you so much. So, can everyone hear me okay? Thumbs up going around? Excellent. First and foremost, I do want to thank Brother David. Fate, as he just talked about, someone falling ill last minute, fate brought us together. Shared respect, commitment keeps us together. Yesterday's experience on the mountain was incredible, as has been today. As we are slogging along, nearing the summit, I think it's in sight now. We can see it. I'm humbled by the opportunity to share this virtual stage with such an esteemed group of spiritual leaders. David has cultivated us over the months and years and brings us together to help further all of our personal journeys. And for that, I'm forever indebted. It is February, a month known for Cupid's arrow and transitioning from the depths of winter into spring. Today, I will talk about passing, birth, and a wedding event. But before I get into that, allow me to quickly introduce or reintroduce myself. I am Deb Rossman, an Amazon best-selling author of 2 compilations, It Is Done and Women Who Trust. Also, I have authored an independent solo project, The Grieving Heart, as she slowly brings it into the frame. I'm most proud of that work. The Grieving Heart, a collection of poetry and prose about loss, hope, and living, and the emphasis is always on living. Writing, whether it's poetry, prose, short stories, whatever, writing is one of my modalities for processing grief. The theme of the climb today is Ignite the Spark, the Time Is Now. Well, it's perfect for heading into spring. And my message today will touch on sensing when it's time to start your personal journey back from the depths of grief. I compare it to nature, cueing the trees, letting them know it's time to bud, even if there's a snowstorm. It's a stirring that happens deep down in our soul. Certainly those of us here and most people on the planet have experienced grief. And if you're fortunate enough to live a good long life like I am, well, losses punctuate our timeline. Some of them are associates or casual acquaintances, Others are people we know. Sometimes it's a beloved pet. Or as we have established the last couple of days, it's not necessarily even about a death of someone. It can be a divorce, a job loss, maybe even canceling of your favorite show. There are so many things that cause us to grieve. This group, this virtual climb, or these virtual climbs are especially beneficial if you're dealing a loss, the kind that knocks the wind from your lungs and drops you to your knees. And that's one of the things that makes this group, this room, so incredibly critical. One of the speakers the other day mentioned about, that they had read somewhere, heard somewhere that our grief requires witnesses. And for someone who's self-medicated in the past, isolated, I see the wisdom in that. And that's one of the things that, for those who haven't noticed, I get pretty excited about chiming in and sharing and just loving on all of you. Storytelling is a time-honored and ancient practice, and we need more of that than ever today. Sure, someone said the other day, AI can write a novel in 3 minutes. But I think what's critical is the human connection. Some of my stories today will center on that sort of thing. Times that I recognized that it was time for me to move forward due to the interactions I had with friends and family, and that natural intuitive knowing. Now, there are those here currently that are in the mix of what I call active mourning, which I consider active mourning versus missing. I actually talked about that on the last climb. And just to, my definition of active mourning is what happens typically immediately, although people compartmentalize, after the loss of someone, particularly the more significant, and we actively mourn. You take time off, you plan the funeral, and so on and so forth. Missing goes on indefinitely. My mission has always been to embrace the uncomfortable, this grief process, for the purpose of moving through it. So now that I've talked about, just getting that clarified, if you are currently actively mourning, then the rest of my talk isn't necessarily, going to necessarily land with you. But the good news is, if you play it back sometime later, it will. So my message is definitely of hope, that there is light at the end of the dark tunnel. There is that light, the dark night of the soul. And thank God for that. Ignite the spark. The time is now. I'm actually going to take us back to October 2008. One of my dearest friends had recently become a grandmother again. And she mentioned how much Joyce would love this little guy. And her newest addition, and I mentioned that she absolutely would have loved to meet him. And now my friend Patty, well, we were college buddies. She stayed at my house. She knows Mom. And she goes, I'm sorry, the way you just said that makes it sound like Joyce is no longer with us. And I explained that she wasn't. Well, we're going to fast forward to 2010. I was struggling in 2010. 2008 was the culmination of, I had lost my sister, my father, other cherished family members, and then 2008. And, these losses were starting to stack up. That was another thing that was addressed yesterday, the compound effect, compound grief. There was my father, Frank, my sister, Sherry, and of course, the deepest cut for me, my mother, Joyce, October 27th, 2008. The cherry on top, that February, was in the wee hours of Valentine's morning, my condo burned down. Great. Well, at least March we had something to look forward to, a family wedding. My nephew and Patty, my friend who I was talking about, and her entire family, including little Josiah, they were all going to be at the event. It took place in Ladson, South Carolina, near Charleston. And I was living and working in Stamford, Connecticut, in the energy sector. So I decided to take the week off, drive down, and stay at an adorable B&B that was not too far from the venue. And that turned out to be the Pink Dolphin in Summerville, South Carolina. And it was as charming as it sounds. While I was in the exquisite care of the B&B proprietor, Barbara, and her healing energy, she did Reiki. I booked a session. Well, the morning after the wedding, and at the wedding, the reception, Patty and I were comparing, and it turned out we realized that my mother's passing and Josiah's entering basically overlapped. And, well, life is funny like that. So that next morning, after the wedding reception, I took coffee in my room, beautifully appointed suite, and I was reflecting on that. And from it, I wrote the meeting of Joyce and Josiah. Josiah was born 12:31 p.m. on October 27, 2008. Joyce passed away approximately the same time. They are two precious souls of mine. I picture them passing each other along the way, one the wizened matriarchal sage exiting the stage, the other a brand new shiny soul entering to play a new role. In common, they have all of us. Joyce imparts to Josiah, be patient with them, for their hearts are full of love for you. And she continues, be kind and forgiving too, for they so often know not what they do. The sage whispers into the new soul's ear, be gentle in the advice you dispense to them. For even though you are a child, it is well understood that truth is uttered from the mouths of babes. Josiah replies, and what of you, my wizened sage? I shall need you too. I dare not guide them by myself. I fear it's too large of a task. How much can one small soul do? Accomplish alone. Smiling and consumed and radiating love, Joyce explains to Josiah, fear not, my precious little angel, for you possess much more than you know. All you need do is simply be the sweet and jovial you. Make certain to let them see that sparkle in your eyes. Everything else will become realized when they are in the presence of your love. Then it was time for Josiah to go. Everyone was anxiously awaiting his arrival. Joyce was in no hurry. At that moment, no one was even aware she had gone. Lingering in front of Heaven's Gate, one of them arriving home, the other headed off to, at best, a chaotic place. Though each place was filled with love and loved ones, it was indeed time for Josiah to go. They exchanged a heavenly embrace. Thus Joyce and Josiah did what all souls do, leaving with each other a tiny trace of one another. And so it goes, the passing of two sweet souls, the meeting of Joyce and Josiah. I went down to breakfast. And I shared that a draft of that meeting of Joyce with the meeting of Joyce and Josiah with Barbara. She loved it. I was planning on departing shortly after, and I had a long drive back to Connecticut. After she heard that, she asked if I was in a big hurry. She mentioned there was a craft fair down the road, and there was just something there she thought I might take interest in seeing. I said that I did have time. And a side note, my mom was a crafty mom. I even used to work the booths with her at various craft fairs. And even if she didn't, have a booth, we loved going to craft fairs. So I was thrilled. Well, what happened next was shy of a miracle to me. Barbara and I had a wonderful time walking over there, and I even bought her a whimsical yard ornament, a little frog, I think, for the B&B. Finally, we serpentined our way through this fabulous craft fair, and we came upon a painter, an artist's tent. Well, they were all artists, but a painter specifically. She was telling me that the lady, a middle-aged to elderly lady, Jung A. Park, was very religious, and that she would visit various houses of worship, mosques, synagogues, churches, ask permission, and when the place was empty, of course, she was, would throw down her drop cloth, set up her paint supplies, and in that empty space, what I consider downloading her paintings. She was inspired. It was also said that she painted with her eyes closed. I saw a painting, and the reason why Barbara was so keen on me to go there. And I wasn't able to get it, but she had prints. And so now I'm going to show you. And can everyone tell me that you can see it? I'm looking right at you, David. So maybe thumbs up.
Yep.
Perfect. Well, as you can tell, I think it's fairly obvious. Two angels in an embrace. One of them seems much older than the other. Well, I thought that was pretty spiffy. In fact, it gave me goosebumps. If I were to have commissioned an artist to do a rendering of the meeting of Joyce and Josiah, I don't think I could have, gotten anything better than that. I think our loved ones speak to us often from the other side. No, it's not a phone call. No, it's not face to face, and that matters. But I believe that they're still out there. Well, after that trip, it had been 2 years that I'd been fairly progressively but actively mourning the passing of my mother, who was, cliche as it is, one of my best friends. But after that, I knew it was time. It was time to move forward. I also just want to add, I'm pretty sure Chris Morrison, the NBM family anchor, an anchor of the family here, he kicked us off this morning. His family is going through very difficult stuff, and I wanted to just share this, and if he catches it later, and it's still applicable for all of us and what we've all been talking about. Society likes to put timelines on things, and, well, we just are here to ignore that. He's got a counter on his website, counting the days. Loss of a child. I can't even fathom. Now, I wrote, when do you stop counting? Because of my sister. And I'm just going to share that. It's super short. First, when do you stop counting? First days, then weeks, eventually settling into a monthly anniversary of their passing. I don't remember when I stopped counting my fathers, but I did stop counting. For my sister, I now know, for him, I now know anniversaries, his birthday, and major holidays. But the frequent counting, the frequent pain, it dissolved. In the case of my sister Sherry, it's been 2 months the day of this writing. And next week you would turn 58 if cancer hadn't claimed you. You wanted so much to grow old. I'm going to live to 125 years old at least, which made us all laugh. But we believed you. You said it with such certainty. So the fact that your life was cut so short, well, thank goodness you made the most of every day. That, coupled with your cheery disposition, you're inspirational to me now. Right until the very end, you had that sweet smile on your face. And I learned to love life, admiring your love of life. I know that you're there as a guardian angel, but call me selfish. I'd rather hear your sweet voice cheering me on, the music in your laughter. And so again, I ask, when will I stop counting and simply be awash with all the warm and loving memories that you left? This is the end of my talk. I do want to mention that I am a firm subscriber of physics, specifically the law of energy, which states energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change form. My artist interpretation is that our essence remains intact and continues long after we shrug this mortal coil. Yesterday, some of the speakers provided us with guided meditation, wonderful breathing practices. I'm not that talented. But it did remind me of an affirmation from Rhonda Byrne's The Secret. Now, I don't remember how she found this alchemaic 7-word affirmation, but apparently if you say it and repeat it, it will draw all health and love and abundance to you. So I shall leave you with this so that you can work on that too. I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. I do believe we come through to the other side. And don't think me a cold person. I'm no longer mourning any of the people that I have mentioned today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Deb. That was powerful. Thank you for sharing your heart. Thank you for always being on the mountain with us. It's amazing the connections that we can make as we go along our morning journeys. You know, I don't feel like I'm in like active mourning where I'm stuck after the passing of Joey. New Beginnings became a reality a month after he passed, even though I didn't know where I was going to go with it. But I had the vision, I had the plan. God gave me that plan in my heart and soul because I knew I had to do something to keep his legacy alive. He already created that with his own legacy. But I knew deep down I needed to do something. I couldn't let his life just go unnoticed and stay within the family. And what you shared was absolutely powerful, incredible. And that's why you will always have a place on the mountain with us, Deb, like everyone here. Everybody always has a place on the mountain. And I promise everybody, it's not always going to be just a base camp. It has a cabin with air conditioning and heat and Wi-Fi and stuff like that. Just had to throw some humor in there for James because James is the humorous one. So I thought I'd try to be a little humorous, but to each its own. So I think James had his hand up first. So Mr. James, go ahead, brother.
I finally get to address the legendary Deb. It's been 2 full days. You and I have been neck and neck with presence in this in this summit, and I want to let you know you are an exquisite teller of stories. Your tonality is perfection. Your pacing is on point. And what I love is just because I've seen you so engaged over the last couple of days, your what's the way to put it? The tonality, but the genuineness of who you are and how you're showing up for every other speaker, as well as the way that you showed up to not only give in, but give out. It should definitely be noteworthy. And I just want to say, I appreciate the value that you bring on both sides of the coin. And I just want to say thank you for being you, my dear. I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do and what you've been doing. So thanks.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, brother James. I think Martha was off mute next, so we're going to go to Martha next.
Deb, it's my turn to make you cry. So, I haven't heard you speak before, so this is my first time. This is my first time getting to hear you, but light reflects light, right? And I see you. I feel your heart, and I felt your message. Not only that, I feel your healing. I feel the journey that you've been on, and it's similar to the one that I've been on, right? And so I feel lucky that I got to catch you, because I didn't know when you were speaking, but I agree with what James just said. You've been here cheering all of us on and pouring into us, and the last summit as well. You made comments and shared with me. I didn't get to see you last summit, so I'm just glad that I got to catch this one. And I want to say fantastic job. Clearly you were made for this, and keep rocking it out. I see you.
Thank you so much, my sister. And yes, we're definitely, I think, products of, what is it, doing a lot of shadow work.
Thank you for that, Martha. Thank you, Deb. Deb always truly, means the world to me that, Mike, go ahead, brother. I like the way he puts up his hand.
Like that. I don't know if I'm supposed to do the button or like my hand. Some of you guys do all different things. I haven't got the system down yet, but I'm working on it. Deb, you know how they say, like, as a speaker, they would say, be the listener you want, be the audience you want. All right. How you are in an audience. It's funny that James even said he's close to you, right? Like, you are first place by a million miles. James is in 17th place. Okay. That's how close he is to you. But it's funny that he was like neck and neck. Right. How the presence you have and the present you are in this, is absolutely like, there's no one close. All right. I don't know how you do it, but it's amazing that you do it. And then you speak, and you had this crazy way that I think few actually do. Right. I think often either a speaker will not go into their pain, or they get and stay in their pain. You did something as a speaker that few do. You took that pain, and the way you digested, the way you took it and turned it and let it go out as love. Man, that's a gift. Right. That few possess. The way you possess it. All right. So that was breathtaking to witness this. All right. To be in the presence of it. I also, no disrespect to Martha. I love her. All right. She doesn't love me, but I do love her. But you are not a light. You give light, my friend, because you are a flame. When you speak, you light others up. All right, and that's the difference between a light and a flame. A lot of people say they're a light, and I'm like, I don't want to be a light. I give light. I'm a flame, man. I want to light others up. A light can't light up others. A flame can then pass the flame and becomes a fire. And you, my friend, you are a fire. Oh. All right, so thank you so much. I'm so glad I got to hear you. I hate that you went before me, because I'm going to suck. But it was amazing hearing you and being present for you, how you have been for so many.
Michael, from one flame to another.
Uh-oh.
I can't wait to be in the same airspace with you. We'll make it happen.
Like yesterday, we're going to flame on.
Flame on! Flame on, baby. Thank you, Deb. Thank you so much for pouring into the family here. Thank you for pouring into Facebook and YouTube. Thank you again to all of our amazing sponsors. I want to give another shout out to that. You know, I love what we've been doing here over the last 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Tim Gillette, May Scott, Eric Yusko, John Lester, Tish McDaniel, and Sierra Grana. You all are amazing souls, powerhouses, and I thank you truly from the bottom of my heart for sponsoring this event. Tim, thank you for being a yearly sponsor for the Legacy Sponsorship, brother. You know, I'll be eternally grateful to you for that. Mr. Michael Martin Hummel, thank you for being our main Mountain Summit sponsor for the year of 2026. Love you, brother. You are an amazing soul, and you crushed it earlier today, and we're going to get this thing kicked off into our fearless leader over at the Blue and Green. I'm going to keep calling you that, Michael, because you are fearless and you are our fearless leader. So that's not going to end. You know, I'm running out of ways to introduce this guy because I've known the guy for 6 years. He's pretty much on every summit that we do. So I'm going to give a shot here. This guy absolutely loves the Carolina Panthers. And we always have a dialogue going back and forth on who was the best team back in 2015, 2016. And I would love to point out that Von Miller dominated Cam Newton every single time that the Denver Broncos played them. Cam Newton had absolutely no chance against Von Miller whenever the defense took them on. Michael is a passionate sports fan. He loves baseball, he loves hockey, and he loves football. Not only that, he is a outstanding, amazing father who one time I was at a men's retreat and the men's retreat ended and I was sticking around for a day before flying back to Denver, and his daughter came in and she was hanging out, and I said, you know, I'm just going to call you Minnie Faber from now on. You look exactly like your father when you give me that look. Her face lit up like nothing else because she absolutely adores her father. And his mother has put up with a lot of stories that we have heard over the years. She is an absolute saint. And Michael is the man because of the example that Mama V and Papa V displayed to him. And so without that being said, the legend, the squirrel hunter from West Virginia, the fearless leader of Unleash You Now, Michael, the summit is yours.
Yeah, this is the first time I was ever introduced that someone literally said nothing about me and everything was credited to the people that know me and that I love. Isn't that crazy? I was like, normally people are like, the greatest intro ever. I'm like, my daughter is amazing and my mom is amazing. So it was spot on there. I like the Carolina Panthers. I don't know about love. We're using love lightly. Mets, that might be love. James told me I had to take questions at the end of the day, so he's going to ask a question, I guess. But other than that, we're going to get going. Today's going to be a lot different than yesterday. Yesterday, I was Martha reincarnated into a man's body with a beard. I look like I can be from the woods of North Carolina, but I am not. All right. So yesterday it was very like past to present. Today's going to be present to future. We're going to keep moving. I said I'm going to be a little old Mike today, like old school Mike, before I had to calm down because everybody said I was going too crazy. All right. So hopefully, because we're on Zoom, everybody will be safe and it'll be okay. And it won't end up with me in handcuffs. And Jeremy used to work in jail. He'll tell me all the secrets. All right. So it's good seeing you here. Stud Muffin, you look great. Okay. Clark Kent. We have Batman and Clark Kent here. So today it's funny that David mentioned sports because I'm going to start this with a sports story. If you don't know a lot of my past, you don't have to. And part two is I'll let you know some of it, but I'm not going to try to talk yesterday. So I don't want to regurgitate a lot of experiences that brought me here. But there was a time I thought I was a really good athlete. All right. I said that correctly there, where I thought I was a really good athlete. Like I played a bunch of sports growing up, played sports in high school, played sports in college, was actually on like a team. And and then I went, and after you can't do it anymore, what do? You coach it, right? So I couldn't do it anymore, so I started coaching. I started coaching basketball. First team I ever coached was a deaf school, and I don't know sign language, so it was really awkward. I did know some of the things they signed, but it was universal. Kind of like when I give James the middle finger. It's like, you know what it means, even if you don't know sign language. Right. And this is like 13 years ago, 14 years ago. A buddy of mine was going to CrossFit at the time. Now he owns one in Georgetown, the town I'm in. But before that, it was he just went to one. He was like, hey, they're doing this fundraiser where a CrossFit member and a non-CrossFit member work together, and the top teams get money donated to the charity they care about. Now I have a charity in honor of my brother. My brother's one of the 22 that served the country and took his own life. Did that a while ago. All right. So we have a nonprofit in his name and his honor. Right. And I'm like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. And he's like, yeah, bro, don't even worry. You'll probably be the best non-CrossFit athlete there. Right. That was reassuring. I was like, oh, then we got this. Right. And so I go to this event, I'm outside, and they're like, first, you got to eat this Cliff Bar. Well, I was not into Cliff Bars before that. I will spoil it and say I'm not into Cliff Bars now. I think if they ever made like dog shit into a bar, that's what it would be. But that's just my personal taste buds. Yours might be different, and it's okay. All right, so I'm eating this Cliff Bar where I'm like, I don't know why the hell I have to eat this thing, but okay. So I'm eating this Cliff Bar, and this guy's walking towards the event, and he has a University of Delaware t-shirt on, and underneath it says Decathlon. And I'm like, yo, is he a CrossFit member? And Jeff's like, no. I'm like, is he on the UD Decathlon team? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I don't know if you know what they call them, but they literally call them the best athletes on earth. All right. And then the next guy behind him has a University of Maryland football shirt on. And I'm like, oh man, the D1 football team, University of Maryland. I was like, are you kidding me? I thought you said I was going to be the best non-CrossFit athlete here. The first two I saw are going to be better athletes than me. All right. I can promise you, in my best day, I wouldn't compete with the best athletes on earth. I wasn't in the Olympics. You know what I mean? All right. So he's like, relax. It's going to be okay. And then they started walking you through what you have to do. And if anyone knows CrossFit, it's not like, do some bench press. All right. It was like, do 50 burpees, 50 sit and twists, 50 wall balls, and then go run a quarter of a mile. And just keep doing it until time runs out. I'm like, oh, this sounds miserable. And we're walking where we have to run. And he's like, but buddy, this is where you go. You could take your steps. And I'm like, brother, the last thing you got to teach me is how to run. Right? Like, I know how to do that. Teach me what burpee is, a sit twist, right? And I know wall ball, right? And so we go back in and we start this event. And you just keep going, which I did not know. That's how you do. Normally there's like a goal you hit and you're done, and we can race towards the goal. This was just your mind and time. All right. And remember, I talked to crap about running. But after like 4 times doing that circuit, running was hard because I couldn't feel my legs anymore. Right. So I was running and I was like looking like the humpback of Notre Dame running. Right. And I was like gimping and I couldn't feel my legs. And I kept asking people I was running by for help. Right. And they were just trying to run by me. Right. And I was like, help me, help me, help me. That's all I kept saying. And at one point I told the guy, because he said no rep if you're a CrossFit person, they no rep you if you don't do it right. And I said, if you no rep me one more time, I'm going to throw up all over you. Right. And he could tell by my face, I meant it. Right. Like I literally was going to throw up anymore. I was running and dry heaving. Right. I was scaring the shit out of people. Everybody thought I was going to throw up on them. Right. And we finished this thing and I'm trying to get to the end. And Jeff looks at me and he's like, bro, what are you doing this for? And right now I'm like, why am I stopping? I don't know if my legs are still attached, right? Like, I don't know if you ever felt like your legs weren't there anymore while standing, but it's nerve-wracking, right? Like, it'll get to you. I love when he was like your fearless leader. I was like, David, you've never seen me step on seaweed in the ocean, all right? I have fear, okay? It's the one time you'll hear me scream, and it's not masculine, okay? It's a squeal, all right? But that feels just like a shark feels to me. I don't know which one it is, but shit, I'm prepared, all right? My audibleness is going to scare that shark or seaweed. But I'm standing there and I don't know how to move. And they're like, what are you doing this for? And I was like, stopping because I don't even know how to move my legs anymore. And he said, no, what are you here for? I was like, oh, I'm here for my brother. He's like, right. You're here so no one ever feels like your brother felt. Like when you felt like when you tried to take your life. You don't think that's worth getting your fucking legs moving? And I used that. I dropped that word because Allegra said it earlier. I didn't want her to be the only one that dropped the F-bomb today, so I dropped it too. No, I'm kidding. I say it all the time. I just wanted to blame her. So I'm like, oh shit, you're right. And so I keep going. And what's crazy is we finished third, which is fine. The decathlon guy won it, which I expected. He's the best damn athlete on earth, right? And then someone else got second, and we got third. And my brother's charity got recognition and some money to help some people, right? So, and why I tell you that story is because the first thing I need you to know is, what are you doing this for? What will make you continue? Right? Because listen, I love to say that we all had our hardest days already. It's probably not the fucking truth, though. Life's gonna life. We're going to have more hard days. So in the middle of it, what are you doing it for? Now, listen, that's cute, right? Your guys are like, yeah, you're right, yeah, right? Like, I don't give a shit about you thinking if I'm right or not, right? Like, I'm beyond that point, right? If you see by my social media, I don't care who likes or dislikes it, right? God gave me certain truth to speak, so I'm going to speak it. The idea of anyone muzzling that or muting that is crazy to me. I love people like, well, this is how you actually should handle it. I'm like, well, God made you to talk like that. And God made me to talk like this. This is the great part of life, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to know why you keep going. Why do you continue? Because if you don't know why, you're not going to. If you don't know why, you're going to quit a lot. You're going to stop a lot. One of the things I love about David is he started these things, I was going to say last year, that was like 2 months ago, but he started this thing like 2 years ago, right? Like doing this. Right? He said numerous people are like talking about how many they've been to, 5, 6, right? Like, and I'm like, oh my God, like he started this that long ago and he's still doing it. If he didn't know why he was, if Austin didn't remind him, and sometimes me, this isn't easy trying to find 140 speakers, put 2 days full. We're on the final stretch, 2 days full. Like everyone here, everybody with your camera on, anyone listening, I give you mad credit, mad respect, because we're in the home stretch. Some of you have been here so long, I don't know how you do it, right? Like I have to get up and stretch. I have to go for a walk outside. Like I'm drinking water. I never fucking drink water. Tell Justin Danforth I'm drinking water. He's going to be a happy mofo, right? I'm drinking water. My mouth is still parched because you guys were talking damn so much. People are like crying and shit. Like what's wrong with you guys, right? So the people are like, I need to cry. I'm like, I did. That's rude to say. So what does it do it for? And this is what I want you to do. I want you to own what you do it for. So what I want you to do is I want you to message someone. It can be in a private chat here. It doesn't have to be in the main chat. It can be in the private chat here. It could be on your phone. It could be on Facebook. It could be Morse code for all I care. You can do smoke signals in your backyard if you live in West Virginia or somewhere where people look like me, right? And I want you to tell someone why you're going to continue. Why are you going to move forward? Any day you feel like you don't. Listen, this is real shit. I've been doing this a little bit. I've been doing this for a little while. That's why I love when people talk shit about what we're going to do. I'm like, well, I've been doing it for a little while, so I'll talk some shit with you. I love talking shit, but I love doing shit a little more, right? And that's what makes it okay. As long as you do more shit than you talk, I'm fine with it, all right? Now, I have a folder. I have a folder of everybody that ever sent me a nice message. Anybody that ever sent me something like, man, what you're doing changed my life. What you're doing helped this person. What you're doing did this. What you're doing impacted this. What you're doing gave birth to this. Right? Like, that's a weird one to say, but you know what I mean? Right? I keep that folder. It's voices, it's videos, it's text. I keep it. And you know, in those hard days where I'm like, what the am I doing? I go to that thing and I listen and I read and I go, this is what the fuck I'm doing. Let's go. All right? That's why I don't stay down long. People are like, how do you bounce back so fast? I'm like, bro, I got to. I got shit to do. I don't got nothing to prove anymore. I proved everything I have to prove. I got a lot to do though. All right? I'm here for a reason. I got things to do. So let's get it doing. You know what I mean? Let's do the do. Like Mountain Dew, but not, because that's disgusting. And also I have ADHD, so if I drink Mountain Dew, I go to sleep. It's real weird. But so I want you to message someone, what do you do this for? Right? And then if you really want, I want you to put it in the chat, which in the messenger on Zoom, if you have a lot of courage, if you got some cojones and you're letting people see you. And this is why I want you to do it, because there's something thinking something, there's even something thinking you know something, but there's some different magic when you say it. When you say, I'm going to do this, this is why I'm going to do it. Because here's a couple things. One, you're going to have to be honest with yourself. Say, am I really that guy? Am I really going to do this? Does this really mean that to me? The second thing is that person gets to hold you accountable for what you said. I always say when people are like, don't tell no one your plans. I'm like, what are you scared of? Like, what are you scared of? You think that person's going to do your plans? Like they like went in your mind and took everything you were going to create and go create it? Right? Like, listen, you could be the first and still suck, and you could be the third and be the best. Right? Like, TiVo should have been the DVR, but the DVR is it. You know what I mean? That's in the business sense for anyone that's around that long. And some of the things I talk to, you're going to have to be around for a long time to know. All right? But, so I want you to say it. Everyone that's everyone that's putting theirs in the chat, mad credit to you, mad respect. They have the courage to do that, to be seen, to be able to put that out there where people get to hold you accountable for what you say and do. Right? Because that's part of the magic of getting things done. Man, I'm blessed. I'm going to get into a circle and team, and Dave is going to have to cut me off at some point, right? Because I'm going to go till he tells me shut up. All right, I'm feeling it today. I don't know if you can tell. I'm sweating from my mustache and shit. I'm sitting here, right? Like, that's weird. Either I'm way out of shape, which I won't admit, or I'm really into it. You can pick, maybe both, right? But when you put that thing out there, my team, like I talk about your circle, like I tell my circle everything I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it when. I tell them everything, all right? Because then when I don't, they get to call me on it. Because listen, getting checked by your people is a sign of love. Getting checked by your people is a sign of love. You might not like that love, you sensitive dove, but it is a sign of love, getting checked by your people. Okay? So I always say I want 3 people around me got 3 things. They're going to lift me up, build me up, and check me to keep me up. That's the 3 things I want. You do those 3, love you. Let's do it. All right? Everybody switches up anymore. Someone's like, man, that's not me. I'm like, was it accurate? Were they saying it in a way to help you, or were they saying it in a way to shit on you? It's 2 different things. You can tell the respect in which someone says something, and that matters more than what they say. Right? So now that we got that part, I'm going to tell you another part. Right? So if you said I would be sitting here speaking in front of you guys, even just you on the Zoom, I would say you're batshit crazy. All right? I'm the guy that failed 3rd grade. I failed it. I don't know how someone fails 3rd grade, but I managed to pull it off. All right? I must have got my name wrong or some shit, but they were like, nope. All right? You got to stay in 3rd grade. All right? You know how the cool kid is when he fails 3rd grade? No, you're not a cool kid when you fail 3rd grade. All right? So I did 3rd grade twice because twice is nice. No, it's not. You got made fun of. All right? People wonder, like, why do you get in a fight in 3rd grade? I failed it. That's why. You know what I mean? So I had to fight my way out of 3rd grade. Right? So I failed 3rd grade. I would rather get kicked out of the room than read in front of it. Some of you people were at an event I was at where someone said, can you read chapter 13? And I said, no, I don't even got the book. All right? That person was so pissed off. That person was so, you didn't have the book. I'm like, no. They're like, you're not going to read it? No. I would rather leave. Like, I'm not going to do this. Right? This is triggering. Right? I feel like a leg right now. I'm triggered. Right? I'm going to read it. I'm not reading this damn book in front of you. Right? I'm getting pissed off just even thinking about it. Right? I'm red. Right? So to think I would be sitting here speaking would be absolutely insane. And how I started speaking was I didn't even want to. Some of you might know this. I went to a community center for a buddy of mine that was having an event. It was like kids and families from the town. It was like hundreds of people in this room. They're like, Mike, can you do the little clicker thing at the door and be security? I'm like, bet. Right? Like, easy work. Right? That clicker was so off too. I was just like doing it. Sometimes no one was walking in. Massive amount of people were walking in. I'm saying hello to people and shit. That number was so far off being accurate. Right? But I'm sitting there clicking. And he comes up. He's like, Mike, I need a favor. I'm like, what's up, brother? He's like, I need you to go on stage. I'm like, oh, shit. Whoa, what do I got to do on stage? I didn't even like that. He's like, the speaker I have isn't coming. I need you to speak. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I need you to go on stage. I need you to speak to these people. I need to give them a speaker or everyone's going to riot. Right? And I'm like, I mean, we can leave before that happens. I'm a big what's the problem guy. Here's a solution. Let's get the hell out of here before the riot starts. Right? Like, and they're like, no, Michael, you got to help me. Like, you're a basketball coach. You coach high school. Like, there's a reason you can go on there. I'm like, are these basketball players? Like, what the hell do you want me to talk about basketball for? He's like, no, just go on there and talk about like life. Oh my God, just go talk about life? I'm like, you know how many people walked in this door? He's like, yeah, a couple hundred. Horrible answer, man. You should have said about 80. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I can't count, right? Like, someone said numbers don't lie. I was like, shit, numbers can mislead. I used to write for fantasy football articles. We used to mislead people with fantasy football numbers all the time. I'd be able to tell you the same player why you shouldn't draft them and the same player and why you should. Numbers can mislead. So if you wanted me to speak, 74 was a decent number to start at. A couple hundred is a horrible way to get me on that stage. Right. And he was like, bro, you always say you'll be there for your brothers. Show up once when I need it. I was like, oh, you dick. Right? Like, you dick. Right. So I get on the stage and I don't know, talking about in front of you guys is fine. Like, some of you guys smile, some of you guys laugh, some of you guys just look mean, mugging me. It's fine. I'm used to it. Right. But you talk in front of some kids, shit, kids are going to tell you exactly how they feel. Right. And I know I was that guy in the crowd when the speaker walked in that was like, this idiot, look at this mumbling, right? Like, I would be saying the same jokes they're going to be saying about me, right? So I got on that stage, man, I'm nervous as hell. I'm saying the dumbest things. I'm all over the place. You think it's bad now? You should see when I had no organization, no understanding of the gig at all, right? I'm just on there saying things. Right? At the end, I get off, I'm cursing my friend out. This kid walks up to me, he's like, sir, I just want to let you know, no one ever spoke to me like that. And you made me believe I don't have to live the life that my family has lived and all be a drug dealers and in jail. And I looked at my friend and I'm like, you dick. You dick. Right? Like, I hate this, but I got to do this. I'm so afraid of this, but I got to do this. Because this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to impact these people. I worked with kids in basketball because it was a small group. It was easy. And they couldn't say I was dumb because I make them run sprints. Right? So now these kids can say I'm dumb. I can't make them run nowhere. Right? But that one kid said that and I was like, oh my God. Like, this is it. Now, listen, now I'm cool with this. I could do this a little bit. I sweat in areas that you don't see, and that's fine. But it took a long time to get where I was comfortable doing this a little bit. Hell, if you see, like, if you're ever behind the scenes at our event, James saw this, like, before I go out to speak, I'm like jumping up and down like a lunatic. I'm rapping Nipsey Hussle to myself in a corner, right? Like, I'm doing everything to gas me up, right? To make me okay, to feel confident enough to walk on that damn stage and start talking about things in life. Right? Because I'm like, yo, I still need to. And listen, I say the same thing. Someone said this earlier. This is what I say when I walk on stage. I say, God, whatever these people need to hear, you use me as the vessel, man. I'm the messenger today. Whatever message needs to be heard, you say it. Right? That's why yesterday, David said, take this serious, give a presentation, be nerdy. And today I said, bro, I'm going to come with the fire I used to come with, man. I'm going to be old me. Right? And he was nervous. Right? Which I would be too if you knew old me. Right? There's a lot of old me's, virgins. Some are very nerve-wracking. Right, but that fear. You ever do skydiving? Who here did skydiving? Raise your hand. All right, you're crazy like me. All right, let me tell you, there's nothing fun about skydiving until you're in the air. Right? But let me tell you, get on that plane, fucking terrifying. Listen, I was the guy that was at the door, and they were like, all right, we're going to jump on 3. I was like, well, let me ask you some questions first. All right, and the guy's counting. He's like, 1. And I'm like, well, and he said 2, and this dick lied to me. He never said 3. At 2, I'm at the damn thing, and at this point, it's too late. I'm just falling. But here's the part. It's extremely peaceful then. Because whatever is going to happen is going to happen. And all you can do is take in that moment. See, here's there. Fear was before I did it. See, it's an event that we're giving an ending to that we don't have yet. That's fear. Right? Like when the seaweed hits my toe. The fear is the shark took my leg, all right? He's coming back for the other one. He's going to drag me out. I'm going to drown and get eaten by a shark at the same damn time. All right? I don't know about you, but that sounds like a miserable ass death, right? So I stay out of the ocean. You know what I mean? I don't see many in pools, but when I do, I'll stay out of that shit too, right? Because I have a shower. I don't say I'm going to use it often, but I got one, right? So I don't need that stuff. But fear, the things that hold us back, is just we're creating an ending to something, right? Now, here's the deal. What we need to do and what we want to do, the thing we just talked about before, when that talks about giving up, we can use that for when we feel fear too. Right? We can use that same thing for our fear meter. And why I tell you those 2 things at first is because if we don't get those 2 things first, the rest of this means fucking nothing. And sad story, that's just the beginning. I didn't even start the presentation yet. David's nervous. Okay? David's nervous. People are going to need a bathroom break. We're going to do a popcorn, 10 minutes, pee-wee. Let's go. All right? I'm going to start just by saying one of the best leaders that I've ever studied. I studied leaders like crazy. That's why when people talk to me about leaders, I'm like, okay. Right? I love leaders. Good ones, bad ones, and indifferent. I studied them all. I literally wrote a book called F to Norm. It was after we studied like 250 leaders, and we wrote what the qualities were for the leaders that were thought of as the best. And we took their similarities and put them all into one book. And it was mind-blowing to me because it was nothing like I thought it was going to be. Right? You ever had a thesis that was all wrong? My theory was all wrong. I started looking at these guys. They looked all different. They spoke all different. Right? But these couple things they all had it. And I was like, these are the only things they all have, right? One of the leaders that I love is called Fred Hampton. I don't know if you know Fred Hampton, but Fred Hampton was amazing. Now, you might not have heard of Fred Hampton because our government killed him, right? Walked in his room at night after they had a rat poison him with fentanyl and shot him in front of his pregnant wife. Because this is why. Because he was hip to a game. See, a lot of us we're on novice level. He was the leader of the Black Panthers, of Detroit. He was assassinated at 21. Think about being that big of a threat. At 21, that the government's like, yo, we can't let this dude do this. We got to take him. Right? And it's proven that the government did it. They paid his family. All right? It was all admitted. The guy that turned on him ended up killing himself, but he was in a documentary first. It's all documented. It's not my opinion. All right? And he was hip to something that a lot of us aren't. See, a lot of us will talk about division, and they think that's the game. If it was the game, we wouldn't really know of it. Division isn't the game. With unity comes division. Because you're uniting about something. There's going to be someone on the other side. It's been that way before time. Don't think politics pulled this off. There used to be tribal families that did this. Right? There was village families. There was like Irish hills that people were like, this is the we know potatoes better here. Right? And the other guy was like, I don't know why his voice was like that, but that's his voice. Right? It's been the hand of time. It's not division. It's that you get so set on one side that no matter what they do, you accept it. That's what they want. They want you to accept the position. Whatever they do, you have to fight that side because that's the side you're on. Right? And Fred Hampton would talk about that. It was brilliant. But he said this speech, and I loved it, and it changed my life when I heard it. He said he worked his way up, and he became the king, and he was in this palace with other kings. And he would look down at the people, and he would see the people in the valley, and he would see the problems they were going through, and the fights they had, and everything they had was in the valley. And that's why I love when David talks about this thing about the mountain and the valley. And so I'm like, dude, you're speaking one of the best speeches ever given to me, right? And he said, I have to leave this fake throne and take off this fake crown to walk back down the mountain and get with my people so I could fight their fights with them. See, I love leaders that are willing to fight their fights with the people. They don't tell the people, hey, I'm on this pedestal, I'm up here, but you can fight, buddy, and you can do it. Great leading. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, I love the ones that get their hands muddy with you. I love those that say, I'm in the grind with you. All right? I'm going to do this with you. Man, if you lose, I'm going to lose with you. Not a lot of people are willing to say it. You'll see it. He said that. He said, then we're going to fight our way up to this mountain. We're going to kick this fake king out of his throne. All right? Because it was meant for the people. All right? And I love that story. So I'm going to bring back something I used to do more. I don't know if anyone was around when I did this. Hudson was around. When I used to say something that resonates with you, I want you to say, you dig? All right? Because Fred Hampton would say, you dig? At the end of what he said. I used to say that all the time. You dig? So if you dig something that said, I want everyone to know what you mean when you say it, so I want you to say you dig. Right? Because then, man, we're with the people. You dig? Like, that's us. All right? So first, we're going to start. David's like, oh my God. Right? I love you, brother. You just hit me or text me sometime and shit, and I'll stop. All right? Step one, know your worth. See, humans are the weirdest species, man. We're the only ones that hold our journey against us. All right? We're the only ones that hold our journey against us. The things we've been through, we hold as like they should be things that are bring us down, not bring us up. Why would the trials and tribulations you went through, that you overcame, that you came back from, that you came back stronger from, that you conquered and dominated, or that you survived and advanced, whatever it is, why would that be something against you? Why wouldn't that be something that you hold as strength? You know why I love the arena? Like, I love getting in the arena. I love the battle. Why? It's because I know everything I survived. I know everything I battled. I know everything I went through. I know how many people I buried, how many people I loved that aren't here anymore, how many times my heart broke. I know it. Right? So I don't give a damn who's in that arena. I'll be in that arena with you. Right? On my side or against it. Whatever it is. Right? But I love it. Why? It's because I know the things I've been through is what made me, what shaped me, what turned my flame into this. Right? So why do you hold everything you've been through against you? Your mistakes were were things to learn from and lessons to gain and way to advance. And what we want to do is advance. Why are things that we have achieved or overcome strikes and scars rather than trophies and achievements? Why? What if you started saying how proud of you were for everything you went through, for everything you overcame, for every scar you have? What if you started saying, this is my greatness? Will you know your worth then? Right, one of the things that kills our self-worth is the comparison game. And this is the one thing I hate, the comparison game. All right, here's the deal. Our races didn't start in the same spot. We could be in the same spot. That doesn't mean we started in the same spot. Your race is yours to run, and my race is mine to run. What loops mine take might not be the loops yours take, and that's okay. Then why would I ever compare? Why would I ever compare that? People brag about these guys in business. They're like, look, he's a billionaire. I'm like, yeah, his dad left him $400 million. His race wasn't the same. Stop comparing that. Right? And one of the worst ways comparison game even have was social media. And you're trying to compare your life versus their highlight reel. That's why I try to keep it real. I try to keep it real on social. Like I'll talk about mess ups. I talk about things that I failed at. I talk about like I literally take pictures standing in horse shit. Right? I have a horse farm. It's not like I randomly went and found some horse shit. All right. Like I have a horse farm. All right. Like I'll be out there with the goats, take a picture. Like every day ain't fucking, I ain't sitting on the beach every day. Right. I hate that. Like the what is it, laptop lifestyle. I'm on the beach every day. I'm like, someone else is doing something for you. You're living off somebody. Right. Good job. Right. So it stop comparing your highlight reel, their highlight reel to your typical day. See, I used to laugh. I coached basketball all the way up to college. In college, I used to laugh. People used to send me highlight reels all the time. And I was like, bro, I don't want your highlight reel. I want real game footage. Send me a whole game. Like, everybody looks good on a highlight reel. I was like, shit, I'll show you my highlight reel when I was young. You're going to think I was good too. You know what I mean? Most people highlight reels isn't where they're sucking. I didn't have a single turnover in the highlight reel. All right? And I pretty much had the most turnovers on every team I played. All right? So, highlight reels versus your daily shit. Stop it. Comparison corrodes. Comparison corrodes. It just destroys. Why do it? Who cares? What is it going to do for you? You feel better or worse after it? Why? Like, people always do that. Like, what do you compare to this coach? I have no freaking clue. Why would I compare myself to him? I'm me. All I can ever be is me. Right? And I won't stop taking, if you also said this, stop taking their opinion about you, of you. Stop owning that. That ain't yours to own. That's theirs. Let them have it. Right? And their opinion of you is probably something that has nothing to do with you, really. Probably has to do with some BS from before, some BS from someone else that resonates with them that they don't like. Right? That rubbed them the wrong way, so I don't like you. Right? And fuck it. Let it go. That's theirs. Let them hold on to theirs. You don't have to get involved in it. Right? My dad used to say this to me. You love to fight, man. You don't have to get involved in everybody's fight. You can just wait for yours. You have a loud enough mouth. Someone's going to fight you for it. Right? And you know what? He was accurate. People punched me in the face before because of my mouth. Right? And you know what? I earned it. It was worth it. Other thing, guilt versus shame. Right? Guilt is I did something bad. Shame is I am bad. Neither one is good for you, but shame's way worse. Right? Stop holding everything on you. Let some things go. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself. Let some things go. Man, and stop letting everybody else try to wait on you. You didn't do what they want, what they should do, what they think you should do. Stop. That's not for you to own. That's not your weight to carry. Man, I'm heavy enough by myself. All right, that's why Justin's trying to get me back in shape. Everybody can say I name dropped him twice, so he smiles a little bit today. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. He doesn't smile. No. All right. Here's the problem with playing small. You start believing you are. You start believing you are. You ain't not small. You're a flame. Like I said to Deb before, you're a flame. Right? You are not small. Right? You are glorious. You were created by whatever it is you call it, which is the greatest maker on earth and off of it. It's crazy. And the whole universe and everything else. Right? Why would you ever think you're little? You know the odds you defeated just to be you? It's like 1 in 400 trillion. It's insane. Right? Everyone's like, you're an underdog. I'm like, we're all fucking underdogs. Like, we weren't even supposed to be here. But here's the great news. We already defeated the worst odds we'll ever get. And we defeated it. Right? Here's one thing where we all need to cut. And thank God I'm real awkward. I hate when people do this. External validation. I cannot accept praise. I hate it. Right? That's why people do it. Because I can't stand it. Right? Because I'm like, stop it. Right? I don't know why I want to not like me. Stop trying to make me like me. I don't want to like me. All right? Let me do a little more. Maybe I'll like me then. All right? Do a lot more. Maybe I'll like me a lot more then. All right? But external validation doesn't do anything. It doesn't add to love. It doesn't add to the bank account. It doesn't add time. It doesn't do any of it. Stop living for that. Man, what are you saying about you? How often do you celebrate you? See, I say this thing about, friends clapping. All right? But do you clap for you? There's no offense. If you don't clap for you, how loud do you think other people are going to clap for you? They don't think if you're not clapping, I guess I shouldn't clap. Right? Environment can build you or kill you. Environment can build you or kill you. Right? This one was one of the hardest ones for me. See, people will talk about protests now, riots, right? They'll say all these things. And they look at people and they blame people. And I always say, this is hilarious. Rebellion, I call it rebellion, what's happening. Rebellion is because of environment. If we want to fix it, we have to fix the environment. As someone said, I bet a bunch of people said it, you don't blame the plant for not growing, you blame the soil. Man, why are we skipping over environments and just targeting people? Why are you skipping over your environment and wondering why you're not going that high? Why are you not growing more and doing more? Why don't you have the life you want? See, man, when I hung out with users, I was a user. Man, when I hung out with haters, boy, I was a hater. I was like David, man. I was such a hater. I would talk trash about Cam Newton. Can you imagine talking trash about Cam Newton? Dude won almost like every level he was at. Won a high school state championship, won a D1 college championship, won a JUCO championship, got kicked out of Florida because they're a little stuffy. That was for Jeremy. Went to Carolina, won an MVP, won an FC championship, and lost the Super Bowl. What are you kidding me? You're going to hate on that man? You're just hating right now. You're just in the hate space. Get out of the hate space. Right? But what is your environment? Man, does your environment pour love? This crazy thing will happen. You'll probably feel love. Right? Does your community, does your circle celebrate you? Man, you'll probably feel celebrated. You'll probably feel some worth. Right? Do your people shit on you all the time? You'll probably feel like some shit. And not the good kind, the bad kind, the running kind. Right? Now, wrong places, wrong rooms will lead you in the wrong direction. Wrong places and wrong rooms will lead you in the wrong direction. You know how many people I met that are really cool with me now, that say they love me, that I say I love? I don't know if they really do, but they say it, right? That are situational, but I met them in, but I met them, that was James. I'm sorry, I was making a joke that only James would get. That we met in the wrong rooms, but I met some of the right people in the wrong rooms. We were just going the wrong direction. We had to bounce out and get back on track, right? One of the most important things you'll have is your circle. Now, I take that so serious. I talk about my people, my community, my family, my circle. That is so important in your life. Michael Hudson's in this room. That dude's been, I said it yesterday, that dude's been in my circle the longest. Man, when no one would let me in their house, his family would let me in their house. I had nowhere to go. His family would let me in. His mom would celebrate me being there, man. She would make brownies, would put powdered sugar on it. He talks about double sugar. You know where my problem is today? It's because I had those brownies. Now I'm like, how can I double sugar everything? All right? No wonder I'm getting fat. And I mean, PHAT there, Jeremy, pretty hot and tempting. No, I'm kidding. I'm getting FAT, but you're getting PHAT. You know what I mean? So, having people like that in my circle, man, they led me to survive. They led me to live. They led me to safety. They led me to a life. They led me to purpose. Having that people in my circle, the right people, changed my life dramatically more than anything else I could ever mention. And here's the deal. Real situations will expose fake people. Trent Shelton says that. I fucking love Trent Shelton. I got pictures of Trent Shelton. Trent Shelton's my homeboy. When I was going to end it, I started listening to Trent Shelton, and he brought me out of some dark, dark ass times. Trent Shelton's my homie. If you come to Movie Maker Live 2027, you're probably going to meet Trent Shelton, right?
Hey, bro,
and he said,
I don't mean to cut in, but we need to start wrapping it up a little bit.
Got you. I'll wrap it up. I said, message me. You didn't have to tell me. Jeez, embarrass me in front of everybody. No, I'm kidding. So what's the way people expose fake people? Right? Here's a question I ask. I ask this often to myself, and this will definitely tell you what layers to put people. If all you had, and Trent said this, if all you had to offer was friendship, who would still be in your life? If all you had to offer was a shoulder, who would still be there? Right? I'm going to race through this a little bit. Anyone will be in your life when it's nice. Something I've been saying a lot recently. Pay attention to who goes missing in the mess and who gets quiet when you win. There's a reason they're doing that. All right. So when I get in some mess now, I'm like, yo, who's still around? Because yeah, I got in, I got to get out of it. But who's still around me? Man, they start taking some distance. They start getting a little spacey. They start saying other things about me. Some people are just waiting to hate on you in the right time, the right opportunity. Right? The right chance. They're going to wait to hate on you. And as soon as they get the opportunity, they're going to be like, man, someone thinks, oh, they have a problem. Man, they're going to come to them. Right? Watch who brings gossip to you, but never defends you. Right? Because they're probably bringing gossip to someone else about you. Watch who bring gossip to you and not defend you. Why aren't you defending me? Why do you just let that be said? Right? So, notice mindsets are contagious. Know what you're catching. What mindset do they have around you? Who are they? Here's the deal. The great part about community. No community becomes your floor. You can't go below it. The right community is going to keep you high. The wrong community, you'll keep falling. Right? Growth happens in proximity. There's a reason why I want to hang out with you guys often. Right? There's a reason why we host events. Growth happens the most in proximity. Get around the people that are growing, you'll grow too. Right? Accountability multiplies execution. Right? Emotional safety builds courage and strength. Give emotional safety to people. Be you. Right? Be you. Alignment creates powers. You can't create alignment if you're not actually being you. You can't build loyalty with a costume. Right? And pretending is expensive. Right? And you'll never win long term as a copy. Right? Seeds of the past need to be ripped out. Pull out these weeds. Right? Stop holding on to your past. Stop letting that be your cycle. Stop letting that be your prison. Life starts changing when we change ourselves. Right? Live in purpose. Make room for you. Push yourself, create the path for you. When you live in purpose, it does all these things. You are your purpose. The only you now is not my purpose. It's an avenue in which I live it. You are your purpose. Go live that thing. Go be that thing. And don't worry, David, I'm going to end it now. None of this was possible until someone did it. We have a computer and a phone in our pocket. If you're as old as me, there was a time where all you had was a damn thing on a wall or shit they had to do this 18,000 times for and dial up internet. We all take this for granted now. We walk around with this damn thing in our pocket. We connect with anyone around the world, video, phone, email, any way we want. That was impossible at some time, and now it's not. Everything was thought impossible, and now it's not. What you want to do isn't. All right? And this is what I'll end. I skipped some shit, but it's okay. Don't fit in when you're meant to stand out. Be you. Love you guys.
Love you too, bro. And before I pour into Michael here, if I can convince him to come back for a bonus day tomorrow so he can finish what he just brought, who wants to come and hang out for 20 minutes?
Nobody.
Yay!
Nobody.
I do.
I finished. I literally said last night.
I'll ask you 1,000 questions.
I dig.
I literally said last line. I said
Michael
last line.
Faber.
Yeah, I dig.
Oh,
So
God,
I'm
don't
going to
do
talk
that.
to
Mute
him
that.
tonight and see if I can make that happen because Michael is an absolute powerhouse. And just to clarify, everybody, I never told him not to be himself during the summit. I know better. I want Michael to be Michael because that's what I've always admired about him and loved about him because he forces me out of the shell that I've been in for 8 years. So when he brings the nerdy, he is nerdy. Okay, for those who know this man, he loves to nerd out when people don't think that. I absolutely love this, Michael. You were absolutely fired up. And I love when you get like that, when you're right in the computer where I feel like you're going to jump through the screen. you know, and I feel like you're going to come and like maybe throat chop me for something that I forgot to do or something like that, right? But
They're free.
I love what you brought. So I'm going to talk to you tonight because if we can get you back for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I know Fridays you take off, but you know, to do your thing, I'm going to try to make it happen for everybody tomorrow. So I dig. We're going to take 3 amazing souls to interact with our boy Michael. Because
There's only one person there, bro.
no, you know better with this family.
Oh.
Everybody's going to jump in.
Dick.
Go ahead, Sierra.
Michael, that was horrible.
Thank you. How I spend my life.
No, I just today was much better than yesterday. I thought you were a little
Facts.
flat yesterday. No, I'm just kidding.
I said that in the talk.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I'm going to echo what Allegra said. When I met you, I was going through recovering from a miscarriage and currently pregnant. And you brought me into this community and you continue to show up for me and piss me off 90% of the time. But I know it's all out of love and you make me a better person. So thank you for being you. All right, now I'm going to go throw up because I don't say nice things to you.
Yeah, it's in my throat.
Buddy.
I second
Thanks.
that. Go ahead, Lauren.
Hello, just wanted to say that I appreciate all of the words that you said and love seeing all the sides of you. So between yesterday, today, and just hearing about things from your past and why you are the way you are, you inspire all of us. Why you laugh?
Why you are the way you are. It's like, all right.
It's a positive thing.
Next
Thank you. I'll
t-shirt.
take it.
Take the
Yeah.
compliment. You are incredible. We love how you lead us, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate it. I'm glad James put his hand down. Fuck. Like,
Oh, he'll go nuts later. Go ahead, Tish. Or Allegra. Or
I think it's Tish first. I don't like her.
So a leader is only as great as the people he leads. That's my opinion, my 2 cents. And Michael, as I have seen the growth in your people, it's phenomenal. It's worth applauding. All of you have been touched in a way that not many people can get this kind of growth out of individuals. And the anatomy of the red bearded movement maker is right here, proof. And I applaud you, Michael, for your tenacity to deal with these folks. Thank you. Well, thank you, because believing in people is one thing. Believing in people, trusting people, and having the faith that you see where they can go before they have the stamina, the courage, and the strength. And your belief in them is what helps them. So God bless you, my brother. I applaud you, and I applaud all of your wonderful movement. God bless you.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you. I know how awesome your soul is. Thank you.
well, you two lovely ladies over here are gonna have me break my rule because I have a very hard time saying no. So go ahead, Allegra.
God, if I knew that, I would have kept talking.
So I just wanted to say thank you so much, Michael. The most valuable thing that I have learned from you is just the freedom to be myself, and that's empowering. That's priceless for me. And I'm just so grateful to you for showing me that by leading by example. So thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Great job, man. You made me step my game up today with how well you did.
Go ahead, Mary. Sorry, I was reading something.
Okay. Thanks. Michael, so I'm going to be real. Thank you for believing in me. And I'm going to say this here on this, and you know this, that you've always reminded me of my brother. So you're the one person that believed in me to bring me back when I have the urge to run. And I promise you that I will reach out. So thank you. I love you.
Love you back.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Michael. I love the fire that you always bring. And my voice cracked there. Sound like I was going through puberty again. Absolutely.
I think you
love
need to eat another banana, brother.
another what?
You got to eat another banana.
Men make men hard. Right there.
Oh, here we go. All right, we're going to move on to the next speaker because we could go on to that for another half hour or so, but we're going to keep this thing rolling. Michael, absolutely love you, brother. You know how many people love and admire you. You're an incredible, incredible man and soul, so thank you for coming back for day 2 and day 1. Now, we've got another returning mountaineer to the summit. This is Mr. Jeremy Howell. And I met Jeremy, like I said, a little while back in Movement Maker Virtual, and back in, I believe it was November of 2024. And I was blown away by his story about what his mission is. And I'm also extremely grateful to Jeremy because he introduced me to the lovely Raven. And Raven delivered that incredible, powerful story earlier this morning, which lit up YouTube and lit up Facebook, Raven, just like everybody did. But if it wasn't for Jeremy and connecting the two of us, I don't think we would have had Raven on the summit with us this time around. I'm sure we would have connected down the road, but have been waiting too long. So Jeremy, my brother, the summit is yours.
Appreciate it, David. So this is, I'm in a public space, by the way, so if it gets loud, if you hear some talking or people opening and closing doors, I try to find the quietest space, but inevitably, I'm traveling, so might be some background noise. But this summit's is called Ignite the Fire. Is that right? So each and every one of you, take a look around the Zoom room real quick. Each and every one of you has a light inside of you. Michael touched on this, man, and he's got a lot of inspiring stuff. Every time I listen to Michael, even though I've heard some of his stories, I feel like I've heard it for the first time just because of his passion and his mission. But we all have a light inside of us. Great leaders, and I know a lot of us talk about leadership and all that, and I don't want to dilute any of that, you know what I'm saying, by jumping on that bandwagon. But here's the thing, I'm in a room full of leaders, okay? A leader has the ability to